Chapter 1, Wrong Place Please Collect. Dog System, you have kind of come out to talk, you have left me here for 10 years, you say you take me through, you go through Konoha anyway, who doesn't know that Naruto World is playing Konoha, and the most important thing is that there are so many Konoha girls, although they seem to be okay now, at least they will not worry about being distracted by others. Ninja World, the country of Soil Rock Shinobi, in a barren land outside the village, a young man is sitting on a rock and swearing. This young man is named Jin Yang, originally a code word dog, code word all day long. It turned out to be enough to get the drafting fee, but he also ushered in an opportunity to cross. At the time of the code word, the computer was electrocuted because of a power leak, and then traveled to the Naruto world. This was originally a good thing. As a code word dog, isn't it what I dream of is crossing? But after knowing where he crossed, his heart was cold. The most basic thing about traveling through Naruto is to get some blood of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, and get some Byakugan, and then rely on the eyes to eat. After all, this is the world of eyeshadow. Read more at fictionzone.net. In the end, he didn't cross to Konoha, but instead ran to Rock Shinobi, a village with contemporary legs and legs. Isn't it troublesome? In fact, to be honest, he doesn't care about the messy bloodlines, but cares about the girls. Although other villages are okay, but the space is not much, especially Rock Shinobi. In terms of strength, although this dog system took him to Rock Shinobi, it gave him a good, but very painful novice welfare. This system, called the Ability Lottery System, is simpler than those weird systems. It is lottery ability. Anything can be drawn as long as it is from 10,000 realms, and it doesn't need him to do anything, only his perfect after mastering the abilities drawn before, you can draw abilities again. Although his face was darker when he crossed, but after the cross he even blushed somehow and got a super powerful ability, but this ability has advantages and disadvantages. This ability originated from the world of the 7 deadly sins, the grace of the 4 great angels, the sun, and later became the sin of arrogance of the 7 deadly sins. Ace Kano's magic power, the sun, he got this ability. Is the sun strong? Very strong and strong. As long as it is not at night, during the day, whether it is cloudy or rainy, as long as it is during the day and the sun hangs in the sky, then the ability of the sun will continue to grow stronger. At night, like Ace Kano, he becomes a waste of wood, and this ability requires continuous training and mastery, calculated by percentage, and based on the degree of mastery, to determine how much power can be mastered during the day and night. It just turned waste wood at night. Jin Yang would not appear outside the village, he was worn by the soul, and he was born as a baby. 10 years ago, he was just born and the system didn't start. But after 5 years of age, the problem came. After crossing this world, his mother died of dystocia, and his father was a perfect orphan who died during the mission. When he first came into contact with chakra, the system awakened and extracted the power of the sun. The sun burst on that day, and over time, it began to change wildly. At night, he is a normal person, but in the morning, when the sun just rises, his body begins to change wildly, his muscles start to grow wildly, and his strength grows wildly. It can be said that every second is constantly getting stronger. At that time, his situation was recognized as a special kind of blood succession, but Jin Yang knew that the time for egg pain had just arrived. When the sun just rose, he could still control his power. After the time came to 8 or 9 o'clock, the skyrocketing strength made him completely unable to hold his hands. By 10 o'clock, the terrifying temperature swept the surroundings. At 11 o'clock, almost all the earth was scorched by his terrifying high temperature. After that, it changed not with the hour, but with the minute. When it was 12 o'clock at noon, that minute's time, the state has entered the level of destroying the heavens and the earth. If it hadn't been for a large number of ninjas to use earth style to forcibly resist, and Tsuchikage Onoki also ran over, it is estimated that this aftermath would burn half of the village. The situation at the time scared everyone. Then Tsuchikage Onaki directly issued a password to the insider, and that night Jinyang was transferred to the outside of the village, and he followed. In order to find out about Jinyang's situation, after a week of observation, Onaki almost got Jin right. Yang's situation. For Jinyang's noon minute, Oyemu was very embarrassed. In that minute, even if Jinyang didn't move his hands, just standing in place gave him a sense of horror. So Jinyang was separated from the others very logically, living outside the village, and surrounded by many rock shinobi and Anbu people watching, not to monitor him, but to protect him. Although Onoki doesn't know Jinyang's situation, in rock shinobi, he is the dominant family. What he says is what he says. Without Konoha as dark as this level, Ohiki is also very shrewd, and he also wonders if Jinyang owns it. With this power, wouldn't it be able to crush the ninja world? It happened that rock shinobi was not picking up, and he was also panicked. He finally had a good seedling, how could he go to the persecution? So Onaki changed his mind and became Jinyang's teacher. Of course, Jinyang agreed to it. It is better to have a backer than nothing. In the past few years, spies from other villages have also come to investigate, but the results are self-evident and they are all dead. The guys at Cloud Shinobi succeeded for the first time. They managed to sneak into the vicinity of Jinyang, and took advantage of the night to rob Jinyang. They planned to take it back to study the secrets of Jinyang, but they did not know the news that Oyemu had sealed. So after dawn, it became ashes directly. Over the years, the spies in several villages have never given up on investigating the situation here, because their news has never been passed on. This place is completely isolated from other ninja civilians, only Anbu people. Those spies have not been able to sneak into Anbu, and what they can sneak in is to rob Jinyang, but there is not enough time for them to return to the village, and even if they return to the village, what can they do? After the second Tenten turned on, Jinyang went from being weak to being a monster. Instantly turned others into ashes, and then Jinyang returned slowly by himself. After Cloud Shinobi's time, even Anbu got used to it over time. They were eager to see how many spies came to die. And the spies in other villages were not unlimited, so after the slow investigation to no avail, just gave up. Jinyang is also used to it, anyway, he will be invincible as soon as the day arrives. These spies come over and can do nothing but send them to death. Chapter 2 The Third Ninja War, the beginning of the plan-seeking collection. Boy, how are you doing recently? After dark, Oyemu came to Jinyang's residence again. He came here because of Jinyang's ability. This ability may be the key to Rock Shinobi's rise. As for the other reason, it's because of Jinyang's ability. Some ideas. Don't think Jinyang is only 10 years old now, but he is a traverser who has been bombarded with a lot of information. It is not Jinyang who looks down on the world, but there is indeed a huge difference in philosophy. Jinyang has been a little confused. The 5 major villages are fighting back and forth. In the end, the competition is not for resources. With this fight, let alone the environment of a shinobu village, the environment of a country has been transformed by them. Of course, this is only part of it. War has never been so superficial, it is also the pursuit of rights, and this kind of thing is unavoidable for everyone. As long as there are people, there will be fighting. But after Oyemu accepted Jinyang as his disciple, he was overwhelmed by some ideas that Jinyang passed on over the years. Now Rock Shinobi is not just a barren land full of stones, inside the village. And the large areas around the village have been greatly changed. Trees do not grow up so easily without the blessing of wood style. But the water flow and the land have been completed, and the trees have been planted, and they are slowly growing. Of course, apart from the place where Jinyang is, the place where a few are located is still barren. In addition to barrenness, there is also a huge lake. The water of this lake was also brought in from outside, and there was only one purpose, to suppress his solar magic. At noon every day, Jin Yang will choose to go to sleep. If he can't sleep, he will simply soak in the water to ensure that the power of the sun will not directly blow up the nothingness around him. Old man, are you Tsuchikage free? Why do you run to me all the time? Jin Yang looked at Oyemu a little speechlessly. Although this product didn't come over every day, the frequency of coming over was not low. Boy, I'm your teacher, you should call me your teacher. Onomu angrily blows his beard and stares. Didn't I tell you? Calling an old man is more cordial. I feel much better than calling a teacher. By the way, how has the environment of the village improved? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang said that now that he has traveled to Rock Shinobi, he should do a good job. A few years ago, when Oyemu was chatting with him, Jin Yang said this idea to Oyemu. At that time, Oyemu was stunned. However, Jin Yang was only a few years old, and he even made such a statement: let the ninja go to dig the mountain and dig the river, let the ninja go to plant trees and forest. You know, the status of ninjas in this world is higher than ordinary people, and ordinary people are engaged in occupations, they will not do it casually, unless they are paid, such as Konoha who helps pull weeds and find lost pets, etc. Some tasks are taken with money, and they can also exercise their xingxing, otherwise how could they do it? But Jin Yang feels that this is completely wasted, especially Rock Shinobi. Jin Yang feels that Rock Shinobi has the highest plasticity. Because most ninjas are earthy, it is very simple for them to use earth style. A large number of ninjas added together. Using ninjutsu to dig a river directly, and bringing in water is not so difficult. And earth-style ninjas can also use ninjutsu to move a large amount of soil, and then replace the surrounding rocks. The water and soil are all there. Are there too many problems with other things? Slowly the environment of the village became better and better. Even Jin Yang felt that the earth-style ninja should learn more about control and then cooperate with earth-style. It is possible to build a house so that it is so good to be a real estate developer. He told Onoji about this, after a series of training. After that, although these people could not do the same as wood style using 4-pillar house technique, it was almost feasible. A few more people will first make a rough embryo that can barely be made, and then slowly polish it. A house doesn't take much time. Onaki uses this to make these earth-style ninjas bring huge profits to the village. Now even if the daimyo directly gave up and didn't give money, Rock Shinobi could survive and live very well. And these ninjas who are responsible for work can get rake points from them. This is because many ninjas rush to help. People who can't get this kind of task will feel frustrated and dull, compared to desperately performing dangerous tasks. This is obviously easy. And using ninjutsu to do these things can not only train ninjas, but also develop in many ways. Now Onoji is full of confidence when seeing daimyo, because he does not need daimyo's support. The reason why they have been licking their faces to have a good face to daimyo before is because they have money. No matter it is in any ninja village, they think they can't make such a large expenditure, and ninjas always only make money when doing tasks. Take a part, and most of it will go into a private pocket. It is impossible to resist the expenditure of the entire village by relying only on that point in the task. Now, Oyemu is not short of money, it is called a hard-hearted and all of this is Jin Yang doing things behind his back, in control. So Oyemu often runs here, not because his Tsuchikage is very idle, but because of these Jin Yang concepts, it is indeed very strong. Therefore, he often comes to learn from the experience and ask some questions about development, and Jin Yang, he is just a strong man on paper, he is only responsible for making suggestions, and the implementation is that Onoki goes by himself. If Jin Yang is allowed to come alone, he is just an otaku. He understands the truth, but he can't do it. Therefore, it is indeed quite appropriate for him and Onoji to join hands to do this. You have seen the environment of the village. Except you are a barren land, other places are almost the same. After a few decades, this place will become a Konoha-like place. Except for the village, Other places the construction of ninja is also continuing, but today the old man came to see you. It's not about this matter. How do you master your power? But the ninja world has begun to become restless again. When Oyemu said this, there was no smile, and some were just solemn. It's still like that in terms of strength, but what's the matter with the ninja world that you said has become restless? Jin Yang asked with some confusion. Sand Shinobi's third Hokage disappeared. They think it was Konoha's dryness, so now the conflict with Konoha is intensified. No accident will soon start. Once they fight, the other villages will not be calm. Although everyone suffered heavy losses during the Second Ninja World War, they have basically recovered now, so the Third Ninja World War is about to begin. The more Onaki said, the more solemn his face became. Chapter 3: Protect the village during the day, and protect the village at night. Seeking collection. The Third Ninja World War. Jin Yang also reacted. It should be Konoha's 46 years in terms of time. Because life was very comfortable before and he didn't need to worry about his own safety, he directly ignored these potential threats. According to the plot he has learned, the Second Ninja World War ended in Konoha's 37th year. After 5 years of fighting, the Third Ninja World War began in several villages after nearly 10 years of recuperation. It is now Konoha's 46th year, which means that the Third Ninja War really should have broken out. When it is 48 years, the protagonist Naruto will be born. Yes, the Third Ninja War, to be honest, if possible, the old man didn't want this kind of war to break out. Once it breaks out, Rock Shinobi won't be able to stay out of it. Even if we don't fight other people, there will be others. Someone is coming. If it was Oyemu of this period in the original book, he would like to start a war immediately, and then go crazy to get enough benefits, but now he doesn't want to. Jin Yang's series of tactics and his series of operations, the whole village is developing steadily. Who wants to see the village caught in the flames of war? Why did he think about fighting war before? It's not because of profit, but now the village is developing steadily, and given him time, I dare not say in terms of strength, but economically, he can directly surpass Konoha. Compared with other types of ninjutsu, Earth style is quite popular in many ways, but he doesn't want to fight. It doesn't mean that others will let him go, so he has to prepare for battle. It's really troublesome, but since it's the case, let me tell you about my thoughts. Actually, I had such thoughts a long time ago. Now that the Third Ninja War has broken out, then this plan may be fine. Put into action. Jin Yang's face also changed at this moment. After knowing that he had crossed to Rock Shinobi, he felt very toothache, but after the sun was drawn, he felt that his safety was guaranteed. Of course, the night was always his weakness, so he always constantly trying to control the power of the sun at night, but these are not important. The important thing is that after gaining power, Jin Yang discovered that there were not a few beautiful girls in Rock Shinobi, and even the legs hadn't been born yet. This was embarrassing. When I saw Hokage before crossing, in addition to the bloody battle, the girls inside are my favorite, which is pleasing to the eye. But he didn't get to Konoha, and there was nothing, so Jin Yang made a decision at that time, trying to dig the corner of Konoha. As for how to dig, this is a technical job. He also thought about it a lot, and now he has a chance. Coming. What plan? Say it. Read more at fictionzone.net. The light from Onoki's eyes suddenly, Jin Yang's plan, each time he can taste a lot of sweetness, so now he is quite looking forward to it. It's very simple, let's form an alliance with Konoha. What did you say? After Jin Yang said such words, Onoki almost bit his tongue off, and an exclamation screamed the surrounding Anbu, but it was not the first time that such a thing happened. They were too lazy to worry about it. Boy, did you know that once war starts, Konoha will become the target of everyone's fire, and you want me to form an alliance with Konoha? Do you want to kill us, Rock Shinobi? Oyemu lowered his voice and roared continuously. In this regard, Jin Yang couldn't help but dig his ears. "Father, you said you are a lot of age, why don't you know how to calm down? The alliance with Konoha is just the first step. My goal is to dig Konoha's corner." With that, Jin Yang's eyes gleamed brightly. "Do you need to form an alliance?" "Of course, if you want to dig a corner." He also said that this is a technical job, so the alliance is necessary, but after the alliance is the most critical place. "What the hell is your kid playing?" Onoki is confused, but listening to Jin Yang's words, digging Konoha's corners, it seems to be very good. They are very greedy for Konoha's many bloods, otherwise Cloud Shinobi's muscular guys will not send people to Konoha. Mess up. "Master, I ask you, if you are not the Tsuchikage of the village, but a family behind you, now someone wants to instigate you, would you agree? Isn't this nonsense?" How could the old man agree? Oyemu looked at Jin Yang with a foolish expression, but Jin Yang didn't care about his eyes. "That's right, you all think so, and they naturally think so. Forming an alliance is only the first step. To gain their favor and want to dig a wall, you must be a lot better than an enemy as an ally. As for the situation of being set on fire by other villages or being stabbed in the back by Konoha, I didn't think about it, but did you forget that I was there? Although there is no fighting power at night, you ignore my fighting power during the day. Right. I dare not say that as long as it is during the day, even you are not my opponent. You are so, and they are naturally. If it is really set on fire by other villages, I can completely do it in the middle of noon. Make them pay a heavy price." Jin Yang said, showing a smile, and Oyemu started to fill up that picture. Thinking of Jin Yang's combat power at noon, Oyemu felt a little bit shy. At that time, he faced Jin Yang for a minute at noon. At that time, I almost thought that I was dead. That kind of oppressive power, and terrifying power, I really called it the sun. If it's your kid's fighting power, it can be guaranteed, but don't you have no fighting power at night? Oyemu said helplessly, "This combat power is very strong, but as time changes, he is also a little helpless. That's why I need your help. I have already planned it. We can do this. During the day, I can protect the safety of the entire village, but at night, the whole village is responsible for protecting me alone. During the day, I protect the village. Tonight, Murabeyi, this is foolproof. If no one can keep it, then Rock Shinobi can directly withdraw from the ranks of the 5 major villages." Jin Yang thought of Meliodas and Ace Kano. Basically, they all have to follow this route, 1 guarantees 6 during the day and 6 guarantees 1 at night, so Jin Yang thinks this route is very good. No matter how much Rock Shinobi cooks, it is impossible to be attacked by other villages overnight, unless the whole ninja world is added together, so as long as it is possible to protect him until the day, when he exerts his strength, he will basically stand against him. A place of defeat. Chapter 4: The Plan of Digging the Wall, officially launched Seeking Collection. In fact, Jin Yang still has a little secret that he didn't tell others, that is, he can already master 1% of his power through several years of hard work, which means that he can also use 1% of his power at night. The grace of the sun comes from the supreme god of the 7 deadly sins world, and real power can only be exploded in the hands of the 4 great angel genii. An Ace Kano, even in the peak minute, could not fully release the power of the sun, so this 1% is already strong enough, and Jin Yang apart from this point, the past few years, I learn all about illusion. He didn't learn even one other ninjutsu, but just blindly learned illusion. He didn't have Ace Kano's artifact, so he couldn't use the artifact to absorb the power of the sun during the day and release it at night, so life-saving skills were very few. The reason why he learned illusion is not to use it for others, but to use it for himself. Ace Kano once fell into the illusion because of Gazer, and simulated Marlene as the sun in his heart, thus gaining a part of his power. It broke out at night. Jin Yang can naturally do it, but he directly creates a sun, a false sun, and can achieve this effect. It can burst out more than 1% of the power at night. Although it is not as good as the day, it can save his life. That's why he puts forward this idea now. He is very sorry and will not go around casually, to ensure that he can save his life, and then do things. This is the kingly way. He can't do it for the sake of those miscellaneous people who don't want their lives come out. Well, this is really good, but how will the follow-up plan unfold? It is not easy to make a ninja family in a village rebel. It is very difficult for ordinary ninjas, let alone a family, and our goal, who is it? Jin Yang's statement made Onoki very agree, and now Jin Yang's strategic position has completely surpassed Jinkriki. It's very difficult. Do you remember the information I asked for Konoha's people in the past few years? From these information, I found that Konoha's people are not monolithic, even compared to any other village. Konoha's cohesion is rubbish. Read more at fictionzone.net. Third Hokage, I am a faction. Naruto assists Danzo. In order to get the position of Hokage, we can do whatever it takes. The elders, and the clowns, which are the most powerful, are the one with the least position, but for the benefit of them, what do they do? We have done it all, and we can start from it. Now we have several goals, one is the Senju family and the other is the Uchiha family. Both families can operate, but I don't need to say about the difficulty. If we use normal means, it's not hopeless, but there is no hope at all. Any hope, but with the presence of these Konoha high levels, there is hope. When necessary, use some unconventional means. Jin Yang started planning all this a few years ago, and he knows what the personalities of these people look like, even more than Oyemu knows, but he can't be exposed, so in the past few years, from Oyemu, I got a lot of information about Konoha's senior leaders and some important people, used to disguise his own prophecy, and I also got to know these people better. What you see in the anime is only a part of it. Even though their personality is clearly analyzed, there are some things that you can't see in the anime. Only Ohiki can help. The Senju clan is unlikely. They have 2 generations of Hokage, one of the veterans of Konoha. Uchiha is hopeful, but hope is very slim. Oyemu didn't think it was feasible, but Jin Yang didn't care. Oyemu himself couldn't imagine how dark Konaki was. Master, you look too high at Konoha, because the Senju clan is the veteran of Konoha, so you have the opportunity. You should be able to feel something since the last war. Although it is not very obvious, but in the war, the Senju clan the position was invisibly advanced, which caused a lot of casualties, but there was still a Senju Tsunade carrying it. What about now? Senju Tsunade has already left. There is no one in the Senju clan who can carry the girders. Although third Hokage is the apprentice of second generation, think about it yourself, with his character, plus Danzo and these elders. Tuan, this family that has 2 consecutive terms of Naruto, will they let it go? Especially Danzo, he aimed at the position of Naruto. If the Senju family makes another effort, how can he be this Naruto? Not surprisingly, in this war, the Senju clan will be played alive by them, with only 2 or 3 kittens left, so the Senju clan seems to be difficult to attract, but it is not difficult to seize the right time. The more Jin Yang said, the more smiles on his face, and the Senju clan pulled over, and when the time comes to make good use of Danzo, I am afraid that Tsunade will not be able to get it. This is really appalling. To be honest, if it is an enemy, the old man will definitely choose to destroy you as soon as possible. Your existence is too dangerous. At this moment, Oyemu feels a bit scary as he has learned to change his face, but when he thinks that Jin Yang is his own, then don't worry. In fact, after getting along with each other in the past few years, he has almost regarded Jin Yang as the next generation. Tsuchikage, not talking about strength, just talking about this brain, it is really terrible. It just so happens that Rock Shinobi is currently in a state of being unreliable. His son is Lois, his strength is not bad, but his brain is too common. If he wants to be this Hokage, it is basically useless. Therefore, after getting along in the past few years, Oyemu admires several kinds of brains. He has already determined Jin Yang's status. If it weren't for Jin Yang now is like a time bomb, and there is no merit at all, I was eager to abdicate directly. I was tired after sitting in this position for so long. As for what Jin Yang said, he actually understood some things, but he was not a member of Konoha, so his understanding was not as good as Jin Yang, a traverser, but as soon as Jin Yang said it, he understood. It's a pity that we are on one side, so we don't have this if. We will slowly discuss the future plan. Now, my father, what you have to do is to form an alliance with Konoha. Of course, they will definitely think that we have bad intentions. After all, no matter how you look at it, they Konoha are all going to suffer. So you can open your mouth appropriately. The benefits are more. On the one hand, let them relax their vigilance and think that we are just taking advantage of the fire. On the other hand, resources, you shouldn't be too much. Jin Yang gave a smirk again, and Oyemu was in a cold war. He looked at Jin Yang with a look of monsters. He felt that he was already cunning and shameless enough, but compared to Jin Yang, Oyemu expressed his wish. Call him the strongest. Let's talk about the update issue, 4 changes every day, maybe 5 changes, but it should not be able to hold back. There are not many saved manuscripts, so there is no more rules. In addition, if you have any actions, you can leave a message in the book review area. Definitely adopt, by the way, ask for a wave of flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Chapter 5 Super God Assists, Shimura Dan's Seeking Collection. No one knows the specific content of the conversation between Ohaki and Jin Yang. Whether it is Anbu or the people in the village, they think that this is because Ohaki is good to his students. An existence like Jin Yang, after using some methods, is better than Jinkraki. It's much safer, so they didn't treat Jin Yang like Jinkraki, and Rock Shinobi was still quite lenient with Jinkraki. After returning to the village, Onaki directly prepared a letter, which is for 3rd generation. The specific material requirements have been clearly written on it. Even Konoha nowadays will be able to take out this item. It hurts. But Onoki dared to ask for so many things. After all, there are negotiations behind it, and as Jin Yang said, the current situation for Konoha is likely to be a 1-4 situation, and Konoha dared not watch. He opened his mouth loudly and weakened the opponent's vigilance, and then began to slowly implement Jin Yang's plan. Onaki simulated Jin Yang's plan by himself, and found that the probability of success is very high, and even if it is unsuccessful, there is Jin Yang is here, he won't suffer. But in the follow-up, Jin Yang needs to discuss with him slowly. He is also an old fox. Jin Yang is also familiar with the plot and the characters of these people. Otherwise, he really can't compare with Onoji, and he is better than that. The Hokage for many years is not a joke. After handing the things to the messenger, Onoki began to wait for news, while Rock Shinobi's messenger quickly crossed the border of Konoha, heading to Konoha. The ninja world is not very big. With the power of these ninjas, it will not take long. The time has come. Soon, the scroll prepared by Onaki was delivered to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. What the hell is this guy Onoki? He wants to join hands with Konoha? He has a brain problem. After Sarutobi Hiruzen read this article, he also felt that his mind could not turn around. What kind of operation is this? Even though he was very knowledgeable, he was a little confused when faced with such an operation. He can basically be sure that Onoki has no good intentions, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a vegetarian. Okay, Ohaki and him may have the possibility of hitting him back, but wouldn't he be defensive? And now working together, he can completely let Oyemu help him deal with enemies in other villages. The ninja is very accurate with things like intelligence. He only needs to stare a little to know the whereabouts of Onoki. If you really want to stabbing a knife in the back, it is better not to form an alliance. Once an alliance is formed, it is equivalent to owning I put it on the bright side with bad intentions, and I could do something sneaky before, so I didn't have a chance at all. Read more at fictionzone.net. So Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think Onoki wants to do things, but why should he join forces with them? I can't figure it out at all. It seems that Onoki has opened his mouth for supplies, but Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that no matter how much supplies are required, it will be a loss in the face of the possibility of being set on fire. So now Sarutobi Hiruzen can't guess Onoki's mind at all. Sarutobi, I heard that there was an envoy from Rock Shinobi, what's the matter? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss, Danzo came in directly and didn't mean to knock on the door. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was not very good, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Danzo did not respect his meaning at all, and this Rock Shinobi's messenger had just delivered the things to his table, and it was not long before Danzo arrived. This is obviously a lot of eyeliner inserted, otherwise, how could he receive the news so quickly? In short, he is very upset, but now he can't fall out with Danzo, so he can only endure it. Look at it for yourself. I'm not sure what Onoki is going to do now. With his personality, how could he do such a thankless thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen still had some confusion on his face, and after Danzo received the letter and read it, he also began to look the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen just now. He also wondered if Onoki's head was kicked by a donkey. Otherwise, how could such a thing be done? Could it be that he originally planned to do something with other villages? Konoha's strength, even if several other villages do it together, may not be pleased, so he intends to do something with other villages, and by the way, it will be from me Konoha. There is a great possibility of taking away a batch of materials. Suddenly, Danzo's inspiration flashed, his head rumbling, and he uttered his guess. Now there is only this possibility. If all 4 villages act on Konoha, even if they win, there are not many resources available. But what if Onoki's goal was not Konoha in the first place? By the way, team up with Konoha, 3 against 2, and with Konoha's combat power, in fact, the probability of winning is not small. At that time, it will not only eat a large number of Konoha resources, but also a batch of other villages. Resources and earning a lot of money. Danzo thought of this, he felt that he should admire himself. If Jin Yang knew about this, he would definitely send him a super assist. To be honest, Jin Yang hadn't really thought about this. Jin Yang just planned to dig the foot of the wall, and would not stabbing a knife in the back at all, so Konoha's defense is also white. Beware. He is ready to be guarded, but now Danzo's super assist is an explosion. It's possible, and it's very likely. Oyemu, the old boy, really counts all of this. If he really succeeds, he can make a lot of money. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked. Obviously, he was completely biased by Danzo, but let alone, this possibility was really big enough. After World War II, Konoha picked a few and still fought. Vigorous and vivid, now it is 2 against 3, with the help of Konoha, there is indeed a high probability of winning. Although he knows his purpose, it is really uncomfortable to see this guy so much for nothing. This old boy's brain is as easy to use as always, and the next thing is to negotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded, and Danzo has pride on his face and disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He thinks he is the most suitable to be the Naruto. Then the negotiation will be left to the old man. Please reply first. The location is set in the country of grass. If Onoki agrees, the old man will go to the country of grass to negotiate with them. Now that Sand Shinobi is pressing so urgently, there may be war at any time. You can't leave the village casually. After Danzo thought about it again, he felt that he would do it by himself. Maybe he could get Onoki to help him and help him go to Hokage. Now he has a good relationship. Anyway, If he doesn't control the power now, he won't suffer. Thanks to everyone for the flowers and evaluation votes, suddenly a lot more. Chapter 6 Onoki, Danzo is really a talent-seeking collection. Then leave it to you. Although he was dissatisfied that Danzo made his own decision and exceeded his authority, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also helpless. Now there are still a group of people outside staring at Konoha. He really can't go. As for why he went to the country of grass, that's because the country of grass is sandwiched between the country of fire and the country of earth. Although Danzo feels that he has figured out Onoki's plan, he does not dare to ask for a big one. If someone makes a trap, wait for you to pass. What if I kill you? Danzo is not stupid. The death of his teacher second Hokage Senju Tobirama was still vivid, so the location was set in the grassland in the middle. In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly replied to Onoki, and then Onoki. Reply again. Once and again, this month passed, and the two sides finally reached an agreement to meet in the country of grass. This time, Onoki went personally. The flying ninja is the most difficult to provoke, and both parties brought enough people and horses, so they are not afraid of being pitted. As for Jin Yang, he didn't go. One was that he didn't want to go, and the other was that he was too dazzling. If it was daytime, wouldn't that kind of movement be equivalent to exposure in advance? So Oyemu didn't bring Jin Yang. The two sides finally met in the country of grass. It is not a secret thing for them to meet. As soon as Onoki moved, the spies from other villages have passed the news back, but this is not the information age after all. The most convenient way is to use the summoning beast. But even so, there is a delay in information. Whether it is Rock Shinobi or Konoha, there is no intention to conceal the slightest. Konoha is already in the worst situation and is not afraid at all. Onoki has a Jin Yang who is invincible during the day and is not afraid. It's been a long time, Shimura-dans, so the old man won't be oblivious. Let's talk about it. What are the conditions? As long as you agree, Rock Shinobi and Konoha will be allied. You know Konoha's situation, too. Onoki is preemptive, but Danzo has a calm expression on his face. Your Excellency Onoki, I have basically understood your plan. Your main goal is not Konoha. The reason for your alliance with Konoha is to get a benefit from Konoha. Once the war is won, then you can get a sum of resources from the defeated countries. We all know your plan. There is no need to circumscribe it. Danzo felt that he had mastered Onoki's careful thoughts, so he simply said it directly. This time, he was not for Konoha and Rock Shinobi's alliance. It was only part of the goal. His main goal was to obtain Rock Shinobi's support and help yourself to seize Konoha's power in the future. Read more at fictionzone.net. Contemplation. After Danzo finished these words, Onoki was in a daze. He was thinking, when did he plan to do this? Their purpose is obviously to dig the corner of Konoha, but why would Danzo say it? Also, why is his heart moving now? Danzo seems to be unacceptable. At this moment, Oyemu is shocked to be a human being. This Danzo is also a strange thing. He even thought about how to reap the benefits for himself. What kind of player is this? He has been Tsukage for so many years, and he has never seen such a help to the enemy. Even if they are thinking of Konoha now, and Danzo hasn't found the real purpose, then forget it. Why did he find himself a good goal? It's literally. At this moment, Onoki's face changed a bit quickly, because he couldn't understand Danzo, and Danzo thought that his words had already pierced Onoki's careful thoughts, so he planned to continue talking while the iron was hot. Your Excellency Onoki, I don't want to take care of those things. There are some things that we can only talk about. Can you temporarily let your guard retreat? Because of the negotiation, both sides bring guards. Of course, the guards are the same whether they are brought or not. As a shadow, they have absolute combat power. Just to embellish the shadow, otherwise you will find in the end. To rescue the guards in turn. You go out first. Onaki simply followed Danzo's words. Danzo gave himself such a gift, why didn't he continue? After everyone on both sides went out, Danzo finally revealed his true purpose. As for the supplies this time, I can help your excellency Onoki to get more, and I have only one condition. In the future, to cooperate with me and support me to become the next Naruto, Konoha will always have a good relationship with Rock Shinobi. Danzo finally revealed his ambitions, and Oyemya was also shocked. Everyone knows Danzo's thoughts, and everyone with a discerning eye can see it, but telling him so clearly shows that this guy can't wait. Help you become Hokage? It's not impossible, but you also know that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is not so easy to solve, and there are not enough benefits. You also know that this is impossible. Onaki remembered his previous plan with Jin Yang, and when necessary, he would use Danzo to do things to achieve his goal. Now, Danzo came to the door. Onaki was naturally happy, but he had to take the opportunity to bite off a piece of meat. Now Rock Shinobi's approach perfectly explains what it means to eat yours and drink yours. You have to thank me in turn. Onoki felt that Konoha had a thing like Danzo. It hadn't been done for a long time. It was already extremely lucky and strong enough. This product is completely dead and pitted to his own people. But Onaki is very happy. With the current line, it will be much easier for them to operate afterwards. Super God assists, Shimura Dans. Now Onaki looks at Danzo's eyes a lot better. This is a real self what? But Onoki is also a human spirit, so he didn't directly agree, but kept tapping sideways, giving Danzo the illusion that he wanted to tap more from the opponent's mouth. In fact, Onomu is eager to cooperate with him, and he dare not say that Konoha can be hollowed out by several digging plans, but Danzo is the internal response. How can he dig out several larger families at that time? In the end, a lot of benefits were gained from Danzo. Onaki agreed to cooperate with Danzo. Danzo was also relieved to persuade him. It would be easier to get Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. After the negotiation, the two parties left. Onaki hurriedly went back to discuss the next move with Jin Yang. Not surprisingly, the Senjua family was the first to do it. As for other families, wait first. Now dig Uchiha. It's better to wait until later. Konoha Shinobi can't help but dig. At that time, the price will be much smaller. The most important thing is that they need to experience the severe beating of the society first, otherwise they dig. Come over to a bunch of uncles, Jin Yang won't find a guilt for himself. Thanks to Dong for looking for Yi Tian's monthly pass. Afterwards, in order not to skip the show, I will thank you once in a while if there are more. Chapter 7 Danzo began to work hard seeking collection. In fact, strictly speaking, Jin Yang is not very interested in the Uchiha clan, because this clan, for now, besides Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who are still a little bit worthy, Jin Yang is not cold to other people. Digging Uchiha is also preparing for the digging of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha and Senju, the creators of the two villages, were dug up by him. Then, with some things he has mastered, it won't be a big problem to dig out the Hyuga clan, so the Uchiha clan is just incidental. He really cares. They belong to the Hyuga clan. After Danzo returned to Konoha, he promised to give Onoki a bad deal, but he didn't want to pay for it himself, so he simply left it to Sarutobi Hiruzen to do it himself. The reason why Danzo is so confident is because Sand Shinobi has already started. The invasion of Fire Nation has become a border, so he can gain more benefits for Onoji. Danzo swears not to stop until he achieves his goal. For Hokage's position, he can forcibly consume Konoha's old ground, whether it is Konoha's future combat power or the already formed combat power, he can get rid of them one by one. He has absolute self-confidence in himself. He thinks that as long as he thinks about it, he can definitely lead Konoha to prosperity. No matter how he persecuted the people in the village before, it was for Konoha's good, and he could make up for it in the future. The way to brainwash it. So he did whatever it was, completely unaware that he was getting further and further away from his true goal, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little angry, because the resource he was about to pay was more than what Onoji had said before. Danzo gave him the reason that Sand Shinobi acted too fast, and Onoki temporarily opened his mouth. This is the lowest point he can suppress. It is estimated that Onoki will turn his face directly and directly draw Sarutobi Hiruzen's hatred to Ohiki. Past. Therefore, these people in the ninja world are not simple. They are all face to face and a set behind. Onoki Jinyang and the others calculate Konoha. Danzo will also throw the pot, don't think he is the first pot of Hokage. Wang, but as the king of the pot, there is also a way of throwing the pot, which transferred the hatred value from his body. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would never have thought that Danzo would unite with Onoki for Hokage's position. In his opinion, this kind of thing can only be done by stupid people, but Danzo, who is extremely conceited, can do it. What a surprise, Danzo seems to be pretty good as long as he is not his own. After learning about this from Ono Myokao, Jinyang laughed. Danzo seemed to only cheat himself most of the time. Read more at fictionzone.net. According to the current situation, Konoha should let us help them hold the guise of Cloud Shinobi. Onoki also felt that Danzo was good, and then began his analysis. According to what he thought, the land is close to the country of fire and the country of wind. If he joins forces with the country of fire, then the best opponent is undoubtedly the country of wind. One is the strength dishes of the Wind Kingdom, and the other is clothes, but the war that the Wind Kingdom started first, and Konoha, so they are not suitable for participating in this war. This is their own business, just like it is a person who collects debts, no matter whether there is a debt relationship or not. But you can't just get into it. But when others are collecting debts, another wave of unrelated people intends to do something, they can participate. The country of immovable wind, then the only one closer to them is the country of thunder. Although there are several small shinobu villages separated by them, it is also their only enemy now. It's normal. Sand Shinobi has just taken the post of 4th Kazekage. In the name of seeking justice for 3rd Kazekage, on the one hand, he will consolidate his rights, and on the other hand, he intends to use other villages to start a war. Konoha fights Sand Shinobi if it's unpleasant, and then follows the fight. The grandson is as simple as it is, and this time the old man, if you eat such a large piece of meat from Konoha, they will definitely not let it go. Let's help them deal with Cloud Shinobi, the country of thunder. The probability is the greatest. Others are unrealistic. Old man, you can contact Danzo. Even if we are allies, it is impossible to directly help them withstand a village. We have to send some people over to let Danzo send the Senjua family as much as possible. We are going to start working hard. Just say that we can help him kill the Senjua clan, let this clan disappear in this world, and stabilize his power afterwards. He certainly doesn't want to see the Senjua clan rise again. After discussing for a while with Onomu, Jinyang directly sent a letter to Danzo. As long as he helped Danzo, whatever he wanted was fine. This is Danzo, cruel enough and vicious enough, but Jinyang is the best. Favorite character? Regarding Jinyang's plan, Oyemu has always felt that this is a little monster, too cruel. This is the rhythm of selling people and letting people help themselves count money. Onoki also quickly used the special summoning beast to deliver specific information to Danzo. This way of delivering information is convenient and fast, and there is no need to worry about any problems that may lead to information leakage. If it is for people to go, it is impossible without 10 days and a half months. After the message was delivered to Root, Danzo grinned when he saw the information on it, but his smile was very gloomy. Oh Hinoki, he is actually interested in the blood of the Senju clan, but as long as I clean up the Senju clan, what can it be for you? Danzo has a look of disdain. He directly digs the grave of first generation, and the Senju clan. He hasn't done anything wrong, but he hasn't even researched a fart. He doesn't believe Onoji can't learn from these wood style what kind of stuff came out of the guy. It just so happens that he wants to clean up the Senju clan. It takes a little effort. Since Onaki is willing to help, he will naturally not refuse. At this moment, he thinks that it is the most suitable for him to cooperate with Onaki, and both sides will get what they need. But he can never imagine that Jinyang intends to dig out their true roots of Konoha. After burning the information in his hand, Danzo retransmitted his consent to Onoji in a letter, and then he began to exert his strength on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Like him, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually didn't want to see the Senju clan reappearing, so when Danzo cleaned up the Senju clan in the original work, he opened one eye and closed one eye. Now Danzo is starting to do things. So he naturally did. I agreed directly. It can only be said that second generation's ability to teach apprentices is indeed a little worse. The strength of these two is there, but this ambition is also the most uncontrollable. Chapter 8 The Great War broke out seeking collection. Time continues to pass, and Konoha is already in full swing with Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi is coming fiercely, and Konoha is not given any opportunity to explain. Anyway, if third Kazekage was killed, Konoha was engulfed, and it seems that this neighborhood only Konoha can do this. How could they have thought that Sasori was so powerful that he would kill the shadow of the village directly? As soon as Sand Shinobi exerted his force, other villages could not sit still. Although they could wait until Konoha and Sand Shinobi were dead to a certain extent, Sand Shinobi was still too weak. In addition, Feng Ying just changed one, everyone knows. Sand Shinobi Vegetable Chicken. Instead of waiting for Konoha to clean up Sand Shinobi and come back to the defense, he might as well take the opportunity to engage in a wave of things. Maybe he can beat Konoha to death with one punch. This is the best thing, so Sand Shinobi launched an attack. After that, Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi also started to exert their strength. After sensing the movement of the two sides, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sent people to resist the attack of the Nation of Water, and Cloud Shinobi was handed over to Rock Shinobi, and also sent the Senju clan to be the vanguard, bringing hundreds of civilian ninjas. A bit. It's ruthless. It's clear that I'm going to kill my own people, and by the way, I sent hundreds of cannon fodder to death. The Senju clan is also stupid, still staying under the aura of first Hokage and second Hokage, and I don't know that disaster is imminent. Jinyang is also a bit funny about these guys who live in the aura of the seniors and can't see the reality completely. He doesn't know that he is imminent. He also thinks that third generation as a disciple of second generation will take care of his family, but he doesn't know that this is going to happen. Hit them dead. Master, keep the things Danzo gave you. At that time, you will have to rely on him to flick Senju Tsunade over. The Senju family does not have wood style, and it is no big deal. You don't need to say that I will keep it, but will that little girl be fooled by then? We are not clean. I said, old man, you are usually smart, why are you confused now? Konoha intends to kill the Senju clan. We accepted them and cooperated with Danzo. What happened? If she can't accept this, she will be blind to her. The strong, no, she will compare herself, a village that completely abandons them, and a village that can accept the good to them. If you change to the old man, you will choose the latter directly. The biggest sorrow is nothing more than death. She will know how to choose. Well, you guys can figure it out by yourself. Don't play it off then, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal even if you play off. By the way, this war requires your efforts, but you can't help it in this situation. Follow the troops. Oyemu has become accustomed to Jinyang's control of human nature, but for his isolation, he has a bit of toothache. It's okay. Just let some Anbu follow me. I rushed over alone, and the big army went by myself. Although I can play the war alone, they must also participate in the war. Otherwise, they will just rely on my strength, rock shinobis. The development is going to lag far behind. I can only use it as a whole card to ensure that rock shinobi will not lose. As for the rest, it's up to them. Jin Yang doesn't want the people in his village to become a group of princes because they rely too much on their own power. They should go to the battlefield or go to the battlefield. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's just that some Anbu can't. I will let the old Zi follow you, at least to ensure that you will be safe at night. Old Zi? Are you sure you can move him? He and you are notoriously at odds. Jin Yang was a little surprised. Now it is a war period, and the old man can't control him at other times, but in the war period, everyone is for the village. He must participate in the war if he does not participate in the war. This is not what he said. Oyemu's complexion is not very good. After all, Lao Zi and his philosophy are completely two extremes. One is constantly conspiring, likes to play yin, unscrupulous, and the other doesn't know if it's affected by four tails, so I don't know if it's affected by four tails. The method is very uncomfortable. Now Lao Zi is in his 30s and often quarrels with Onoki. But Jin Yang also had to sigh. Oyemu's tolerance for Jinkriki is really high. After the old Ziwan book broke up with Oyemu, he left immediately, leaving the village. Oyemu can let him go. Switch to Sand Shinobi and Konoha. You can go and try to change Jinkriki directly. Similarly, Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are very tolerant to Jinkriki. Yakura became Mizukage, Killer Bee, and the others are heroic characters, while Konoha and Sand Shinobi are killing their own Jinkriki, which is hard to understand. Do they have pitfalls in their heads or what to say? According to the agreement between Onoki and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Rock Shinobi people will go to the border of the Fire Country, and then go to the border of the Thunder Country with the Senju clan. This is the most convenient, otherwise it will be a little troublesome to cross several small countries. The large troop is assisted by Tsuchikage. As for Onoki, it is not directly dispatched. The shadows of these villages, except Sand Shinobi, are not dispatched directly. They are the last bottom line of the village. Once they move, it means that the Gizu donkey skills are poor. Has reached the limit, so at the beginning of the war, basically no trace of them can be seen. After the Rock Shinobi force was dispatched, Jin Yang and Lao Zi and others also met here. You are the apprentice of that fellow Onoki? What did that fellow think? Let me act with you, a kid. After seeing Jin Yang, Lao Zi is now in his 30s, and he is also arrogant. He doesn't treat Oyemu himself very much, and even more so to his apprentices. The reason Oyemu gave him was that Jin Yang was the key to this war is the key to victory, but Lao Zi sneered at it. Ninja World War, the key to victory in a village, how could it be for a child? It seems that Senior Zi is very dissatisfied with me and my teacher. Even the name of the team Tsuchikage is by his first name. Yes, that guy Oyemu is too trivial. If it weren't for the village, I would have come to accept his order. He would be good enough to his disciple and matched his disciple with a Jinkriki. Lao Zi has a very straight personality, and he directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Jin Yang is also speechless, knowing that they can't get along, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. It is estimated that after the end of this war, Lao Zi will choose to leave people. But for Jin Yang, this is not desirable. Lao Zi needs education, and Jin Yang will not be used to him. Since Senior Zi is so dissatisfied with me, let's wait until dawn. After dawn, let's fight. Jin Yang intends to fist education directly after dawn. Anyway, his fist is big enough now. He was isolated once in the village in the past. He was quarantined by Oyemu. The news has never been spread. Lao Zi and Oyemu are at odds, and even more so. Knowing the horror of Jin Yang, so after dawn, Lao Ziyi will taste the beating from the society. In fact, Jin Yang also intends to experiment. In addition to his own practice, he can also increase the percentage by fighting with the enemy, but he must be the enemy, so even if he has studied with Onaki, he has not made any progress. Lao Zi's current state is full of dissatisfaction and hostility towards him, so is this a person or an enemy? If it is the enemy, couldn't that help Jin Yang control his own power? Chapter 9 Humanoid Fierce Beast Jin Yang Seeking Collection. The so-called Love House and Wu, and Lao Ziyi because he hates Ohimyu, so he hates Jin Yang along with him, and he doesn't know the details of Jin Yang. He thinks Ohimyu is using power for personal gain, and he doesn't have much to say during the war, but it is impossible to give Jin Yang saves face. He directly agreed to what Jin Yang said about a fight. He hadn't had the opportunity to teach this junior, but now he has. Dayemyu's disciples are so arrogant, if you don't like it, he will naturally have to help Dayemyu educate him. Because of this incident, their departure time was delayed, but Oyemyu didn't care about it after he knew about it. Just Jin Yang's explosive combat power during the day, it's useless if Oyemyu went, and the front line didn't simply collapse. Just as Jin Yang said, you can't rely on Jin Yang alone for everything, these ninjas also need to be exercised. The time flies, one night's time has passed, and the second Tenten has just turned on. Jin Yang has already stood in opposition to Lao Ziyi. Don't say that I bully you are a junior. I don't use the power of Jinkraki, or even lava style. I only use earth style and physical skills to fight you. You can be favored by Onoki. It shows that you are also unique. Come on, let you do it first. Looking at Lao Zi's self-confidence, to be honest, Jin Yang is embarrassed to hit him, but Lao Ziyi is better to accept it. As for the Ten Tails plan, he doesn't bother to care. If Lao Ziyi is accepted by him, who dares to move a try? Since Senior Ziyi said so, then I'm not welcome. Because the sun has begun to rise, Jin Yang's power has begun to be replenished, and the surrounding Anbu Onoki did not let them leave. This time Jin Yang went to the battlefield and would expose his combat power 100%, so there is no need to hide these things. However, Jin Yang and Lao Ziyi did their work, and he came over too, and he would be very happy to see Lao Ziyi deflated. Because of the sun, Jin Yang's muscles began to swell. Jin Yang was actually a little helpless about this, but fortunately, these tricks would not burn off his clothes. Of course, it would be different if it was broken. After the sun came out, his muscles began to skyrocket. A normal 10-year-old kid suddenly jumped a bit, but his clothes changed along with it. Onaki helped to find some special materials. It's not so simple to be broken directly, and Lao Ziyi couldn't help being stunned when he saw Jin Yang's changes, but Jin Yang's next movements made him completely blinded. Read more at fictionzone.net. I saw Jin Yang made a running posture, then stepped on the ground, and the ground was suddenly broken into a big hole, and his body rushed to Lao Ziyi at a terrifying speed. At this moment, Jin Yang's the head was already over Lao Ziyi, and he slammed his fist towards Lao Zi's body. Suddenly seeing Jin Yang rush to him directly across such a long distance, he was so frightened that Lao Ziyi immediately blocked him with his hands. Boom! Immediately after Jin Yang's fist arrived, Lao Zi's body turned into one and ran away, and then shot away, instantly smashing a deep mark on the ground, and then the whole person slammed on the mountain before stopping. Puff! Under the impact of such a huge force, Lao Ziyi only felt a sharp pain in his hands and a burning sensation in his back. Fortunately, Jinkraki has a strong resilience and good physical fitness, so he will not be seriously injured, but he is old. The blood still squirted out. Really, others don't provoke, but provoke this little monster. You think everyone is as good-tempered as me? Dayemyu is so proud. Lao Ziyi is dying. During the day and fighting with Jin Yang, with the passage of time, Lao Ziyi will feel deep despair. When he thinks of this, Yemyu can't help but show her yin. With a compassionate smile, he can see that he is still very careful and holding a grudge, while the Anbus next to him are a bit stunned. Sure enough, Hokage is terrible. Old Zi, I'll give you a piece of advice, no matter what you think of my teacher, but my teacher is still not as good as Hokage for personal gain, so you'd better show some real skills. Prejudice is quite a thing. Deadly. Just after Lao Zi finally got over, Jin Yang appeared in front of him again and said such a sentence, which also made Lao Zi a little embarrassed, but he was still more angry now. I admit, your kid is very powerful, since you have said so, then I will be serious. While talking, Lao Zi burst out with a burst of red chakra, wrapped his body in, and entered the tail beast explosion mode. The tail beast explosion is divided into several levels, and now Lao Zi has entered the first state. Jin Yang's eyes are also bright, and it's just dawn. He just couldn't find anyone practicing hands before, so Lao Zi waited to be his sandbag. The two collided once again, and the huge force caused the air to oscillate into a ripple and disperse toward the surroundings. The ground was directly shattered under the footsteps of the two. You know, this is where Jin Yang lives. The bottom is not mud, but solid rock, but even so, it is directly broken. Is it blocked? Sure enough, the tail beast is still quite bug. Jin Yang grinned, then his fists rushed towards Lao Zi frantically. A punch was heavier than a punch, and a punch was harder than a punch. Lao Zi didn't have time to react, so he was pressed and beaten by Jin Yang, even hard to fight back. Finally caught an opportunity, blocked Jin Yang's attack with his tail, a pair of paws grabbed it directly, and finally left a little wound on Jin Yang's body, very shallow, like a few scratches caught by a cat. Hiss, what kind of defense is this? I'm in a state of tail beastization, and I just scratched his skin. Lao Zi took a breath, is it so scary? But at this moment the sun has begun to slowly rise. After a burst of golden energy flashed from the wound that had just been caught by Lao Zi, the wound began to heal quickly. Although it would not disappear directly, it was also fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Take me another punch. Jin Yang's body became stronger. With this punch, Lao Zi found that he had been evenly matched, but now he flew out again. Jin Yang's strength skyrocketed a lot in an instant. Now that the sun is completely out, Jin Yang wants to become stronger again, so he needs to wait for an hour or two to slowly rise up, but the more he goes back, the more terrifying his strength, and Lao Zi becomes Jin again. The sandbag in Yang's hand was brutally beaten by the society, it was a miserable one. Chapter 10 Lao Zi is about to close up Seeking Collection. It's really a little monster. It seems that Oyemu didn't talk nonsense, but it's too early to beat me. Let's go back and practice for a few years. As Lao Zi said, he entered the second state directly. At this moment, instead of wearing a red bubble coat, he became a small beast, just like the state of Naruto Four Tails. The same is true for Lao Zi. There are also four tails. But he can retain his sanity, or he can be completely tailed beastly. Of course, his complete tail beastization is not yet complete, and he can't fully erupt the fighting power of four tails. After entering the second state, all aspects of Lao Zi's attributes skyrocketed again, and were equal to the current Jin Yang, and there was a vaguely dominant sign between them, and the two were now half a catty. And every attack of lava style is accompanied by lava style, but Jin Yang doesn't care. How does lava style compare with his son? It is directly crushed, so lava style can't bring him even the slightest damage. Time should be almost up. In this way, after almost an hour of fierce fighting, Oyemu also glanced at the sun in the sky. At this moment, Jin Yang in the field, his combat power skyrocketed again, and even his body began to emit some golden light. The second round is over, the unmerciful sun. In front of Jin Yang, a fireball that looked like a small sun suddenly appeared. The temperature of the flame caused the surrounding air to be distorted, and the rock was burnt and cracked. Jin Yang did not hesitate, and threw the sun out. The merciless sun can barely be used now, but as time goes by, using this trick again, the power will become stronger and stronger. This sun instantly hits Lao Zi's body and directly touches Lao Zi's body. Blasted into the lake where Jin Yang lived. Arrogantly burst. With a pinch of his right hand, the little sun exploded in an instant, and a huge golden ball of light burst out of the lake. The surrounding water was directly evaporated, and there was also Lao Zi's screams, but this kind of screams it didn't last long before a huge monster rushed out of the golden ball of light. The Lao Zi at this moment has completely turned into the state of four tails. Read more at fictionzone.net. What kind of monster did you provoke? If it hadn't been completely tailed just in time, even if you were immortal, you would have peeled off. At this moment, in Lao Zi's inner world, Four Tails was also a little shocked. That kind of attack was indeed too strong, almost cold. It's Oyemu's apprentice. This kid is really a monster. In that state, it's still getting stronger, and it's forced me to be completely beast. Where did Oyemu find such a little monster? Lao Zi was also in a cold sweat at the moment. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he was indeed immortal and seriously injured, which was really terrifying. Are you completely beastly tailed? Let's go on, the unmerciful sun. X10. 10 little suns appeared around Jin Yang this time, rushing towards the huge Four Tails. Lao Zi and Four Tails who saw this scene almost didn't stare at them. Lava-style Huaguoshan. In a hurry, Lao Zi started the Huaguo mountain, and a huge lava appeared at his feet. It spewed wildly into the sky and detonated the small sun released by Jin Yang. In an instant, an explosion that was 10 times more violent than before appeared. And Lao Zi also took this opportunity to leave her position abruptly. Watching the 10 small suns bursting out, Lao Zi felt that her calves were a little weak at the moment. This kind of attack was enough for one attack, but she let it out in one breath. 10 times, it's not called people. Old Zi, stop, you are not Jin Yang's opponent. Jin Yang, you should leave here as soon as possible, and come back after noon. On seeing this scene, Oyemu came over in time to stop, and there was no need to continue the fight. Although neither side had reached the limit, but no matter how far he went, Jin Yang continued to grow stronger, so Lao Zi would not have to play. I see, it's really meaningless at all, I'm leaving now. After Jin Yang used his feet to leave a big hole on the ground again, people pierced the sky like a sharp arrow and disappeared into everyone's sight. The current time, calculated by the hour, has just passed almost 9 o'clock. After seeing Jin Yang leave, Lao Zi, who was relieved, returned to his human form, but the cold sweat on his head had not completely faded. What the hell is going on with this kid? What happened just now? Lao Zi asked in a cold sweat, but he still didn't mean to respect Oyemu, just asking about it. On this, Oyemu was too lazy to say anything and got used to it. That kid's power was awakened a few years ago. It changes with the change of the sun. The stronger it is at noon, but it can't be controlled after noon, and it is even more terrifying at noon, so the old man, after he broke out for the first time, he was quarantined and his students were accepted as old husbands. According to the current time, even if you fully explode the power of Four Tails, you will last for a while at most. The old man is not his opponent. I have seen that power at noon, even if he keeps on restriction, control, but the old man will feel a sense of fear at a glance, so now you know why the old man says he is the key to winning. Lao Zi is his own person and a high-level person, so Oyemu didn't mean to hide it, but Lao Zi just swallowed his saliva. How long did he hold it? Now it's a long time before noon, it's really noon, then it's okay. With such power, why let me follow him? It is really dangerous, maybe he is protecting me. Lao Zi felt terrified and didn't understand Oyemu's decision. It would be great if it was that simple. It changes with time. It is invincible during the day, but it is indeed weak at night. His strength at night is just a Chunin level who is more proficient in illusion, so you need your protection. Oyemu turned over a big Byakugan directly. Jin Yang didn't have much fighting power at night, and Jin Yang only practiced physique and illusion. He was speechless, but the strongest illusion family was not in Rock Shinobi, but Jin Yang said it was for noon. It's time for hypnosis to let yourself fall asleep. If it's someone else, maybe it will be burned to death by his power if it gets closer. So Oyemu didn't say much. It was indeed a big problem. After hearing this, Lao Ziyi was also full of speechlessness. Feelings. This is a limited and invincible strong man. At night, he is equal to a weak chicken. I finally know why Jin Yang said yesterday that he would wait until this morning to learn from each other. It turned out to be here waiting for him. Chapter 11 Go to the Battlefield Seeking Collection. Little monster, do you really have no fighting power at night? In the evening, Jin Yang came back, and his body had recovered to the state where he had just begun to explode, and his breath was still weakening. After night fell, his body had completely turned into the weak scum form of the night. Of course, there is a price for a powerful force. You can get such a powerful force without any price. Do you believe it? Do you think it is reasonable? Once Jin Yang turned Byakugan, why didn't he believe it? But at this moment, although Jin Yang looks extremely speechless on the outside, he is very happy in his heart. After a fight with Lao Ziyi just now, she did not expect to actually judge Lao Ziyi as an enemy because of his great hostility. So his power control has changed from 1% to 2%. Although the increase was small, Jin Yang was quite satisfied. It took him a few years to master that 1%, and now he has mastered 2%. This 2% of combat power is also sufficient. Let him explode in the night, the kind of combat power that the sun has just shown, that is, the kind of combat power of Lao Zi's first state. However, Jin Yang still decided to keep one hand, not to use this power at night as a last resort. He is now looking forward to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, whether it is Killer Bee or the future 4th Reikage or the current 3rd Reikage and Reikage assistants, each of them is strong, and he will not be polite with these people. Of course he has not forgotten his purpose, the Senjua family, but he can't speak yet. When the Senjua family is desperate, and during this period, he still needs to brush up on the Senjua family's favorability and dig slowly. Even if I have experienced it myself, I still can't believe it, but why don't you hurry during the day? Isn't it faster during the day? Lao Ziyi asked somewhat puzzledly. During the day? I can, but can you keep up? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang looked at Lao Ziyi with a foolish expression. If it was daytime, he would catch up with a burst, but Lao Ziyi couldn't keep up with him at all, and even if they could barely catch up, once it was noon, what's up? So it's better to go on the road at night. He needs to rest during the day. In a resting state, the power of the sun will not be too strong. After hearing Jin Yang's answer, Lao Ziyi twitched the corners of her mouth and didn't say anything in the end. Similarly, Four Tails in Lao Zi's body was also wondering where did this extremely terrifying guy jump from? Where does this power come from? They have known about the strongest power in the world, Sage of Six Paths and his mother, 10 Tails, and so on. But if you really follow Onaki's words, then does it mean that Jin Yang can be the same as before when it enters noon? Does Sage of Six Paths contend? This is the real horror. In the end, Four Tails can only attribute Jin Yang's power to the power of this world. Before Tsutsuki Kagaya came, Sage Art already existed. At that time, natural energy was natural energy, not natural chakra, but it was changed later. Even Sage of Six Paths took advantage of this power and his brother's power to finally seal Tsutsuki Kagaya. So he couldn't figure out where this power came from, he could only attribute it to natural energy, but he wouldn't tell Lao Ziyi about these things. This was the secret of their tail beast. In this way, Jin Yang and others lived the day and night, catching up with the large troops in front of them all the way. After all, A large force is a large number of ninjas acting together, but Jin Yang and the others are acting in a small group, with stronger mobility. This time Onoki was also a little moved after listening to Danzo's words. Defeating Cloud Shinobi was another large sum of money. He also had an alliance with Konoha. Later, he could get some resources from the defeated countries. Why not? And he also followed Jin Yang's suggestion and sent tens of thousands of ninjas to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Only some troops were left in the village just in case, but as far as Rock Shinobi is located, no one can separate it. Large-scale troops came to attack Rock Shinobi. Konoha was busy fighting in many ways, and he certainly didn't dare to attack his allies. Sand Shinobi's fight against Konoha is extremely difficult. No force can attack Rock Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi's force is also limited to the main battlefield. Therefore, the rear of Rock Shinobi can be said to sit back and relax, as long as it is to prevent being out of food. After the army came to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield and set up camp, the leader of the Senju clan met with Tsuchikage's assistant Iwagage, Iwagakure's Tsuchikage assistant, and his strength reached the shadow level, but he is not too young, and he is the same as Onoki. Generation. That's why Rock Shinobi can say that there are a lot of problems. After the generation of Onoki, there is no way to get it. In the later generation, almost no film level is reached. At most, it is the elite Jonin, and there is almost no Yuzening. In the later period and Sand Shinobi is incomparable. Now the older generation can still carry some, but not everyone is as strong as Onoki, and it's hard to come up with talents, such as Deidara, whose explosion is art. As a result, this product is still a lunatic. The explosion is all day long. Art, and then another fault appeared in the middle, which made Rock Shinobi unable to explode in the later stage. Your Excellency Iwega, our opponent is Cloud Shinobi. Although Cloud Shinobi is not in third Raikage, there are 8 Tails Jinkriki and Raikage to assist these powerful players, and the son of third Raikage is also very strong, but we don't seem to be opponents. I don't know. Where did Lord Zi from your village go? At this moment, the person in charge of the Senju clan is also a bit speechless. Although Rock Shinobi has tens of thousands of people in one breath, he feels that it is not bad, but what about the high-end combat power? Just a movie-class powerhouse, and another 5 Tails Jinkriki who is still a kid? How to play this? How old is the current class? 10-something children, even Jinkriki, can have the power of Jonin or even the elite Jonin, but they have more high-end combat power. You don't have to worry too much. Lao Zi and the others have their own missions, and we don't want to be defeated. After all, there is no benefit to a defeated country, so you don't have to worry. In this battle, Rock Shinobi still has mine. Iwaya is also Tsuchikage's assistant anyway. Onoki told him about Jin Yang, but Jin Yang is only responsible for dealing with high-end combat power. Old Zi will act with Jin Yang. Of course, he also knows the plan of digging the wall. Onoki's order to him was to protect the Senju family as much as possible. Onoki continued to communicate with Danzo. Then he would get a little more evidence for them to see and take them directly. Chapter 12 – Depressed Other Shinobu Village Seeking Collection. Not to mention Rock Shinobi and Konoha, but Cloud Shinobi on the other side is extremely puzzled. Does this Onoki eat too much to support it? What good is it for us to start him? He even formed an alliance with Konoha. The future 4th Raikage AI looked puzzled. He was originally a violent temper. After learning that Rock Shinobi had become Konoha's ally, and blocked the way of his own and others, he broke out and felt that Onoki was just one. Neurosis. Now everyone's goal is Konoha. Only Onoki directly joined forces with Konoha, and completely blocked them Cloud Shinobi. It's hard to get in from one village to another without accident. They face Rock Shinobi didn't dare to say that he could win. Especially once Sohiki takes a shot by himself, Chen Dun is a bug in a bug. The defense they are proud of is useless at all. Only speed and attack can be used as a starting point, but Ohaki flies in the sky to zoom in on the move, so this is even more uncomfortable. Onoji is smarter than anyone. Since he made this decision, it means he must have some confidence. This time it seems that the possibility of wanting to win Rock Shinobi quickly is not high. I hope Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi can resist Konoha's pressure. Raikage's assistant is also depressed, but no matter how depressed, there is no way. Who said Onoki is teaming up with Konoha? In the past, Onoki would not be the first to do it, but every time he took advantage of it, Konoha was the happiest, but this time he swept away the previous state and directly joined hands with Konoha. It made Cloud Shinobi's executives almost depressed. Of course, the depressed people are not only the executives of Cloud Shinobi, but also the executives of Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. If Konoha hits 4, he is definitely not an opponent, but 1 hits 3. It should still be reluctant. As for 1 on 2, it's really hard to say. Sand Shinobi's strength is weak. Although there is still Mist Shinobi against Konoha, 2-line combat, but Konoha's hard strength lies here, so it's very tricky to say. In fact, they should be fortunate that the summoning sacred place like Mount Maiboku will not participate in this kind of war. The most is that Jiraiya can use a few of them with 1 word, but if you want the real combat power of Mount Maiboku to help, you can say no. Realistic. Otherwise, the 3 holy sites will intervene and Konoha can easily win the war with 1 pick. Of course, among the villages at this moment, Sand Shinobi is the most anxious. Luo Xia thought he would be the first to fight, and he could attract other villages to fight Konoha directly. After all, Konoha itself is the strongest, and the geographical location also allows the characters to spear. Just caught in the midst of everyone, who wouldn't you hit? Read more at fictionzone.net. Both Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi acted on Konoha as he thought, but Rock Shinobi also suddenly got into an alliance with Konoha, which made Luoxia's scalp numb. The situation of the original large size was so affected by Onoki. Once mixed, it becomes messy, and the advantages become disadvantages. How is the situation now? Luo Xia looked at the people in the tent with a headache and asked. I'm not very optimistic. Although my poison can work, and Konoha's Katsuya girl is not there. Orochimaru is also a master of poison and it is difficult to deal with. After Rock Shinobi and Konoha alliance, Konoha's offensive the more ferocious, and if this continues, even if we can delay for a few years, we will undoubtedly lose. Cho and Ilao are also Sand Shinobi's main combat power at the moment, but they are good at using poisons, and it is difficult to encounter Orochimaru, because Orochimaru is also good at using poisons, and has a lot of research on poisons, so even without Tsunade, the poison is also difficult to play a big role. Moreover, Orochimaru is one of the 3 ninjas with strong strength. Since the war with Sand Shinobi broke out first, Namikaze Minato is also here. Namikaze Minato in this period is also a real movie-level powerhouse. With Flying Thunder God, it can be said that Minato alone can pick 3 of them, plus an Orochimaru, and the cooperation of Konoha's major families, Sand Shinobi can be said to be a bit miserable to be suppressed. If it weren't for Mist Shinobi's attack, causing Jiraiya to be separated, they might be crushed directly, but even so, the situation is quite bad. That BD Onoki, hold on for now and send someone to Rock Shinobi to persuade Onoki to counterattack Konoha. There was no other way for Luoxia. There was originally a Jinchuriki, but Konoha also had it, and it was also from 9 Tails, and their Jinchuriki was so old that he couldn't even participate in the battle, so he called it unhappy. There is almost no usable combat power, and one person can pick a few of them. If it weren't for things like war that could not be played by one person, they would have lost directly. Now Luoxia can only rely on Onoki to change his mind and act on Konoha, so that they will have a chance of life. It is estimated that even Ohaki and Jinyang did not expect that an alliance with Konoha would involve so many things. Now Rock Shinobi has become the target of everyone, and it has become the key point of the Third Ninja War. At the same time, in a dark cave, this is the hiding place of Uchiha Madara. The little devil in Libra has some brains. It turned out to be the key to victory in the Third Ninja World War, but these are not important. How did I let you do things? Uchiha Madara asked, and then white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. There is no way, Lord Madara, the news of the Uchiha clan is good, but Rock Shinobi, whoever is close to white Zetsu, is dead, so there is no information. That guy can detect ours. Exist. So far, we can only grasp that he is very strong, but there is no specific information at all. White Zetsu is also very desperate. They are all over the ninja world. Uchiha Madara relies on them to master everything, but when the sun bursts, Jin Yang can clearly perceive the malicious surroundings and kill White Zetsu. And although White Zetsu can approach at night, it will be wiped out by Jin Yang as soon as the day comes, and there is no chance to pass the information back. The changes of Jin Yang and Rock Shinobi are what Uchiha Madara pays most attention to, especially Jin Yang. The more unable to grasp, the more curious Uchiha Madara is, but he has no way of doing anything, and he cannot act on his own. Awkward. So he has always wanted to investigate Jin Yang's intelligence, but like other villages, he has been caught blindly. Chapter 13, Excavation of the Corner-Seeking Collection. There is no way, just stare at the battlefield. Now that the ninja war has broken out, this kind of information will soon flow out. You continue to pay attention to the Uchiha clan now. I need someone who replaces me to complete the plan. Although Uchiha Madara was curious and doubtful, he knew nothing about it when it was useless, so he simply diverted his attention, stared at his family, and found a spokesperson. On the other side, on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, the war has already begun, but this is not the kind of simple two people on both sides. One charge is over, there are not many ninjas, and the total number of people on both sides is only more than 20,000. But once more than 20,000 fights, it will be much more terrifying than millions of ordinary people. The ninjas' war is even more straightforward. For example, directly intercepting people's food, sneak attacks, etc. It is almost impossible to play a confrontation between the two armies. Although Konoha has few people, they can't stay out of the matter, so they too need to perform tasks. Jin Yang just stared at this point and let people follow them. When they are in danger, they help to get a wave of favorability, and then tell them Danzo's plan against them. By the way, let Danzo work hard behind them. It's totally okay. They don't want it. It should be the easiest to pit and then conquer. However, after Cloud Shinobi arrived here, there was no movement at all, and there was no intention to fight. Instead, an envoy was sent to Rock Shinobi to negotiate and plan to counterattack with Rock Shinobi. Konoha. Regarding this, Jin Yang said that these muscular men are not brainless, but rather brainy. Don't look at each of them as muscular, but they have real and authentic tactics in their minds. However, Iwega refused directly, or in front of the Senju family. In this regard, the people of Cloud Shinobi were very helpless. It is now a thankless stage, but there is no other choice, so that it can only be played, and now it belongs to the arrow on the string to have to send it. At this moment, the two sides used their own means. In the next month, they were assassinated and attacked. Anyway, they did everything, and both sides had casualties. The Senju clan is the same. They are sent as Konoha. Of course, they also have to contribute, but wars cannot be without casualties. After several collisions, the Senju family simply shrank. Their number was too small, and they are now uncomfortable to death, but in order not to light up themselves, they can only retract back and ask for help in the village, but the village, because of Danzo, it was impossible to send reinforcements. Almost, this time is enough. Senior Zi, please send a letter to Senior Yanya. The old man's letters have been passed over, and some of our forgeries are enough to make them desperate. Yes, by the way, the people sent by Danzo have already arrived. You can use this guy appropriately. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang couldn't help but smiled and said, "This wave can almost be dug directly. Danzo sent people over just in case, and these people will be the key point." Lao Ziyi also knew what Jin Yang and the others were planning to do. To be honest, he still felt a little unbelievable. He never thought that these guys were actually planning to dig the corner of Konoha, or dig the veteran level. But this was the decision of Onaki and Jin Yang, and he didn't bother to care, and passed the news directly to Iwaya. That night, Yunya directly approached the current person in charge of the Senju clan. "Is there anything wrong with such a Hokage assistant, who came to see me so late?" At night, Iwaya suddenly found him, and there was no battle plan. This made the head of the Senju clan a little trapped. He is one of the few remaining elite Jainin of the Senju clan, Senju Shugwang. "There is a reason for coming to see you so late, please take a look at these things." Speaking of Iwaya, I handed Danzo's letter to Onaki to Senju Shugwang, and the content of Onaki's involvement in this incident was removed. They were all evidence that Danzo planned to act on the Senju clan. How is it possible that the BD Danzo dared to do something to the Senju clan? No, it is impossible. He is a disciple of Master second generation, how could he do something to us? This is the conspiracy of your rock shinobi. At this moment, Senju Shugwang was frightened and angry. He didn't believe that Danzo would do anything to them. Instead, he felt that this was rock shinobi's conspiracy. "Since I have handed these things to you, I will definitely prove that this is Danzo's conspiracy. You Senju people are too arrogant, so you can't see the situation completely. I think you should be interested in these things." As I said, Iwaya took out some more things. These things show that Danzo dug the graves of first generation and second generation. Senju Iwaya before the Senju clan was also a ghost of Danzo. The same thing was placed in front of them. These things are only written in writing, so you don't believe us and we don't have much to say. You Senju are still in the village. You can send someone back to see the tomb of first Hokage, but you'd better be careful. One point, after all, Danzo will not let you investigate. Whether it is Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they plan to do it on you. Otherwise, you won't be sent here. You should have thought about it yourself. You guys, sent here, even if you die, it's our rock shinobi who has the final say. They know they will send you back. Why is this? Anyway, I put it here. You can figure it out. If you want to investigate or something, you can do it yourself. I just want to say that Konoha doesn't want to see another strong man from your Senju clan, but we at Rock Shinobi are different. We at Rock Shinobi like talents, and we are not as dark as Konoha. I will stop here today. Even if you want to leave, there is no problem. Rock Shinobi can send someone to escort you back to Konoha, and you can even call for help at any time." After speaking, Yunya left, and all these things stayed here. It is not easy to dig the foot of the wall. Jin Yang also knows that it is impossible to convince the other party in a few words, so there are some things that must be done slowly. Now I told them these things, which made them feel suspicious about their village, and this thought will continue to enlarge over time, because these things are not made by Rock Shinobi, but real things. In this way, no matter how stupid the Senju family is, they will react a little bit, and they will be able to absorb it slowly. Chapter 14 Senju Shugwang's decision. Please collect. One night, after Iwaya left, Senju Shugwang has been in a state of anxiety. He is now very doubtful whether Konoha really intends to abandon them. One night, he thought about a lot of things. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, Senju the life of the family seems to be difficult indeed, and they seem to be at the forefront in every battle. And Senju Shugwang also discovered one thing, that is, the mission records over the years. It seems that the missions performed by the Senju clan have the highest mortality rate. When he thinks about this, he can't help but feel excited. Damn, if it's true, Shimura Dans and Sarutobi Hiruzen are going to destroy our Senju clan, no, you must tell Master Tsunade about this. Senju Shugwang's face is getting more and more ugly now. He needs some information, such as the mission records of the Senju family over the years. These things are all in the village. In addition, he needs to determine whether the body of first generation has really been stolen. If all this is true, then he thinks Rock Shinobi's words should be inseparable. Thinking of this, Senju Shugwang quickly left his tent and found Iwaya. In the materials from yesterday, there are some explanations that Danzo's people are here now, monitoring them, so he can only ask for Iwaya's help. He is also taking a gamble now, he can't leave, and even no one of his clan can leave openly, so he can only ask Iwaya for help. If Rock Shinobi really intends to befriend them, then this time it can also be seen. And as Yunya said, there is no need to pit them at all. Their current situation is a real dead end. It is a hell if hundreds of people can run away in front of tens of thousands of people. In desperation, Senju Shugwang could only make the last choice and gamble. He found Iwaya and told Iwaya of his thoughts. He needed to send someone to leave here, but after leaving here, this person it can't be found. Although Shadow Clone can be used, it will be easily seen through. We can only ask Rock Shinobi for help, and let Rock Shinobi pass his message to Tsunade. This is a big bet, but it is also the last way. Iwaya agreed to this in one bite, and then sent someone to deliver the things to the place where Tsunade was. Although Tsunade left Konoha, her whereabouts have never been not a secret. Even said it is quite transparent. After a while, Rock Shinobi's Jainin finally found Tsunade, but at this moment Tsunade is alone, without Shizune by his side. Konoha who died in World War II and Tsunade left because of this, but Shizune became Chunin at the age of 13. After leaving Konoha, it is impossible to be promoted to Chunin casually, so Shizune should be taken away by Tsunade later, personal opinion, just to explain, so as not to be misunderstood by others, saying that I scribbled or something. After meeting Rock Shinobi's people, Tsunade was also a little confused, but after Rock Shinobi's Jainin handed the letter to Tsunade, Tsunade's face changed. Read more at fictionzone.net. After meditation for a while. Summoning technique. Tsunade directly summoned a small Katsuyu, and gave the small Katsuyu to this Jainin from Rock Shinobi. Although he has panicemia, he can hold it a little bit, just use the technique. But even so, her face was pale for a while, and this fear was indeed terrible. Thank you for giving this Katsuyu to Senju Shugwang. It is impossible for Tsunade to trust Rock Shinobi directly, so he gave this Katsuyu. On the one hand, it is convenient to contact, on the other hand, it is to confirm the authenticity of this letter, and Katsuyu cannot deceive Tsunade. As for the loose Rock Shinobi ninja, although he doesn't know what the high-level guys are going to do, he will do it as soon as he has a task. This is the most basic point of a ninja, so he also brought Katsuyu back directly. There is a lot of time. This period of time was nothing short of torture for Senju, until he saw this little Katsuyu, he was relieved, and then he told Tsunade everything he knew. At this moment, Tsunade was also dull after hearing these words. If Rock Shinobi didn't talk nonsense, then her grandfather's tomb should have been dug up by now, and even the corpse was taken directly for experimentation. So Tsunade's face is also extremely ugly. He needs to go back to make sure that the truth of the matter, if it is true, she really does not know how to face third generation. At the same time, Tsunade and Shugwang's decision were made clear by Rock Shinobi. Then there will be a good show. The character of Tsunade, after confirming that the Senju family has been targeted and his grandfather's grave has been dug up, he will definitely find trouble with Danzo, but the third generation will definitely mess in the middle, and Danzo too. I won't let go of a Tsunade with phobia, almost I should leave too. Jin Yang asked Onoji to dispatch some ninjas and made some disguise. He removed all the Rock Shinobi marks on his body, dressed like Naniwa, and dispatched to Konoha. Danzo's character, because Tsunade was almost abandoned before, and because of the fear of Blood Ninja who played with a woolen ninja, and his own teacher, he didn't do anything to Tsunade, but Tsunade touched a thunder, he would definitely do it. At that time, Jin Yang will give another wave of support, and Tsunade will be able to dig up 80%, let alone the Senju clan. All of this is in his calculations at will. Now he is waiting for information. If necessary, he feels that he can send out once to wipe out Danzo's people. Danzo doesn't know who did it, and then let him the Senju clan on the battlefield suspended animation once, what a simple technique. The old man only hated Onoji, but now the old man hates you too. Lao Ziai, who knew everything had gone through, was also a little bit shy. He played Konoha as a monkey. Jin Yang didn't want to be too perverted, and not only this brain, but also the strength. He was not afraid of strength. He was just a rash, but the long-brained man is the most terrifying, so he is also a little bit timid now. Jin Yang is too terrifying. You can't hate it, it's all for the sake of the village, and it's useless if you hate it. Jin Yang flipped a Byakugan. No matter how old Zi hates it, it's useless. They are all for the village. When this one is put out, Lao Zi said it's useless to break the big sky. This is just standing on the righteousness. That's why I hate you two more. Lao Zi said helplessly again. He really didn't like this pair of masters and disciples. One was more insidious than the other, and the other was shameless by the means, but it happened that people were all for the sake of the village. He really had a toothache. Jin Yang didn't care about this at all. Lao Zi told the truth that it was dispensable, and he didn't care either. After all, his fighting power lies here, but let a Jinkriki leave the village, he thinks it's better to forget it, it's unnecessary. Chapter 15 Tsunade, who is completely disappointed in Konoha for collection. Jin Yang sent people to stare at Konoha's movements. Strictly speaking, there is no need to send people there. After all, there are no other village spies in any village, but just in case, they still sent more. People can't make mistakes in the past. Although he has also gone, what he needs is other people's intelligence to determine the location of Tsunade at the first time. Tsunade is the key to digging the wall this time. On the other side, after Tsunade had communicated with Senju Shugwang, he returned to Konoha very simply. Originally, it should be a good thing for her to return to Konoha, but after Tsunade returned, he gave his grandfather's grave directly to him. After digging, I found that it was empty inside, and even no one else meant to pretend. In fact, Danzo would not have thought that Tsunade, the granddaughter of first generation, would plan his grandfather's grave, so there is no pretense at all. The real thing inside is empty, even the grave of second generation is empty. Of first generation dug them, and second generation is no exception. Danzo is ruthless enough that even the Senju clan intends to exterminate them, let alone dig his own teacher's grave, and he is truly the most angry with his own teacher. His own teacher gave the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen instead of him. Although he did have a problem at that time, in his opinion, this shouldn't happen. So when I dug my teacher's grave, I didn't feel any guilt at all. And Tsunade, who found that his two grandfathers' graves were empty, was also extremely angry, and then checked the mission records. It turned out that the casualty rate of the Senju clan was even higher than that of civilian ninjas, not just some high-risk tasks, even some simple tasks will kill people. This bloody record stimulated Tsunade's nerves, and her final sanity was directly cut off. So Tsunade broke into Sarutobi Hiruzen's office very simply, and smashed the third-generation office directly without giving face. Tsunade? What are you doing? I knew that after Tsunade came back, I was going to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen of Tsunade. I saw that Tsunade directly hammered his door so shamelessly, it was worth it. Stop talking nonsense and explain to me, where are the corpses of my grandfather and second grandfather? What's wrong with this one? Tsunade directly smashed the task record in her hand on the table of third generation. She also knew that it was definitely not only Danzo, but also the trace of her own teacher. So now she was angry that she didn't even call the teacher. After hearing Tsunade's words, third generation felt a bit in his heart. He knew a little bit about this matter, but he didn't take care of it. As long as it was not exposed, he would not care. How could he think of what Tsunade was going crazy? When he came back, he digs out the graves of his ancestors, and in his heart he scolded Danzo to death. Read more at fictionzone.net. You calm down first and tell me what is going on first. Third generation said something that he thought was ridiculous. How could he not know this kind of thing? Still playing stupid. What's a joke? My grandfather's and second grandfather's tombs are all sealed with powerful sealing technique, and besides the sealing technique, there are also pre-warning techniques. Now they are all gone. You told me you didn't know? You? He really is my good teacher. Tsunade, who originally had some hope in his heart, is now completely disappointed with third generation. It is like the grave of Uchiha Madara's dummy, with seals everywhere, and the same is true for the corpses of first generation and second generation. So if third generation says I don't know, it's pure nonsense. How do you deal with this matter? Konoha, only Danzo can do this kind of thing, and is capable of doing this kind of thing. You must give us an explanation for the Senju clan. Tsunade growled angrily. I will give you an explanation for the Senju clan, but now the third ninja war has broken out. Konoha is in a disadvantaged state, and after this war is over, I will give you an explanation. Third generation can only use a procrastination tactic, procrastinate, and then slowly solve it. What a war, teacher, this is the last time I call you teacher, this village is really disgusting. Tsunade also slammed the door straight out. He was already extremely disappointed with Konoha, and even had an idea of leaving the village directly. He wanted to find Danzo to get the body back, but she couldn't do it. She has phobias and went to Danzo. There was no hope at all, so she could only put hope on her companions, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Now only these two people can give her some help. As for waiting until the war is over, she is not an idiot. When the war is over, they will give her 2 bones and say that these are the first generation and second generation. What can she say? Can the Senju family survive that time? Don't be annihilated at that time. Disappointed, Tsunade did not forget another purpose of her this time, to find her last relative, Shizuan, and then take him away. The time has not yet reached the time of Naruto's birth, so Shizuan is still a genin. She was taken away by Tsunade, who was not even Chunin, because Shizuan had something to do with Tsunade. Otherwise, she would have been a cannon fodder on the battlefield. After all, Shizuan's talent was a little worse than others. But Tsunade has been in trouble for so long, the old fox Danzo already knew about it. Where did this woman get the news? Suddenly dug the graves of her ancestors, but a strong man with fear of blood, then he is not a strong man. Danzo naturally knows about Tsunade's panicemia. People in other villages cannot get such information, but Danzo in the same village can easily grasp such information. After knowing that Tsunade had left Konoha, he sent someone to follow Tsunade directly. Tsunade is now a bit ruining his plan, so he would not be polite and send someone to intercept Tsunade on the road. As long as he sees blood, Tsunade can't beat even a child. Danzo is also cruel, not even letting go of his teacher's granddaughter, and Tsunade just left with Shizuan and was overtaken by Danzo's people. Tsunade didn't expect Danzo to be so cruel, so he sent someone to assassinate him. It's really for my own purposes, by all means. Damn Danzo! Looking at the ninjas surrounding him and Shizuan, Tsunade's teeth were about to be broken, and he really dared to do it. He was extremely disappointed with Konoha, and now he has directly given up his mind, even she will not let it go. What future is there in this village? Tsun. Master Tsunade, what shall we do now? As a genin, Shizuan has experienced such an impact. How far out of the village he was attacked? Please ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket, ask for a monthly pass, ask for... Forget it, don't ask for a reward. Chapter 16 Timely Rescue Seeking Collection. With such a few people wanting to kill me, Danzo is really getting better and better. Although Tsunade didn't admit defeat at all, she was anxious in her heart. She had panic attacks. Once she started, she would have to kneel down in minutes. She is also bravado and intends to frighten these people away. But then Tsunade's pupils shrank, because the people who surrounded them collectively took out small bottles one by one, and then poured them on themselves. They were filled with blood, and the blood was dripping on them, making Tsunade instantly terrified. At the extreme, he just sat on the ground, couldn't beat the slightest energy, and trembled all over. Sure enough, the old boy Danzo didn't let me down, and it's not in vain for me to make a special trip. At this moment, Jin Yang is also watching this scene. Although it is already afternoon, he still has no problem dealing with some genin. It is not easy to kill in seconds. He is also just in case. Tsunade is the most critical link. If there is any problem in this link, it won't work, so Jin Yang felt a little unsafe after sending some people over, so it was better to take a trip by himself. Be safe, and not be exposed. After all, he wants to dig not only the Senjua family, but also other families, so he can't just fall out with Konoha directly. Even after the solicitation, the Senjua family must hide it. A good way is to hide such a small number of people in the form of suspended animation. It shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, Danzo would never have thought that Rock Shinobi cooperated with him entirely to hollow out Konoha's old bottom, and he is still immersed in his own Naruto dream. After seeing that Tsunade thought that the blood had caused the total loss of combat effectiveness, Jin Yang also knew that it was his turn to take action, and that he would take action early, and now his combat effectiveness will continue to weaken as time goes by. With a loud noise, smashed the ground under his feet, Jin Yang rushed into the sky, and then, like a huge fireball, it slammed directly in front of the group of people. Above the ground, a huge pothole was smashed out by Jin Yang, filled with smoke. What the hell happened? The group of root organizations Anbu surrounding Tsunade were all startled by such a big movement, and they all looked at the smoky place in front of them vigilantly. Don't worry about what it is, finish the task in front of you before talking. Another Anbu rushed towards Tsunade, and the other Anbu also rushed past. They are now task-oriented. You guys, anyhow, I also played in this way, so it seems bad for you to ignore me like this. As soon as the roots started their hands, a full of breath came into their ears, and then an Anbu turned into a cannonball and disappeared in everyone's eyes, and the forest on the other side appeared to be a huge one. I don't know how far the traces spread, read more at fictionzone.net. Home run. At this moment, Jin Yang has appeared in front of Tsunade and Shizuan. Although Jin Yang is only 10 years old, he thinks that because of the power of the sun, he is now more than 2 meters tall. He is a purely muscular man. Looking at Anbu who was blasted directly by himself, Jin Yang was also quite satisfied. Before the other Anbu recovered, Jin Yang took a fist and cleaned out most of the Anbu. Now Jin Yang is a humanoid beast. With more terrifying power than Tsunade. No, go. Seeing such a scene, where the remaining 2 or 3 members of the organization dare to stay and run desperately, Jin Yang will not give them this opportunity. The power of the sun forms 3 golden flame spears, 1 spear and 1 spear. Directly nailed to death. Get the job done. In less than half a minute, a group of ninjas besieging Tsunade were completely wiped out by Jin Yang. Senjua Tsunade, one of the 3 dignified ninjas, will get a weird disease like phobia, which is really speechless, but this is not a place to talk, let's go. Jin Yang directly hugged one in one hand, moved his feet, rushed into the sky again, and shot towards the distance. After leaving the bloody environment, Tsunade finally recovered. As for Shizuan, he was already shocked by Jin Yang's horror. "Who on earth are you?" Tsunade looked at Jin Yang with a complicated expression. He was rescued by a stranger. The most ridiculous thing was that he was besieged by people in his own village and then saved by others. Is there anything more ironic than this? It's not easy to explain for the time being. I don't have much time left, so in the meantime, stay away from here as much as possible. Jin Yang was already standing on his own little sun at this moment. After rushing to the sky, he released a little sun, blazing towards the distance at an incredible speed, but in order to take into account what he was holding these two, so the speed has slowed down a lot. Otherwise, at the speed of his movement under his full strength, that would be truly terrifying. And Tsunade was a little confused. What Jin Yang said about time is running out, she didn't understand until Jin Yang had run for a few hours when the sun had completely set. When I first met Jin Yang's horrible muscles and momentum could be overwhelming, but now Jin Yang is not much different from a 10-year-old kid, and looks normal. The height also retracted. Tsunade, who looked at it, was stunned. "Introduce myself. My name is Jin Yang. I come from Rock Shinobi. I am a disciple of Hokage. I know everything about the Cloud Shinobi battlefield before. So just in case, I just walked there, but I didn't expect it to be dignified." One of Tsunade still has the symptom of fear of blood. "Are you really a medical ninja?" Although Jin Yang knew a lot about things, it was impossible to tell them directly. "Hokage's apprentice? I don't need you to take care of my affairs, but how old are you? And that kind of power just now?" Tsunade was very puzzled. After knowing that Jin Yang was Rock Shinobi's person, she didn't know why she breathed a sigh of relief, as if Rock Shinobi was no longer an enemy. "It's about 10 years old. As for the strength just now, if you choose to join us Rock Shinobi, you will naturally tell you, but if you don't join us, then there is nothing to say. Let's give the answer now. Do you want to join us Rock Shinobi? Our sincerity has been enough." Jin Yang asked. "The purpose is to dig the Senju clan, now is the best time. What exactly do you Rock Shinobi want to do? Do you really want our Senju clan to join? You are not afraid of offending Konoha for this?" Tsunade has gone through this time, and she no longer regards herself as Konoha. She also knows that even if she finds Jiraiya and the others, except to bring Jiraiya and the others into this whirlpool, nothing else can be done. But she is still wondering, is it really okay to offend Konoha for the sake of a Senju clan? This sale, no matter how you look at it, is not a good deal. Regarding this, Jin Yang grinned. Tsunade didn't refuse for the first time. It means there is a play, so it depends on how he plays. Ask everyone for your opinion. Regarding Kushina, do you want to dig it? If you want to dig it, you must set it up. Minato and Kushina are not completely good yet, but they are just a stage of good feelings. Anyway, everyone can give an opinion in the book review area, otherwise, I don't know what to do once. Chapter 17, The Meaning of Danzo and Third Generation Seeking Collection. Any ninja village can be eager for talents, and so is Rock Shinobi. Konoha is famous for being dark. He has always put his own people to death. For example, Konoha's White Teeth is a miserable person. A shadow-level powerhouse, the enemy killed on the battlefield was frightened, and he was killed by a fishing boat, and the reason was only because of a failed mission. Since Konoha doesn't cherish the talents of his village, then we can help them. It is impossible for your Senju clan to survive in Konoha. As long as you still exist, it is a hidden danger. Fear of blood, no one cares about you. A shadow-level powerhouse who has problems with blood is not as good as a genin. It's also because you are no longer threatening, so those guys didn't do anything to you, but now Danzo can no longer tolerate your existence. We hope that you will join, and you have given enough sincerity, and in Konoha, there is also the Senju family. People, you don't want to see the innocent people of the Konoha Senju clan being set on fire by Danzo. Jin Yang said the last point. The Senju clan in the village who are not ninjas are now the most troublesome and there is almost no way to save them. Tsunade can only make a decision as soon as possible. When Tsunade heard Jin Yang's words, she felt a little bit in her heart. She had no doubt that those of the Senju clan who were not ninjas would definitely be attacked. Danzo even attacked her, not to mention the people in the village, as long as the Senju clan still exists. That is a huge hidden danger. Help me rescue all the Senju clan in the village. Our Senju clan can join you Rock Shinobi, but the premise is that our Senju clan's freedom must be guaranteed. Tsunade didn't want to be the time when his Senju clan had just left the wolf den and entered the tiger den. Yes, but your thoughts are superfluous. We really want to do it to you. It's too easy. But now those people in your village are a trouble. It's not easy to take them along the road. Jin Yang still has a little headache. How to get the Senju family out of Konoha? If he directly impacts Konoha, he can easily bring Konoha's people out directly, and no matter who is chasing him, he can directly kill him. But with such a play, the plan of digging the wall behind will become more difficult, and the most important thing is to tear up the skin with Danzo. It's not a good idea to tear your face with Danzo now. In Jin Yang's series of plans, whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo is an important point, especially Danzo. Jin Yang also needs him to help the people in his village. The significance of the existence of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a series of analysis, Jin Yang basically came to a conclusion, that is, to force Konoha's strength down. Still not speaking, read more at fictionzone.net. Together, these two people reduced Konoha's combat power crazily, and then was on the same level as other shinobu villages. In fact, problems have already occurred since Senju Hashirama's generation. That guy is almost like when he was fighting a landlord, he called a landlord, holding a pile of bombs in his hand, and then he didn't play cards in every round until the others were done. It's hard to understand. Anyway, these Hokage, Jin Yang is indeed quite speechless. But soon, Jin Yang thought of a way. I almost know how to do it. But I'll talk to you first. After you are rescued by the Senju clan, at least during the ninja war, you can't appear in everyone's sight again, at least until after the ninja war is over. Jin Yang felt that he had to say yes first, not that he couldn't tear his face, but during the Ninja World War it was a good opportunity to brush up on good feelings, so the Senju family should not be exposed for the time being. Of course, such a big family will be exposed sooner or later. During this period, Jin Yang also intends to make more use of Danzo, so he will either wait until after the Ninja World War to be exposed, or wait until he is discovered. In short, the Senju family cannot be exposed. I can agree to this condition. Although Tsunade didn't quite understand why Jin Yang wanted to do this, she still agreed. By the way, you haven't answered me, how can you help us rescue people? It's very simple. Take advantage of Danzo. Danzo has worked with us before, and the purpose is to kill your Senju clan. When the time comes, the Senju clan on the battlefield can use the missions to make them suspended animation and get out of everyone's sight. As for those in Konoha village, we also need Danzo's help. Let him open a passage for us. Jin Yang grinned, Danzo is the key. Anyway, these Senju people are going to die, so Rock Shinobi will simply make up a reason to take these people to study and so on. In short, Danzo will be very happy, and he won't need him to do anything. Send the people out, directly ask Danzo to open a hole, and let the people of Rock Shinobi take away the people of the Senju clan and it's done. Anyway, they did this kind of thing in the original work. When dealing with the Uchiha clan, Akatsuki was also involved. Anyway, there was only one purpose, to destroy the Uchiha clan. It was as simple as that, no matter what the means. After Jin Yang said this, Tsunade realized that there is still this kind of technique. I have to say that the guy Danzo is really willing to do this. Not only does this do not spill the dirty water on him, but he can also use Rock Shinobi to help. He removed most of the obstacles. Uchiha, Hyuga, etc. are all obstacles in front of him, and Rock Shinobi is so happy to help, he will naturally agree to it happily. Tsunade at this moment has a complex look. Although Rock Shinobi must have been planning for a long time, Tsunade is more willing to believe in Rock Shinobi than Konoha, and now, other ways to survive have been completely blocked, and there is only one way left. If you can go, you will survive, and if you don't, you will wait for death. So even if she knew this, Tsunade didn't say it. Now there is indeed only one way to go, and if Rock Shinobi is good to the Senju clan, then she won't say much. The big deal is to change the village instead of, and it is better to directly transfer to other shinobu villages to make a living carefully in that disgusting village. Okay, I'm almost resting. Let's go. After Tenten is on, I can't hurry. I can only wait until the afternoon. So let's hurry. Rest and wait until the middle of the night and tomorrow morning. After that, Jin Yang said something that Tsunade couldn't understand. Why did he go on his way at night? Anyway, she was confused now. As for Shizuan, she was still in a coma. Today's New Year's Day, try to hold one chapter out as much as possible. Happy New Year's Day, everyone! Chapter 18 Receive the Senju Family Seeking Collection. Why are you on the way at night? Can't you wait until tomorrow morning? Of course not, you'll know it until tomorrow morning. Anyway, you don't want to believe it. Now that you have joined Rock Shinobi, then this is not a secret, but let's wait until tomorrow to explain it. In this way, Tsunade hugged Shizuan, and the two hurried on the road. While on the way, Tsunade began to wonder again. The horror of the fighting power that Jin Yang broke out before was incredible, but now Jin Yang's ability is that nothing more than a Chunin. Even Tsunade felt that he could get rid of Jin Yang completely faster. In this way, after midnight, they stopped to rest. Shizuan was already awake at this time. After that, Tsunade gave her some vaccinations. Although Shizuan still felt a little dazed, he immediately defected. Her only support now is Tsunade, and it is impossible for Tsunade to let her go back, otherwise she will die. So Shizuan can be regarded as joining Rock Shinobi. In this way, the latter half of the night passed, and the sun began to rise slowly, and Jin Yang's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes after the sun rose, returning to the state that Tsunade saw yesterday afternoon. This is... Tsunade couldn't help but froze for a while, looking at Jin Yang with a confused expression. Now it can be explained. Simply put, you treat this thing as a blood inheritance limit, but it is not under my control. It will become very strong during the day and completely invalid at night. Jin Yang briefly explained it, but Tsunade felt a little weird. Although there were indeed a lot of blood inheritance limits she had seen before, it was the first time she had seen such a strange blood inheritance as Jin Yang. Of course, the real shocking has not yet come. As time goes by, the aura that erupted from Jin Yang has become even more terrifying, and it even made Tsunade a little breathless. As for Shizuan, he was already covered. Trembling. You'd better stay away from me, my power will change with the sun, and the most terrifying state is at noon, so if you don't want to die, it's better to leave first. Read more at fictionzone.net. After Jin Yang said, he heard Tsunade whisper a monster, and then took Shizuan away from Jin Yang quickly, while Jin Yang went to sleep directly. At this time, even if someone attacks him, he will not break the defense. So he simply went to bed. Sleeping can effectively suppress his power, but no matter how you suppress it, this power is also terrifying. Soon it was noon. At this moment, Tsunade felt the horror aura rushing over his face like a mountain, and he retreated again and again. Jin Yang's state of horror was simply terrifying to the extreme. Monster, how can there be such a bloodline limit in this world? Even the aura that my grandfather showed when he was angry is completely incomparable to him. It's weird. Tsunade was puzzled at the moment. The aura alone was more terrifying than anyone she had ever seen. She was someone who had seen her grandfather's aura, completely erupted in that horror, but with Jin Yang can't compare either. Soon, after noon, Jin Yang's momentum began to weaken rapidly and entered a period of weakening. After another hour or two, Jin Yang appeared in front of the two of them. Jin Yang at this moment is already yesterday. The state that Tsunade saw. Let's go, we have to hurry. Your speed is still a little too slow, so I will come. After Jin Yang didn't give them time to react, he picked up one in one hand and rushed into the sky, stepping on the little sun and rushing crazy towards the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, without sending Tsunade to Rock Shinobi. Mainly the people of the Senju clan need Tsunade to persuade them, otherwise they are not easy to say. Even if there is Katsuyu, it is not as convincing as Tsunade. Furthermore, Jin Yang said that it is also pleasing to have two girls around. On the other side, among Konoha, because all the people who came to attack Tsunade were dead, Danzo knew that when it happened, the people were gone, and he didn't even know who moved the hands. He could only suffer a dark loss. Jin Yang did not leave any obvious traces, nothing more than the broken ground and messy corpses. He didn't use ninjutsu, so Danzo couldn't find out who used hands from such a place. Send someone to investigate around. Jin Yang flew away from the sky, leaving no traces. Danzo who got him was very uncomfortable. This Tsunade ran away and was rescued by someone, but who was the one who saved him? He didn't even know. There is no clue at all. Danzo can only suffer a dumb loss in this matter. On the other side, after a period of rushing, Jin Yang finally came to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, during which he had passed the news to Oyemu, and Oyemu also directly changed hands and gave the information to Danzo. This fellow Onoji, isn't the Senju clan in the war leader enough? But it's okay, I don't need to do it myself. Just as Jin Yang thought, Danzo was eager for Onoki to take action against ordinary people of the Senju clan. Although he could send someone to assassinate him, he might still have a handle on him. So Rock Shinobi was willing to do it, and they would naturally not refuse. In this way, on the Rock Shinobi side, Onoki sent part of the power left in the village to Konoha, and began to work on the ordinary people of the Senju clan, taking these people away on the battlefield. Because Tsunade had contacted Senju Shugwang, therefore, the Senju clan no longer flinched. Instead, Iwaya was sent out to do a task at random. In order to do it thoroughly, Onoki asked Danzo to put pressure on them. After all, the people sent by Konoha can't just avoid doing things, and Danzo is also happy, so they are crazy to pressure these people. Rock Shinobi also made a kind of "we want to destroy the Senju clan." That kind of attitude made Danzo feel that his cooperation with Onoki was too right, and Onoki can be said to be very hard-working to help him deal with the Senju family. As for the members of the root organization he sent, they also saw the Senju clan being smashed to death, but how did they know that these people who should have been smashed to death had already been slowly taken over by Rock Shinobi? These Senju clan members, knowing that they had been pitted by the village, were even more angry than Tsunade, and all of them said that they would not be Konoha ninjas. As for the other part of the Senju clan, those who were fished out from Konoha, they are all hidden in a secret base, which is a research base to the outside world. In fact, it is just an ordinary residential area, but it is hidden deep. Chapter 19 Meeting is a big trick-seeking collection. There were fewer and fewer Senju clan members on the battlefield. After a few months, the remaining members were taken away in one go. At this moment, in Konoha, the so-called Senju clan no longer exists, and during the period, Jin Yang also let the old Zi took these Senju people back to the village first, and then hid in the secret base. The base was very secret. Jin Yang felt that no one except White Zetsu could infiltrate the guards there, but all of them are confidants of Onoki. Since then, the first step of the plan of digging the foot of the wall has been completely completed. The Senju clan obtained it directly, and even now that they have digged the Senju family, Danzo has to thank them very much. This is the highest level of digging the foot of the wall. As for Tsunade, he was also repatriated directly by Jin Yang. As for the reason, it is very simple. Now that the first step has been completed, Tsunade stays here, the probability of exposure is too high, and she is a panic, and she can't even use transformation. Technique acts as a medical ninja. Jin Yang has already said that he wants to stay and help, at least get his fear of blood disease. So simply sent Tsunade to Rock Shinobi's secret base. Now what Rock Shinobi has to do is to smash the Cloud Shinobi in front of him in an upright manner, and then go to support a wave of Konoha Shinobi in the other two battlefields. While catching a wave of benefits, you can get in touch with the Uchiha and Hyuga clan. Jin Yang has already thought about it. The Uchiha clan had better wait until the night of extermination or before the night of extermination, and let these guys experience what despair is. As for the Hyuga clan, it is better to start with the branch house, which is engraved with the branch house of Caged Bird. What they desire most is to get out of the control of the clan, but if they want to release Caged Bird, Jin Yang feels that he should take a trip to the moon. Since Caged Bird is a man-made thing, it must also have the ability to dissolve it, maybe on the moon. After all, there must be a lot of things left by the Tsutsuki clan, and they have been completely abandoned. In short, there are still a lot of useful things. The digging plan that took about half a year to complete can temporarily come to an end. As for the other Konoha shinobi, they are basically finished in this process. As for the roots, they have also been withdrawn. Now it is Rock Shinobi. Take control. So Jin Yang took Lao Ziyi to find Yunya without any fear. Unexpectedly, your plan actually succeeded. The old man still thinks it is incredible now that I think about it. If Konoha's guys knew about this, I don't know what the expression would be. Yunya said with a smile on his face. He could see that he was very happy. After all, seeing the prosperity of his village, nothing could be better than this. It's human beings. If you don't do it, how can you know that you can't do it? But now is the time to get rid of these guys, and I have other plans after that. Since Cloud Shinobi has no effect, let them get out of the game as soon as possible. Read more at fictionzone.net. There was a purpose to keep Cloud Shinobi before, but now that the purpose is achieved, Cloud Shinobi has no value at all. How to deal with it? The old man listens to you. Although your kid is not very old, your mind is more terrifying than us old guys. Rock Shinobi didn't think that there was anything wrong with listening to a junior. Rock Shinobi didn't pick it up. Not only Onoki panicked, but he panicked too. Now it's hard to see a talent, how can he suppress it? Senior Iwaya is absurd. In fact, my idea is very simple. Tomorrow morning, I will directly attack Cloud Shinobi's base camp. Not to mention taking them at once. At least they have to fight back. They can force the third Raikage out the most. Not bad. Jin Yang's method is simple and rude. It will be done by rushing directly during the day. During the day, no one can stop him. As for the third Raikage, one day he will send the technique. Once he receives the news, if a strong enemy appears, third Raikage will definitely do it. Come out. To be honest, Rock Shinobi has suffered a bit during the past 6 months. After all, there is a gap between the number of strong players and the opposite. Killer Bee is also known as the most perfect Jinkraki. Even if Lao Ziyi keeps up, it is not the opponent of Eight Tails. AI's strength is also terrifying. Although it is not as good as third Raikage, the combat power is already considerable. With a Raikage assistant, to be honest, Iwata feels a little frustrated, but for the sake of planning, he still resisted the pressure. Now Jin Yang intends to take them in one wave. Yunya of course agreed with both hands. Just as Jin Yang said before, the village is protected by the village during the day and the village by the village at night. Now is the best time to implement it. In this way, the night passed quietly, Rock Shinobi was actually not at peace, because Iwega gave the command of the total attack at night, making Rock Shinobi's ninjas bewildered and speechless, and they turned on the total attack directly, and it was not sneak attacks at night, but they have to wait until the day when it is easy to be exposed. They are all covered. But the military order is like a mountain, so they can only bite the bullet, but what they don't know is that this time, they are not the main force, there is only one main force, and that is Jin Yang. The reason why they are called is actually not what Jin Yang meant, but the meaning of Onoki and Iwaya. As the next Tsuchikage, Jin Yang must show up. So this is the best opportunity to gain prestige. After Jin Yang makes any decision, he doesn't need to rely on Ohaimu and Iwato. No one will complain if he orders it directly. What's the matter with Rock Shinobi? They dare to launch a general attack? Did they have a problem with their brains? Or is Third Tsuchikage participating in the battle? It's natural that Cloud Shinobi didn't know about such a big movement, but they were also wondering how Rock Shinobi was suddenly hit with blood. It shouldn't be, and attacking them inexplicably, there is a problem with their brains. As for whether Onoki is here, they are not worried. One day they will send the technique to the battlefield. Third Raikage can rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. It is useless if Ohiki is here. Although the dust is horrible, they can't prevent it, but you have to. Only if you can hit it. Although the power of dust escape is huge, the consumption is also not small, and the speed cannot be said to be fast. Compared with Raikage, which is known for its speed, it is indeed difficult to concentrate on the opponent. In the original work, after Third Raikage was cut off from his family, he was besieged by Onokisei for 3 days and 3 nights before he died from exhaustion. It can be seen that Chen Dun was completely incapable of such a speed player. The sun without mercy. It's Jin Yang who's talking about Jin Yang. When he meets, he loses the little sun, and he doesn't give the other person time to talk. This is ninja war, not the kind of Three Kingdoms period. The Lord will fight first when he meets. Jin Yang has never been constrained by form, so he is a big mess when he comes up. Chapter 20 Hand-Holding Tailed Beast Bomb Seeking Collection. No, what is this? Block this thing. Cloud Shinobi, who hadn't come to remember to speak, saw a little sun rushing over, and they were shocked. After AI's exclaim, Killer Bee went directly to the second state of the tail beast, and then he and Jin Yang the released little sun collided together. Arrogantly burst. Jin Yang saw the right time and directly detonated his trick, and instantly the explosion enveloped Killer Bee, as did some ninjas around him, but Killer Bee wouldn't cause trouble, but how could they resist such tricks with flesh and blood? This wave of explosion directly exploded a vacuum zone in Cloud Shinobi's position. If the old man is Cloud Shinobi's person, this should be PD off. It's really informal. Iwaya and others at the back almost laughed to death, and they made a big mess when they met. No one has ever used this kind of gameplay. This situation is like Senju Hashirama, after meeting you, a wooden golem, Uchihamadara directly just don't go too far with a muddle-headed face. Tailed Beast Bomb. Since the genius has only been bright for a while now, this kind of explosion seems to be very powerful, but the damage to the Killer Bee in the second state is not very high, and Killer Bee also has a mouth at the moment, and loses a small-tailed beast bomb. Come. He was also beaten up in an instant. Now that I think about it, I feel very angry. He simply learns Jin Yang's operation and throws it back with a tailed beast bomb. However, in the next second, Jin Yang's operation is to put on the battlefield. Everyone stared. I saw Jin Yang's big hand directly grabbed, and squeezed the tailed beast bomb that came from the blast in his hand, and then slammed back. The tailed beast bomb rushed back at a faster speed. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi's powerhouses are all green, and Rock Shinobi also has a dumb face. He took the tailed beast bomb and threw it back. I'm afraid that only Susanoo and Wooden Golem can do it, but don't say anything. Jin Yang is gone, Susanoo and Wooden Golem have never seen them either. But Jin Yang has done this directly with the flesh and blood body. Of course, it is not without any cost, that is, his hand has also been bruised. It's always too early, otherwise this kind of attack won't be able to break my defense at all. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang couldn't help but shook his head. It was too early and the power of the sun was released too little, so his hand was injured by the tailed beast bomb. At this moment, the tailed beast bomb exploded directly in the opposite position. Although the attack was Killer Bee played it, but after the tailed beast bomb played it, it was not up to them to say who it was, so this counter-attack made everyone on both sides collectively confused. Don't fight long distance with him, join hands with me. AI put on the lightning-style chakra coat as he said, this kind of technique that simulates the tail beast coat, after practicing to the extreme, it is indeed not weaker than the tail beast, and Killer Bee, who is quite compatible with AI itself, heard this. After speaking, it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Jin Yang. The two figures, one red and one blue, pulled out a series of afterimages because they moved too fast. It's not sensible at all to fight close combat. Jin Yang almost didn't laugh. His strongest is melee. Killer Bee and AI attacked Jin Yang from left to right, while Jin Yang used both hands to block and directly blocked the two attacks. Blocked, but was also beaten back for a certain distance. His legs were like plowing plows, plowing two long traces on the ground. The two teamed up, and for a while, Jin Yang fell directly into the disadvantage, and the beaten back steadily retreated. However, the offensive and defensive battle between them still dazzled everyone, and they couldn't even see how the two sides acted. They saw a series of terrorist explosions and heard a roar, and the ground was also 3 people. During the fierce battle, one after another huge potholes continued to appear. Originally, the people on both sides shouldn't just look at it like this, but these few attack powers are too strong, they don't dare to lean on it at all. Every time Killer Bee waved its claws and hit the ground it was an explosion, a shock wave. AI's fist also had the same effect. As for Jin Yang, it was even more terrifying. He directly produced 2 little suns and squeezed them in his hands and smashed them on the 2 people. The real sun hit the face and hit the 2 for a while. Fear, if the 2 hadn't joined forces, I really didn't know how to deal with this monster. My lord, shall we not help? Some elite Jainin can't stand it anymore, and want to break this deadlock, that is, let the powerful ninja participate in the battle, and now they have a 4 tails Jinkriki and a Tsuchikage assistant. You don't need to be involved, you just need to remember that he is a disciple of Tsuchikage, and will not accidentally take over as the 4th Tsuchikage. This time, you are not here to fight, but to observe. Now it's almost time, everyone. Retreat a bit. Yanya didn't let other people participate in the battle, but glanced at the slowly rising sun, and then ordered everyone to retreat temporarily. The next step was Jin Yang's rhythm. Although it was impossible to completely suppress the opponent in a short time, the more after delaying time, Jin Yang becomes more terrified. When Cloud Shinobi recovers, Jin Yang is estimated to have reached the level of invincibility. It makes people retreat because they don't want to be affected by Jin Yang. When Jin Yang really bursts out of power, the range of that kind of influence is too large. Why did Rock Shinobi retreat? What's the situation? Don't you want to be the strong man in your own village? The Reikage assistant on the opposite side looked at the slowly retreating Rock Shinobi army with a puzzled look. At this moment, Jin Yang in the field suddenly jumped up a bit, directly piercing 2 meters, and his muscles became more terrifying. The little sun, both in size and power, has become bigger. The 2 little suns directly hit the 2 of them, and the little sun pushed them back for a bit, and then exploded directly. 2 huge golden energy balls appeared in the center of the battlefield. After the 2 explosions dissipated, Killer Bee and AI also rushed out, but now they look a little embarrassed. It's not that they can't stop Jin Yang's attack, but because Jin Yang's strength increased too abruptly, it was too late for them to parry. spy, that guy still hides his strength, so he will be completely beast. I have to use the full form. This is an out-and-out monster. How did Rock Shinobi cultivate such a monster? The tail beast is even more terrifying. At this moment, Jin Yang is already a monster among the monsters in AI and Killer Bee's eyes. He resisted the training attacks of the two of them. You know, these two are not simple things. They are not weak in the shadow level strong. Not to mention practicing hands. But Jin Yang can still suppress them and fight, isn't it a monster? It can be called a human-shaped tail beast. No, it seems that the human-shaped tail beast looks down on others. Thanks to Mu Ying for the monthly pass, and ask for another wave of flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly pass. Chapter 21 Third Hokage participates in the battle-seeking collection. I know, big brother. After Killer Bee replied, his body soared. In less than 3 seconds, he changed from a small beast to a big monster with a bull-headed octopus. At this moment, Killer Bee has become a complete 8 tails state. The lightning on 4th Hokage has also become more terrifying, the hair has been fully erected, AI has also entered the limit state of lightning-style chakra mode. This state is claimed to be second only to Flying Thunder God in terms of speed. The sun without mercy. X10. 10 small suns rushed towards the two in a row. This scene caused everyone's eyelids to start beating quickly. Just 1 or 2 was scary enough. This time, 10 of them were just fine. And the old ZI on Rock Shinobi's mouth is constantly twitching. It seems that the person who took this trick last time is him. At that time, he also used Hwagyuashin to detonate Jin Yang's tricks in advance, and Ohimyu stopped, otherwise it is estimated that he will become a huge ball and be blasted. Tailed Beast Bomb. However, the strength of 8 tails is always stronger than 4 tails. A rapidly accumulating tailed beast bomb suddenly formed a huge shock wave, blasted to 10 small suns, and 2 huge energy bursts, triggering terrifying hurricanes in all directions. Blowing away, the weaker ones were directly unsteady, and even the aftermath of the explosion had spread to the front of Cloud Shinobi. After seeing this scene, Hokage's assistant finally knew why Rock Shinobi had to withdraw just now. He also ordered immediately, but compared to Rock Shinobi's slow legs, they are more like bereavement dogs, while the opposite Rock Shinobi are almost a bit close. Laugh to death. 2 huge bursts of energy continued for more than 10 seconds, and finally dissipated. At this moment, the 3 strong on the field, Jin Yang's clothes have also become tattered, and Killer Bee is also a little embarrassed, but the beast is always a tail beast, and even Jin Yang has no way to compare its self-healing ability. After all, this force from the sun is almost always in battle, and self-healing is also available, but it is not strong. As for AI, he was directly blocked by 8 tails' huge body, so he didn't seem to be embarrassed by the other 2 at this moment. There is not enough time. Sure enough, let's delay it. The next outbreak will almost completely suppress them. Although embarrassed, Jin Yang doesn't care at all. He just needs to drag on for a while now. After the 3 of them fight again and form a group, Jin Yang's power has become stronger and stronger, even directly grasping 8 tails. The tail rounded the opponent's huge body directly, and smashed it to the ground fiercely, and Little Sun didn't want money to throw it away. Read more at fictionzone.net. Keep going back, it is estimated that the next stage will be reached soon. At this moment, Jin Yang's height is more than just 2 meters. He has rushed to about 2 meters and 5 meters. He has become a little giant, and the golden flames have started to burn on him. Very good, now the next round is on. Jin Yang's strength skyrocketed once again, and he flew the Ike hammer in burst mode for thousands of meters with one punch. The huge body of Killer Bee was also directly stepped on the ground by Jin Yang with a kick, and a round shape was formed. Giant pit. How can it be? Whether it was Killer Bee or AI, such a thought erupted in their hearts. Unbelievably, Jin Yang's strength has become stronger and stronger, and even surpassed the 2 of them in an instant. He is completely a monster. Bye, this guy is too strong, you and the other kid are not rivals, so quickly let someone notify Third Hokage, otherwise you won't even be able to escape. In Killer Bee's spiritual world, Eight Tails also looked terrified. It was the first time he had seen such a human being. Sage of Six Paths was not so reckless. Sage of Six Paths may be stronger, but Jin Yang. This kind of purely physical, reckless existence, he really has never seen it. Their tail beasts and the Third Hokage he admires are not so reckless. I know, but this kind of thing shouldn't require me to notify others, and I can't get out of it. Killer Bee is also in a cold sweat. As he said, the two are not opponents when they join forces. After seeing Jin Yang's strength skyrocketing again, Hokage's assistant has already asked Third Hokage to notify Third Hokage. Dish. Even though he is also a strong shadow rank, but these three, each of them is extremely reckless, his strength, it is estimated that he will be destroyed, including Rock Shinobi's Rock Tooth. The shadow rank is strong. It is also divided into quality. Because of the existence of Tian Song technique, the information was sent to Cloud Shinobi Village in an instant. After seeing the news, Third Hokage, apart from anything else, directly took the Tian Song technique and rushed to the battlefield. With this kind of technique, other people will not die and will be seriously injured, but he can rely on his own body and chakra to resist this kind of attack. It can only be said to be Cloud Shinobi, a reckless man. At this moment, Third Hokage, who came to the battlefield, was almost not shocked by the scenes on the battlefield. He thought he actually saw Eight Tails being pulled back and forth by a person on the ground constantly. It was called a miserable, and his son AI was even rushing. It was hammered up 2 or 3 times, and as for Hokage's assistance, he was already lying next to him. During the time he arrived, Hokage's assistant saw the two of them being violently beaten by Jin Yang and couldn't stand it anymore, so he left the game and felt that he could start from the start, but after going up, he was divided by Jin Yang 3 times and 5 times. Second, he was beaten to death. Daddy hasn't come yet? Will be over if this continues. AI is bleeding all over at this moment, and several ribs have been broken. Even his lightning-style chakra can't resist Jin Yang's attack, and this is because Jin Yang's most of his attention is on Eight Tails. The tails of Eight Tails were all removed by Jin Yang. In short, they are a tragic word shining brightly now. AI, you guys step back. Just when AI felt desperate, a figure rushed past him at a speed faster than him, and then took the form of a hand knife in his palm, stabbed Jin Yang straight, and stabbed Jin Yang directly. But in the next second, Third Hokage was also blinded. Hell burst into 4 gang hands. This is his signature skill. Although it is only 4 gang hands, the power is also terrifying. Even Jin Yang's defense can't be penetrated. What the hell is this? Third Hokage? When did you like sneak attacks so much? After throwing away the 8 tails in his hand, Jin Yang slammed Third Hokage directly into the head, like a grand slam, directly blasting Third Hokage into the ground. It's a hard defense. Compared to your son, your defense is indeed stronger. Jin Yang was also a little surprised to find that his attack hadn't blasted the defense of Third Hokage. Chapter 22 The Holy Spear, the strongest spear has been replaced. Seeking collection. AI, take everyone and retreat, and leave quickly. Although the defense has not been blasted off directly, Third Hokage has also seen Jin Yang's terrorist power. If this continues, he can't hold it much. His defense is related to chakra, and he wants to resist such a terrorist attack. It is also costly. Jin Yang gave him the feeling that it was even more terrifying than the 8 tails who had gone violently before. With that kind of aura and oppression, he felt that his cold sweat was about to shed. Now he can only let other people go quickly, drag the monster himself, and then find a chance to get out. Father. Hearing this, AI couldn't calm down. He was not the kind of companion who likes to abandon himself, let alone his father. Leave quickly, the old man will find time to get away, you will only cause me trouble here. Third Hokage let out an angry roar, and Aya finally took the others and left quickly. My lord, don't we chase it? The people on Rock Shinobi's side started to feel restless after seeing this scene. This was an opportunity to beat the dog in the water. Chasing? You tell me how to chase so far? Also, there are two of them blocking the way? You can rush to me and I have no opinion. Looking at the more violent fluctuations than before, Yunya is speechless. He wants to chase after him, but can he catch up now? Because Jin Yang and the others are making too much noise, both of them have moved far back, which is not practical at all. And the elite Jainin who opened his mouth saw that the center and third Hokage shook their heads abruptly after they hit Jin Yang. How can they chase? From here, I'm afraid it's not going to die. As for the detour, it's not practical. When I go around, the other side will be gone, so in the end they can only give up. It's really great to stay behind, but have you ever thought that you might die? Jin Yang suddenly raised a finger, and in third Hokage's somewhat puzzled eyes, he instantly created a huge sun with a diameter of 3 meters. Read more at fictionzone.net. Let me see how strong your defenses are. The merciless sun. The sun went down. This time, it was not just an explosion, but the power of a nuclear explosion directly. A huge golden red ball rose up, accompanied by a mushroom cloud, and energy fluctuations moved in all directions. Breakout. 3. Is third Hokage still alive? Seeing the power of the explosion, Lao Ziyi was embarrassed. Before, he thought that a small sun with 10 bursts was enough, but this big sun seemed even more terrifying. Maybe, this kid is really scary. It seems that there is still a long time before noon. It is already so scary now. How strong should this be at noon? Looking at the sun in the sky, Yunya couldn't understand it. Before, I just felt terrified, but now it's a bit too terrifying, too exaggerated, but he also believes what Ohiki said. During the day, Jin Yang can keep it alone. A village. After the explosion dissipated, there was already a huge pit with a diameter of more than a kilometer on the ground at this moment, and Jin Yang was still standing in the field with a golden flame. As for the third Hokage, it had been scorched to black. Isn't it dead? What a tenacious vitality! Looking at third Hokage who hadn't died but was seriously injured, Jin Yang was a little surprised. It really deserves to be third Hokage. It's no wonder that Naruto's operation was as fierce as a tiger, but he found that he could not break the defense. This defense was indeed terrifying. Strange, monster, old man. Even if the old man dies here, it will hold you back. Although third Hokage's body was scorched, his right hand turned into a hand knife again, and then suddenly put away the other fingers, leaving only one, and burst out the strongest spear, a consistent hand. This move, Jin Yang also knew that he had cut off the 8 tails of 8 tails in an instant, and used the attack to the extreme. It was also the peak level existence of the Nansutsuki clan. The strongest spear, I should be able to use this trick now. Third Hokage, you can also taste my trick. Although it can't exert the strongest power, it is even reluctant to use it, but it can be used. Used. Holy Spear. As the strength skyrocketed again, Jin Yang stretched out a finger again, but on this finger, all the strength of his body was gathered. This trick itself is the Holy Spear Ace Kano used by Ace Kano in that minute of self-domination, but Jin Yang does not have the narcissism that Ace Kano becomes stronger, so this trick is simply called the Holy Spear did not bear his own name. Jin Yang didn't have much emotional changes. Although the area will change a little bit and become more cold, it will not become as arrogant as Ace Kano to the extreme. The Holy Spear condensed at one point, and poked towards the consistent hand that third Hokage poked, and then in the incredible expression on third Hokage's face, he directly broke his consistent hand, and then a burst of golden energy formed a line. The shock wave submerged the third Hokage directly, and the golden energy rushed back dozens of kilometers, leaving a huge shock mark on the ground before disappearing. At this moment, the third Reikage, there is no more scum that has been poked by Jin Yang. After playing this trick, terrifying temperatures continued to rise on the ground, and the surrounding air was burnt and distorted, but although Jin Yang used this trick, the terror energy on his body was not weakened at all, but it became more terrifying. The burning range directly rushed to a radius of 100 meters, forming a huge vacuum zone, filled with golden flames. There is no way to continue pursuing. The first time I use the power to this level, I will almost run away if I continue. There is no suppression by the artifact. Just the power that bursts out at this time is difficult to control. If it is noon when you try your best, it is estimated that the energy will be completely gone. Although the system produced will not burn itself like Ace Kano, it is still very troublesome if it is not completely controlled. At this moment, according to the time, it should be almost 10:30. It is difficult for Jin Yang to suppress this force. If it is used at noon, Jin Yang can't imagine what will happen. The faster the change, even changing by minute. Senior Yunya, take the others away first, I will rest here for a while. After screaming at Yunya, Jin Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, but the golden flame on his body still didn't converge. Let's go, now we have nothing to do, it's really scary, it's still a while away from noon. After Iwato finished speaking, he took the others and left. At this moment, everyone in Rock Shinobi knew that a strong man in his own village was so powerful that he directly stabbed Third Reikage with a finger, and the title of the strongest spear was also it changed hands directly. Chapter 23 Either Surrender or Die Seeking Collection. After Rock Shinobi retreats, Iwaya thought for a while or let Lao Ziai take some Anbu around to watch, just in case, although I know Jin Yang is terrifying, the reason why accidents are called accidents, it was because it was abrupt, so he didn't dare to gamble. But the Lao Ziai and these Anbus that were left behind have not only retreated over time, because this terrifying pressure is getting stronger and stronger, almost as if the sun is falling on the ground, incomprehensible and unimaginable, they even think they are not. How could there be such a terrifying power after being caught in the illusion? Finally, after the noon time passed, this coercion began to quickly retract. After a few more hours, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the terrifying coercion finally disappeared completely, and Jin Yang's height at the moment was maintained at 2 meters. I almost can't control it. Before I took full control, although this force wouldn't hurt me, the stronger the force I used, the harder it was to control. It was really troublesome. It's almost the limit now. Fortunately, I didn't do it this time. Useless work. Jin Yang took a look at the percentage progress, killed Third Reikage, and defeated several shadow-level powerhouses. The power he can control has reached 7%. Although this number is not very much, it can be used at night, and it can also be used during the day. He can control this part of the power perfectly, he now knows it, and he only needs to find the strong to fight, defeat, and kill the opponent, and he will rise. Otherwise, I use my own power to control it, and it has only risen by 1% in a few years. No wonder Ace Kano has been unable to control this power for so long since he was a child, and he always thought it was too strong. Old Zi Senior? Why are you still here? After leaving the devastated battlefield, Jin Yang saw Lao Zi and some Anbu, and asked in surprise. It's not because of you. To ensure your safety, Senior Yunya let us wait for you, but it seems that you won't have any problems. It's really hard to imagine. At that point in time, you can play that level. Strength, fortunately, I didn't continue to fight with you, otherwise it would be miserable. Lao Zi kept feeling that Jin Yang was too strong, and he was desperate if he was strong. Perhaps, who knows? You are not the enemy of other villages. Why should I be cruel to you? Go back first. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang said indifferently, and then led everyone back to Rock Shinobi camp. After returning to Rock Shinobi's camp, Jin Yang felt a lot of admiration and even looked with fear. Jin Yang didn't care about this. When he took a few more shots, these people naturally knew that his power was controllable. Even if it was difficult to control, it wouldn't hurt him. The reason why Jinkriki is terrible is because they can't fully grasp the power of the tail beast, so they often run violently, but Jin Yang will not. He will leave when the time is up, and will not cause too much trouble to others. So now the people who fear him are only a small part, but most of them are worshippers. If there is such a strong person, it is really scary to kill the strong person of third Reikage as Tsuchikage. This is really scary. Who does not want his own village is the strong man a bit better. Because of this, most people admire Jin Yang quite a bit. After countless such gazes, Jin Yang came to the camp. At this moment, Iwaya and several elite Jainin were already waiting here. Master Jin Yang, Master Zi. After Jin Yang and Lao Zi came in, these elite Jainin stood up collectively and said hello. This is the benefit of having strength. Faced with the terrifying power of Jin Yang, these elite Jainin know it, as long as Jin Yang can't get out. The question is, fourth Tsuchikage's position will be his in the future, so he didn't run away, so there is nothing wrong with being respectful. You are finally back, sit down, we are discussing how to deal with the next thing, although third Reikage is dead, but the large group of Cloud Shinobi has not lost too much, so there is still the possibility of continuing to fight with us. Yanya opened his mouth and said about his own analysis. The death of third Reikage may have extinguished this war, but it is also more likely to inspire the others' desperate thoughts. After all, third Reikage is AI's father. Once third Reikage dies, AI will be in power, killing his father's hatred. This is not easy to remove. Fight hard, give Cloud Shinobi a word, either surrender or die, choose one of the two. Jin Yang wouldn't get used to them. He killed the third Reikage. These guys are not funny. He doesn't mind killing two more. As for the plot or something, go to hell, he is planning to hollow out Konoha's corner. What is the plot to speak of? Just waiting for your words, the old man will let someone send the news. Yanya smiled, and now I'm waiting for Jin Yang, a man with invincible combat power, to speak, otherwise, to be honest, he would also be frightened by Jin Yang's power and dare not drive Jin Yang casually. This is the advantage of having absolute power. After that, Yanya asked people to send the letter with the Earth clone. He didn't want his person to be killed by others. Although the messenger should not be killed, but the family is getting angry, Yanya will not let the people in his village go to die in vain. Although it retreated a long way and separated from the border, it was impossible for Cloud Shinobi to go back directly. In this war, he was reconciled to lose, especially the third Reikage was sacrificed. This information was lost. Anbu, who remained behind, saw it and sent it back. Among the entire Cloud Shinobi troops, only AI and others knew the news and directly blocked it. Otherwise, the hearts of the people would collapse in an instant. A hole, damn rock Shinobi, who wants us to surrender, or die if we don't surrender, Lao Zi can't spare them. At this moment, AI, who was holding the letter in his hand, had anger burning in his eyes, and the letters in his hand had been torn to pieces. The enemy of killing his father, the other side even asked them to surrender. Is it possible? Brother, calm down, we have no chance of winning if we don't calm down. Killer B is calmer, after all, he and AI are just brothers and not real brothers, so the death of third Reikage Killer B does not have such feelings as AI. Hey. I know, then, I'll be calm, that monster, I don't believe that there is no way to stop him, contact the village and ask them to send the 6 ninjas, this is the only one of us hope. Killer B is still very useful. Although he is not a real brother, AIK regards Killer B as his own brother. The brotherhood in this world is indeed a bit strange, giving people a very philosophical atmosphere, especially Cloud. These guys Shinobi are all good materials for philosophy. Chapter 24 Cloud Shinobi's Final Trump Card Seeking Collection. 6 ninjas? It seems to be feasible, so I will send someone to tell the village to send things over. After hearing AI's words, Killer Bee's eyes lit up. 6 ninjas are a good thing. Even 8 tails can be easily sealed. Jin Yang should also be unfavorable. This is the ninja used by Sage of 6 Paths. Do you really think this kind of thing is useful? In the spiritual world of Killer Bee, 8 Tails asked a little uncertainly, is this kind of thing really useful? In other words, can it really be used? The feeling Jin Yang gave him was almost the same as when he faced Sage of 6 Paths back then. The 6 Paths ninja is good, but it is not invincible. After all, this is something made by the 6 Paths. These ninjas also have an upper limit, so 8 Tails believes that this is not very hopeful. Whether it is possible or not, I can only do this now. Although the eldest brother seems to have calmed down, he is still angry. All we can do now is to do what he wants. After the big deal, we will surrender. Killer Bee said indifferently, he was not the one who made the decision, even if he was not very confident, but he said nothing. Everything is dominated by AI. After listening to Killer Bee, 8 Tails no longer speaking, there is really nothing to say. He only hopes that Jin Yang will not be reluctant, at least leave them a way to survive, and if they are killed, he can only run away with Killer Bee as much as possible. In short, he thinks that Cloud Shinobi will. It was a bet once. Jin Yang at this moment does not know Cloud Shinobi's plan against him, and he won't care if he knows it. Perhaps these 6 ninjas will have an effect on his starting point, but once it's noon, any seal is useless. He just needs to think, even the planetary devastation that made the moon could not contain him in this world. Unless these guys can simulate the night like Demon Chandler, even the seal is of no use, let alone the current Jin Yang can use 7% of the power in the dark state, in conjunction with the illusion. Even if it is at night, Jin Yang is also invincible, so it is completely worthwhile. Early the next morning, Rock Shinobi once again crushed the situation, but to their surprise, the other party didn't even have the intention of running away. Instead, they met them, but the sharp-eyed people still saw those very special things. Ninja. It's 6 ninjas. These things are rumored to be ninjas used by Sage of 6 Paths. It looks like they plan to use these ninjas against you. Iwata's eyes are sharp, and he can recognize it at a glance. After all, powerful ninjas are not common in Naruto world. Basically, everyone relies on their strength to eat. There are very few powerful ninjas, 10 Punch Sword, Uchiha Group Fan, and 6 ninjas. Box of Bliss, these things are also very rare, not everyone can get it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Don't worry, if it is genuine, I will turn my head and leave, but these fakes are a lot of rubbish. Jin Yang didn't care at all, but his words made the people next to him look dumbfounded. What is a genuine product and what is a fake? Isn't this stuff like 6 ninjas? They really didn't understand what Jin Yang said. Although they don't understand, Jin Yang won't explain it. The original manga author made reference to the things in Journey to the West. Although the effect is good, the imitations are imitations. Which are really in myths. In that case, Jin Yang is really going to kneel, but these imitations are not yet a threat to him. Monster, come out for a fight. AI and Killer Bee walked out with a few ninjas. Jin Yang is also true. He intends to give each other this opportunity, mainly because they have a set of this kind of things in their hands, and the amber purifying bottle only needs to respond to each other's words. Will be sucked in. As for the other things, they all have the conditions to activate, and once they are entangled, it will be troublesome to death. Jin Yang can't guarantee that he can resist such things, so simply give them the opportunity to use it. Then it will be truly desperate. Beginning. Give you a chance, surrender now, we can ask for a little less. If you wait until you use these things and then surrender, we won't give you a chance to go back. Jin Yang simply threatened, but AI who heard Jin Yang's words was furious, and directly activated the 6 ninjas. After seeing AI's situation, Jin Yang shook his head. If you can't tell, don't blame him. Don't give face, surrender and be defeated. These are 2 concepts, the former can pay less, but the latter, Jin Yang will not give them face. So after AI activated the amber purifying bottle, Jin Yang responded to him without hesitation, and then the person was sucked in and sealed, and the thing was just like a jar. After the successful launch of Ninja, the people on both sides couldn't help but froze, because it was too weird and unbelievable. AI and Killer Bee had already completed 4 battles to seal each other's consciousness. They even made up the brain for many battles, but each time the brain made up was basically a scene where people can be sealed after 9 deaths, but now, the facts have proved that daydreaming is not good. Jin Yang took the initiative to let them in. What is this operation? Haven't seen it before, shouldn't it be so simple? So at this moment, the battlefield of tens of thousands of people has become deadly silent. Everyone is staring at the amber purifying bottle in front of AI. Is it so easy to use? Is this sealed in? Killer Bee felt untrue. He almost beat them to death yesterday. Although he is healed now, AI's ribs are not repaired so easily. Looking at the amber bottle at this moment, whether it is him, AI or 8 Tails all feel unreal. Ha 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 ha, great, the arrogant monster actually took the initiative to recruit, Rock Shinobi, I see how you will fight us this time, this monster is gone. AI couldn't help laughing. After the seal was over, just wait for the monster to be wiped away slowly in the seal. It was not too comfortable. I didn't expect it to be so simple. I hope that kid won't play off, otherwise trying to get him out of it is not a simple thing. Yanya is also a bit speechless. Knowing Jin Yang's plan, he dare not say that he must be able to hold it when several kinds of endurance tools are present. It is estimated that he will be sucked in by the amber net bottle if he is not sucked in by the gourd. But Jin Yang didn't resist. It was too arrogant to respond directly to the other parties so simply, but Jin Yang also told them in advance, so they didn't make any mistakes, they could only wait and see the situation. Chapter 25 The Fakes Must Look Like Fakes Seeking Collection. Boom! Just when AI laughed wildly and planned to attack Rock Shinobi directly, he suddenly heard a dull sound, like someone knocking on the wall through the wall. The sound was not small. Under doubt, AI looking at Killer Bee, it seems that only Killer Bee can make a sound here. And Killer Bee also had a look of doubt. He thought it was the voice from his own brother, but after both sides looked at each other in doubt, suddenly there was a bad feeling, both of them seeped in their foreheads. The sweat bead, then turned to look at the amber clean bottle that sealed Jin Yang just now. Boom! Just at this moment, the amber Jing bottle made another dull sound, and even shook it a few times. Fake it, isn't it? Is that guy still attacking the amber purifying bottle inside? I was shocked. Both Killer Bee and AI were shocked. After this special was sealed in, it still kept attacking the seal, even shaking the bottle of amber. What kind of player is this? Is it so excessive? Boom boom boom. Just as AI and Killer Bee watched this scene with great horror, the amber bottle started to rattle crazily again, the sound became faster and denser, and even fell directly on the ground and rolled all over the floor. This weird scene made the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who had cheered like fire ducks caught in their necks, making a hoarse hiss, while the originally depressed Rock Shinobi ninjas became hopeful again. The teams of close to 20,000 people on both sides just stared straight at the amber bottle that kept rolling around in the field. This was the key to this war. Now this scene is very weird, think about it carefully, the two sides on the battlefield are staring at a chaotic pot in the center without any action. Isn't this weird? In short, the scene fell into a weird atmosphere for a while, and everyone didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, but soon the bottle stopped directly. Read more at fictionzone.net. This is, give up. After seeing the bottle not moving and making no sound, Both AI and Killer Bee in a cold sweat came up with this idea, but they obviously thought too much. This was not because Jin Yang gave up, but because the time had just arrived. It became stronger again, so he interrupted his attack frequency. Just as AI and Killer Bee breathed a sigh of relief, a louder muffled noise came. Immediately afterwards, cracks began to appear on the top of the amber net bottle, and golden light burst out of it. Boom! In the end, there was a loud noise, and the amber bottle was directly exploded to pieces, and Jin Yang appeared on the battlefield again. Although it is a fake, the quality is still quite good. It has withstood my attacks so many times, but the fake is always a fake and can't be put on the table. Looking at the fragments on the ground, Jin Yang said with disdain, AI and Killer Bee almost vomited blood, but their village has always regarded this thing as a treasure. Okay, now it is worthless to be devalued by Jin Yang. This is too much, but they happen to have nothing to refute Jin Yang. After all, the amber purifying bottle had become fragments in one place. We surrendered. Facing Jin Yang, this humanoid fierce beast, they were already powerless to resist, and even the amber bottle was directly broken. What else did they play with? They couldn't play it anymore. I gave you the opportunity just now, but unfortunately you did not cherish it. Of course, I am a very democratic person. I am not suitable for negotiation or something. Someone will talk to you later, but now give me these things in your hands. Hand it over. Jin Yang said, surrender, it's okay. I don't bother to continue playing, but first leave the good things in my hand before talking. Although he doesn't use it, other people at Rock Shinobi will use it. It's a good thing. As a member of Rock Shinobi, I naturally want to improve the combat power of my village, so good things cannot be let go. Impossible, this is a ninja that has been handed down from the age of Sage of Six Paths. How could AI directly hand it over, and said a lot of things, but the meaning was very clear, which means that this thing is our heirloom, and it is impossible to want it. Die or leave something, choose one by yourself. I said just now, once I defeat you, then you don't want to be kind. Regardless of what AI said, Jin Yang was a light-hearted sentence. Either die or leave something behind. Suddenly AI was dumbfounded. It was a very sad and angry person. If he was alone, he would choose to fight Jin Yang to the end. It didn't matter if he died, but now there was still a village waiting for him to lead him, so in the end, AI compromised. Isn't it nice to be so early? I have to be squeaky and crooked, waste time. Jin Yang jumped out again, and AI really couldn't hold it this time. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, looking at Jin Yang angrily, but there was no way to speak and he could only be dingy. Killer Bee took him and ran back. Things are okay, Senior Yanya, please keep them. In addition, the negotiation is up to you. Remember to have more things. Anyway, they have no way to fight us now. They are the ones who want to fight. They will die. They can open as much as they can. If you don't agree, fight until you take it. Jin Yang said rightly and simply, and Yanya and the others gave Jin Yang a thumbs up with a smile, simple, straightforward, and efficient. Although it really shocked them just now, but fortunately there is no danger. Yanya swears that this is the most simple war he has ever participated in, and he has never seen such a simple war. In fact, Jin Yang said that he can do more simply, if he really needs it, he can directly hit the other people's base camp to convince the opponent directly. This half a year is considered to be a lot of ink. If it weren't for the purpose of digging out the Senju clan, he would be one of them. The war can be ended in just a week. How can there be so much nonsense? Let's leave it to us next. We are all prepared for the defeat agreement. It just so happens that third Hokage is dead. AI should take over as fourth Hokage. You don't need to wait for others to sign the agreement. Just negotiate here. Like you said, no matter what the conditions are, you can fight if you don't agree. Iwata said that it's never been so straightforward. The next negotiation is even simpler. If you don't agree, he will fight. Of course, he will control a good degree. At least he will not let Cloud Shinobi jump over the wall, but it will make them feel bad. There will definitely be. Chapter 26 Ming Dong Ninja Seeking Collection. Ha 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 ha, this kid is really amazing. He killed Third Hokage directly, and also defeated Cloud Shinobi by the way. Summoning was used to send the information back to the village. Onaki, who learned the news, was a happy one. This is a person sitting at home, happily coming from the sky. Since Rock Shinobi's failure to pick up the blue and yellow, he has been worried to death. His son Huang too, it is cultivated as the next generation of Tsuchikage, but the strength of Lois is not up to the standard, even the brains are not up to the standard. Although it has the strength of the elite Jainin, it is already at the limit. It is impossible to move forward and reach the limit. In addition, it is the Elmwood head, and Oyemu is dying of anxiety. The appearance of Jin Yang gives him hope. A few years ago, when Jin Yang proposed a new theory, he started to implement it, and got a lot of sweetness from it. Now it is Jin Yang alone who suppresses the entire Cloud Shinobi not daring to move. This kind of terrorist ability, I met Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But Onaki also had to admire Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. These two people showed a direct fault-like growth at the beginning, and other people who were overwhelmed could not breathe. Onaki felt that his village was finished at the time. But one of the two hands was holding Wang Zhan, and the other holding the four twos. They actually started fighting each other. It was like fighting against the landlord when the three peasants did not aim at the landlord. Instead, they were fighting each other. The landlord looked dumbfounded. At that time, other ninja villages were like this. Senju Hashirama could conquer the entire ninja world with one hand, but this product did not invade, but wanted to play sustainable development and live together peacefully. At that time, it shocked a lot of people's eyes. Then Senju Hashirama had a fight with Uchiha Madara inexplicably, and then both died. He didn't know Konoha's situation at the time, but he only knew one thing, that is, their entire Rock Shinobi was stunned by this god's operation. It is said that Konoha has talents. This is indeed correct. Such talents are really not found with a lantern. Now Jin Yang seems to have become a new god of the ninja world, of course he only thinks so. As for other villages, it takes time to prove it. Anyway, he thinks the hat of the god of the ninja world on Jin Yang's head will wear it securely. Even Third Hokage was beheaded? It really makes people speechless. Read more at fictionzone.net. At this moment, in Tsuchikage's office, besides Onoki, there is another strange woman. This woman is naturally Tsunade who uses transformation technique. Jin Yang is familiar with Tsunade's personality, so she directly asked her to beat Hokage. After all, this is the future 5th Hokage, which is still very powerful in this area, and the reason for doing this is to stabilize Tsunade and the others, letting them know that Rock Shinobi is not lying to them, but really needs them. Let Tsunade enter the Tsuchikage office directly. Is there anything more sincere than this? So Jin Yang's control of people's hearts and the courage of this method even admire Oyemu. To be honest, if Jin Yang hadn't convinced him, he wouldn't let Tsunade enter his office if he was killed, let alone let Tsunade interfere. A lot of Rock Shinobi develops the above things. However, Jin Yang did this because of his strength and understanding of the plot. Otherwise, he would not have these two things. He would not dare to let Tsunade intervene in the development of Rock Shinobi. Everything was based on his strength and familiarity with the plot. Of course, Onaki is also very satisfied with Tsunade's performance. He found that Tsunade saw some things more thoroughly than him. Although he has rich experience, both of them have their own specialties, so this allows him to be better. The village has been developed, and now he regards Jin Yang as a treasure. This is a super treasure, not only can dig people's corners, but also has unparalleled combat power. This kid is quite scary. Even the old man has only experienced the strongest aura, but how is your fear? It is not a wise move to keep such a weakness. Onoki looked at Tsunade and asked, knowing that Tsunade had panic attacks, he almost stared out his eyes. Who is Tsunade? After Konoha implemented the medical ninjas directly into the team, other villages followed suit. Facts have proved that equipping medical ninjas is indeed more beneficial to development. But it is such a person with unparalleled medical ability, that he will suffer from panicemia. This is the most speechless. I can resist part of it for the time being. Give me a while and there should be no problem. Tsunade's complexion became even more complicated when she said that. She also gave up on Konoha, after which Jin Yang forcibly rushed into her life, and Jin Yang directly asked her to perform violent poison therapy. This kind of therapy is very simple. Take a period of time every day and show me the blood to fight poison with poison. You can use whatever you fear to stimulate. Jin Yang said that he can't play the original Naruto gameplay, but he can change it to another one. Method. Plus Tsunade figured out some things, so he started to recover slowly. Tsunade is very satisfied with Rock Shinobi's life. The members of their family are here and will not be persecuted. Although they cannot show up for the time being, people who can transform into transformation technique can wander around in Uegakure without any restrictions. And he changed directly and became one of Rock Shinobi's high-level staff. Tsunade also had to admire that Rock Shinobi's people are really thirsty for talents. If she still runs away, it would be really unpopular. Compared to Konoha's extreme decay, the more Tsunade compares, the more she feels that she has to throw away the goods, but she also knows that it will be a little troublesome in the follow-up, but Jin Yang's current explosive power makes her completely lost worries. It is estimated that Jin Yang is not enough to fight, but he has suppressed a person from Shinobu village alone, or he has suppressed the opponent with force. It is simple and rude. If you refuse to accept it, you will fight, and you will be convinced by the fight. Now Rock Shinobi is prosperous up and down, and it is developing towards the good side. But when this kid spreads to other shinobi villages, the other shinobi villages feel uncomfortable. Konoha is better. This time, Rock Shinobi is an ally, but Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are tragic. Because they did not join Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, Konoha was a little bit autistic when playing 1-on-2. Especially on Sand Shinobi's side. The strength was inherently weak. Minato, a flying thunder god, would let all the movie-class powerhouses. They were all held back, and Jinchuriki couldn't move out. It was a tragedy. Now that the bad news comes, it is even more deadly. Once Rock Shinobi comes to support Konoha again, Sand Shinobi is still playing a fart and can directly surrender. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation tickets, seeking monthly tickets. Chapter 27 Uchiha Madara, those who don't have the blood of Satsuki are rubbish, please collect. Master Madara, the information that Rock Shinobi has been unable to detect has been obtained, and you will definitely be interested. Some of Jin Yang's information has been spread to the entire ninja world, and White Zetsu already knows. Before White Zetsu was close to Jin Yang, a day must die during the day, so the news did not have time to come back, and now, Jin Yang's information is finally leaked. 10 years old? Killed third Hokage. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's face has become a little exciting. What was he doing when he was 10 years old? Whether it is him or Senju Hashirama, both of them have emerged in the later stage. Even if the combat power is strong before, it is a normal stage. But Jin Yang has now directly refreshed his 3 views, and immediately destroyed the third Hokage at the age of 10. Even the 6 ninjas have exploded. This is an excellent blood succession limit. Although it is very strong, it is not worthy of attention. In the face of the power of the 6 Dados, these are not problems. Uchiha Madara is a self-reliant person. Basically, he has the feeling that he knows some great secret, and then he talks to Senju Hashirama about the extreme in the second and then runs away. Yes, by the way, Senju Hashirama caught a wave. Then he carried out a series of plans, which gave people the feeling that the second male protagonist knew something more than others, and then felt that he was the son of destiny and started his savior plan. Uchiha Madara is like this. All chakra started from Sage of Six Paths Mother Tsutsuki Kagaya, and he also knew that his blood originated from Sage of Six Paths, so he felt that everything except Tsutsuki blood, no matter what it was, blood succession boundary is rubbish. Even if Jin Yang can kill third Raikage at the age of 10, he doesn't care. Continue to pay attention to the Uchiha clan. I need to find someone who executes the plan among the Uchiha clan. As for the rock shinobi people, there is no need to continue to pay attention. No matter how strong, he can't go beyond the limit. The so-called limit of Uchiha Madara is the existence of the Tsutsuki clan. They are the ancestors of chakra, and the boundary of blood inheritance evolved slowly from other people. To put it bluntly, what you play is left over from other people's play. What is the comparability? Read more at fictionzone.net. I see, Lord Madara, he has decided on a person, but he is still too weak, but he is very suitable for your requirements, and possesses a bond that other Uchiha clan members hardly possess. After White Zetsu finished talking about Jin Yang, he began to tell Uchiha Madara about Uchiha Obito. According to Uchiha Madara's request, a member of the Uchiha clan was needed, and he could not be too deep in his mind, and he needed to have enough bonds. With these few conditions, White Zetsu focused on Uchiha Obito, who had enough bonds, was weak, and was second, simple, which all met Uchiha Madara's requirements. This child, maybe, but there are still some things to do. Think of a way to make him suspended animation once, and then bring people back. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he continued to close his eyes, and left the rest to White Zetsu to handle it himself. As White Zetsu plunged into the ground again, the cave fell into a dead silence again. If Jin Yang heard Uchiha Madara, he would laugh to death. The reason Uchiha Madara would think so was not because his vision stayed in this world. As for Jin Yang, the grace of the sun in his body has completely exploded, and he can sweep the whole world without mastering him. He has to kneel down in front of him with the 6 levels, let alone master this power, and besides mastering this power, after he fully grasps this power, he can also obtain other powers. The power of Naruto world is not weak in countless worlds, but it is not strong, but Uchiha Madara certainly does not know these things. Jin Yang has no thoughts about Uchiha Madara. His only goal is to dig Konoha. Corner of the wall. So now his goal is placed on Konoha's other 2 big families, Uchiha and Hyuga. After the Uchiha clan thinks over and over again, Jin Yang feels that it can be recruited, but it must be subdued and tamed, but this is very difficult, so he decided now, even if you want to dig the Uchiha clan, you must abandon some rotten guys when necessary. It just so happens that Uchiha Fugaku is indeed a person who can dig. As the patriarch, he sees more thoroughly than others, and he is also very normal, so you can dig people from Uchiha Fugaku's line, and others will let them go. It's dead. As for the Hyuga clan, the starting point is the 2 brothers Hiashi and Hisashi. First of all, Hisashi is definitely not reconciled to his son being controlled by Caged Bird, but no matter how fate is like this, he has nothing to do, but Jin Yang can mix it up. In this way, Hisashi's favorability is basically brushed up, and if Jin Yang remembers correctly, the people of Cloud Shinobi will find a way to hijack Hinata when Hinata is a child, and then the shit clan members of the Hyuga clan will let Hisashi replace Hiashi. To die. At that time, he came forward, enough to dig up the Hyuga clan, and by the way, he could use a wave of Danzo. Of course, those are all things to follow. Now Jin Yang's plan is much simpler. First, go to the battlefield to support these 2 families, gain a wave of favorability, and then talk about it. First make friends and then dig the wall, this is the kingly way. So after taking Cloud Shinobi, Jin Yang directly asked Onoki to form a support force to support Konoha's army. Of course, he also needs to have enough comfort for his own people, otherwise it will not be good for people to die all the time, even in the ninja war. There will be grievances. So Onaki gave a very good treatment. As the so-called wealth is moving, Rock Shinobi's warlike heart was once aroused. It was just a fight. Fight hard. In the past, there was no such good treatment in the ninja war, and it is still give so many benefits. Onaki, who gave the benefits, did not feel distressed at all. These things were bitten from Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, especially Cloud Shinobi. This bite not only caused Cloud Shinobi's meat, but also directly caused them to grieve. Bone. But at that time, Yanya was just a sentence, either hit or give something, no matter how suffocated, he had to hold back, because they were not Jin Yang's opponents, so AI was vomiting blood again. With rewards and mobilization, these Rock Shinobi ninjas will naturally have no complaints. They are divided into 2 batches and sent directly to the 2 battlefields. The battlefield that Jin Yang pays most attention to is the Mist Shinobi battlefield. In order to deal with the secret method of Mist Shinobi Super Ninjas, most of the ninjas of the Uchiha and Hyuga clan were sent here. Although the conflict between the 2 families is not small, during the Ninja World War, no matter how big the contradiction is, Jiraiya is the person in charge. Chapter 28 Turn to the Moon-Seeking Collection. Jin Yang followed the large army to the Mist Shinobi battlefield, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed wrong. To start with the remaining 2 families, some preparations were needed, so Jin Yang aimed his gaze on the moon. There are a lot of things he needs on the moon. He doesn't need the huge Tensagan, but there should be a record of caged bird on it with a high probability, and there is a way to cancel it. Even if it is not, there must be a record, and it is left by the descendants of Hamura. Yes, it can be said that there is another way out, which is equivalent to a complete inheritance, and good things should not be missed. Just about to pass through the country of fire, so Jin Yang simply turned to the moon for a while and got the things inside the moon. As long as he got these things, even if there was no clear way to solve the spell, he could ask Rock Shinobi's people to help. In addition, if Jin Yang remembers correctly, there is still phosphorus on the grassroots side, but it seems that the time is too early, the current phosphorus has not been born yet, she should be the first generation of Naruto 2 pillars, so this plan is for the time being stranded. Still continue to wait, Jin Yang didn't plan to let go of these talents. He was not only satisfied with digging Konoha's corners, but at present, Konoha's corners are the best to dig. Fortunately, people have looked for the entrance to this passage before, otherwise, although I have a clue, it would be troublesome to find it. Jin Yang quickly came to his destination. Before that, he asked Rock Shinobi's ninja to find this channel. In fact, this channel is not difficult to find. Jin Yang, who has seen the original plot, knows that this is at a certain waterfall. Next to it, although the country of fire is large, there are not many waterfalls, so it is easier to find it. Many Rock Shinobi searched together and found the position within a short time, but Jin Yang was still in charge of the Senju family on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, so he couldn't get away. Entering the cave, I jumped directly into the so-called pool water, and then all the way forward, I quickly found the entrance of the passage, which contains many spheres that look like small planets. It should be Hamura who made this passage. I have to say, he is indeed very powerful. Tensagan and Hamura are not mainly portrayed, but they can see they're extraordinary. Especially for Hamura, the moon should still be emigrated after this product. Look at people, they all emigrated to the moon, but there seems to be something wrong with education, and the ninja hasn't finished playing. As a result, people on the moon, it's almost extinct. In fact, Jin Yang has always been very curious. Whether it is Sage of Six Paths or Hamura, they seem to be the descendants of their own desperate pits. Sage of Six Paths directly dropped a stone steel, but it was changed by Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara. This series of things appeared, read more at fictionzone.net. And Hamura is even more straightforward. I don't know what kind of last words he left. He was misinterpreted by later generations as the world created by Sage of Six Paths was a failure, and then he was going to destroy the world. What these guys said is ambiguous. How big is it? And Jin Yang doesn't want to complain about these so-called Satsuki clan. The world made by Sage of Six Paths is better than you no matter how it fails. You are almost extinct, but people are still developing prosperously. Although the war continues, but at least the survival of humans is better than their immediate destruction. By the way, if my solar power goes to the moon, will it change? This is interesting. Jin Yang suddenly remembered, if it is the moon, it seems to be different from the earth, so how to calculate the day and night? After passing through this passage, Jin Yang just came out and found that there was a large pliers on his head, and he blasted it down towards him. Subconsciously, he directly blocked with his hands, allowing the pliers to stay directly above his head. The power hasn't weakened, and it doesn't seem to have changed much. Sure enough, this ability is not affected by the so-called geographical location, or it should be regarded as a completely fixed time. Jin Yang felt the power in his body, and found that there was no change, and it was still strengthening. Just in case, he chose to come in early in the morning, so this power is like a set time, every 12 hours. The same thing means that no matter what position he is in, what planet, what world, this ability is the same. Alright, if this changes over time, wouldn't it be a waste of time to run to Yanjai? But it is not a problem for my power to continue to master it. Is this crab a guardian beast? Just attack. At this moment, Jin Yang remembered that there is still a big crab in front of him. The strength of this big crab is the most powerful summoning beast type. However, Jin Yang didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and punched the crab directly. The carapace was shattered, and the huge crab directly exploded all over the place. It's a pity, if you replace such a large seafood, I must find a way to eat you at other times, but there are still things to do today, it's a pity. After looking at the body of this big crab, Jin Yang left directly. He remembered that before he crossed, because he was in an inland location and not close to the sea, the price of crabs was very expensive, let alone some very huge ones. This can be said to be super huge, but now he has no time to eat, it is important to do things first. The time he came up was destined to have not yet been born, but the huge Tensagen should already be in the stage of completion, even if it is not completed, at most a few pairs of Byakugan will be done. Now on the moon, there are at most 3 kittens left. Only. As soon as he entered, Jin Yang began to look around. He had to find these guys during the day. Otherwise, at night, only 7% of his combat power remained. If those guys could temporarily control this huge Tensagen, he would be in danger, so he must get it done during the day. However, Jin Yang seemed to be worrying too much. I don't know if these guys put any perception marks at the entrance. Before Jin Yang could find them, he saw some strange puppets rushing towards him. There was also a bird-like puppet on which stood a weird guy with a little white skin. Sand Shinobi's people will cry if they see this, but the eyes are still there. At this moment, Jin Yang doesn't know the above person, but he guesses it should be a character like the father of the family. The Byakugan is still there, not Tensagen. Of course, Jin Yang doesn't care about this. Others come to him. That's the best. Saving him time to find these guys, but the guy above seems to eat him. Thanks to Zhongyuan's Honggaya for the monthly pass. Chapter 29 Huge Tensagen for collection. Unexpectedly, some outsiders discovered the passage. Since they have come in, don't go back. The person standing on the puppet looked at Jin Yang calmly, as if he was watching a dead person. He also felt quite surprised that someone could discover the passage to the moon, although it is not the first time in so many years, but this situation rarely happens. Do you think you've taken me down? Rely on these things. Jin Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. Now in his state, if it is a huge tensagen, it might cause him some trouble, but with these rubbish puppets, is it a bit too despised for him? Arrogant guy, go to hell! The people of the Tsutsuki clan in the sky are obviously not talking nonsense with Jin Yang, and a large number of puppets are spreading over in a few ways. The bells and whistles. Jin Yang threw a punch, and the puppet in front of him was directly blasted out of a huge hollow area. There were almost hundreds of puppets surrounding him, but the punch passed and swept away hundreds of them. I'm curious, how do you control this thing? With Byakugan? No, there shouldn't be such a big power, it should be controlled by that huge tensagen. A few more punches directly smashed the surrounding puppets, and looked at the Tsutsuki clan members with interest in the sky, but this guy was obviously shocked at this moment. Jin Yang showed a bit of intrepid combat power. Too much. If such a fist banged on him, he could hardly imagine what he would become. Under extreme fear, he could not care about the face, and directly controlled the bird puppet to leave, not daring to approach Jin Yang. Man, why are you running so fast? Keep talking, how about taking me to your base camp? I thought that I could escape by relying on the ability to fly, but suddenly the devilish voice appeared in his ears again. When he turned his head, he was shocked to find that Jin Yang was stepping on this little son at this moment, just following him. Almost scared to death, read more at fictionzone.net. However, Jin Yang at this moment would not give him a chance to resist, and directly squeezed his neck and lifted him up. Take me to where you live, or you will die, now show me the way. Jin Yang just mentioned this guy, and this guy was so scared that he immediately pointed the way. Damn guy, there is such a powerful existence in the ninja world, wait, when the destination is reached, I can launch the giant tensagen and kill you monster directly. At this moment, the Tsutsuki people held by Jin Yang are constantly thinking about how to use tensagen to kill Jin Yang. They can indeed control tensagen, but this control is not very simple and has many restrictions. For example, the puppet just now can be controlled from a long distance, but if you want to use the huge tensagen to attack directly, you must get close, at least within the visible range, otherwise he can't help it, so Jin Yang has to go over now, that's best but. At Jin Yang's speed, the two quickly came to the place where the Tsutsuki family lived. It was a good place, like a luxurious palace. From here, you could see the tomb of Tsutsuki Hamura. Jin Yang thought about it. Will there be good things, should I dig a wave? By the way, I almost forgot to have you. Sorry, you can die when you get to the place. Jin Yang wouldn't let a threat exist stupidly, so he broke the other's neck without hesitation. But Jin Yang also knew that there was not only one threat, there should be at least one person in it, after all, this one is one. No one can give birth to Tsutsuki, so there must be people in there. Just when Jin Yang was about to go in and find out the people inside, a huge golden laser rushed towards him. With this laser, Jin Yang felt a huge pressure from above. So I did not choose to hardwire, but jumped directly to avoid the attack. This golden light shot directly through the place where Jin Yang was just now, and then rested all the way down and hit the ground, blasting the ground directly into a huge hole. Jin Yang was set to see the scene outside the moon. It's so powerful, is it tensagen? Jin Yang was a little surprised. In fact, to be honest, the moon in this world is also a little funny. There is air outside, but it is right to think about it. The moon is always artificial, not a planet that exists by itself, but the attack just now is indeed ruthless enough, it directly opened a hole on the surface of the moon. After Jin Yang looked in the direction of the attack, he saw a woman standing in front of a huge tensagen. As for this tensagen, it seemed to be in a complete stage. At least Jin Yang didn't think this thing was incompatible with what's the difference in the original plot is a huge golden tensagen. The sun without mercy. Jin Yang didn't mean nonsense either. A little sun was lost, and after the little sun rushed past, the woman next to him started tensagen again, and a huge golden shock wave appeared again, hitting Jin Yang's little son, Directly the little sun released by Jin Yang exploded, and then blazed towards the outside. Sure enough, wait, you will die if you rush over. Jin Yang didn't dare to approach casually. He planned to delay his time until he could completely ignore this attack power, otherwise it would be too dangerous. This huge Tensagen could drag the moon directly. The power was too great, Jin Yang didn't dare to pick it up casually, and the thing was killed. Then there was no place to cry. At this distance, he could easily avoid such an attack. And the woman inside seemed to be mad and launched a golden shock wave to attack Jin Yang. Jin Yang was almost certain about this. He pinched the one to death just now, it should be the other husband's right. But so far, he hasn't seen anyone else. It is estimated that there are only these two people left on the moon. Now, if the man is killed by him, there is no possibility that Sharon will be born. For the next hour, Jin Yang stepped on the little sun to avoid attacks, but the frequency of this attack gradually slowed down a lot. It seemed that launching this thing was not without cost. Almost. After the strength in his body skyrocketed again, Jin Yang was already able to avoid such an attack at close range at this moment, and there was also a prelude to the other party's launch. He was even more unafraid, and rushed directly, although the golden shock wave struck again, but they were all easily avoided by Jin Yang. Chapter 30 Fully Functional Tensagen Seeking Collection. Jin Yang, who rushed in front of Tensagen, did not give the other party any chance to speak at all. He directly blasted the other party with a punch, and then looked at the huge Tensagen in front of him. After trying to put his hand on, Jin Yang's head was full. Quite a few things came out. Does this thing come with its own manual? But there are a lot of functions. I don't know how this thing affects the seal. Can it directly use this pupil force to break through the restrictions of caged bird? Jin Yang looked at the huge Tensagen in front of him and sighed. In fact, this thing is not very important to him, because chakra is needed to activate. Although the bloodline must be the Tsutsuki clan or the Hyuga clan, but chakra is Jin Yang the most weak ability. To put it bluntly, there is only one Chunin's combat power now. In terms of chakra, Jin Yang did not deliberately practice. With cheat, he did not study carefully, but instead learned some miscellaneous things. This is the most stupid. Therefore, besides paying attention to some illusions that are helpful to him, I didn't pay attention to it, didn't go to contact, it was already a long time ago, Jin Yang who is now rashly to the end. In addition, Jin Yang also discovered that this huge Tensagen also has a God view ability, which is not bad, so Jin Yang probed this place somehow, and found that the two people just now were the last two remaining. This time it is really annihilated, but unfortunately this thing can't be absorbed, so I can only put it here temporarily. Jin Yang shook his head. This thing is always just a foreign object, so let's continue to stay here. For the time being, he doesn't want to bring this thing back to the village unless he controls his own amount to about 30%. Can withstand the impact of this huge Tensagen, otherwise Jin Yang would not dare to move this thing back. But afterwards, you can bring people from the Hyuga clan to try. Can you really eliminate the caged bird? Now Jin Yang is looking for good things here. As the last remaining clan, basically there is a bit of value in the moon. They moved here, so it's much easier for Jin Yang to investigate. But there are too many things here. Jin Yang searched for a few days before finding what he needed. It turns out that only the sealed scroll has not been unsealed. Is it so simple? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang found a way to cast Caged Bird's curse, but did not find a way to solve the curse. This is a pain, but he still put all the contents away, and after taking it back, let people study it, and then find it, put a curse on this thing and bring it back to try if it can be unsealed. This thing is a sealing technique. Jin Yang can't learn it in a short time, he can only wait and talk later. However, he has emptied everything that can be used at a price. There are still many techniques developed by Hamura's line. These techniques are a complete inheritance, so Jin Yang has no reason to stay and bring it back to Rock Shinobi. After leaving, Jin Yang rushed directly to Rock Shinobi. Even if he was alone, it took some time to return to Rock Shinobi. You kid, did you rob a ninja village? How come there are so many things? No, even a ninja village doesn't have so many things. There are some secret techniques of the Hyoga clan. Where did you get it from? Both Oniki and Tsunade looked shocked at the scrolls piled up in front of the hills. Some of these techniques are really unheard of, unseen, but some are still known, such as the most famous Gentle Fist of the Hyoga clan, Revolving Heaven, and the like have even been improved, and Onogi and the others were stunned. This thing, do you remember what I asked the ninjas of the village to search for? I saw some records about the moon in an ancient book I got by chance, so I made people look for it with the mentality of trying. After that, I found it. After following the large army, I went to investigate and found these things. Jin Yang talked about Sage of Six Paths, Hamura, and Satsuki Kagaya, and Onoki and Tsunade were stunned. The legend of Sage of Six Paths alone is enough nonsense. Everyone think of it as a legend. Now it is Liudeo that his brother and his mother have come out, and they are the ancestors of Chakra, and even Tsunade did not expect that his Senju and Uchiha clan are actually the same ancestor. What is this? Before Konoha was established in the past, Senju and Uchiha had to fight each other when they met, wishing for the company to each other. It wasn't until Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara joined forces that they stopped fighting, but the two sides are always feuds, so depending on whether the other is pleasing to the eye, there are still a lot of open and secret fights. Jin Yang took advantage of this opportunity to expose everything except Uchiha Madara's history. The ancestor of Chakra was still sealed in the moon. This moon was artificially made, and there are even other people living on it. This is really incredible. How powerful is this to create such a moon? Looking at the floating moon in the sky, Oyemu had a very unreal feeling. Jin Yang did not deny this, and the 6 levels had already entered a terrifying posture. In terms of mystery alone, Jin Yang is inferior to the opponent. Even if his solar grace is played to its extreme, there is no way to directly erase the moon in the sky. Of course, he can directly erase the core. If the core is erased, the moon will naturally be abolished. As it is, the mystery is that he can't match the opponent, but any tricks are of no use to him. In front of these special forces, the existence of these 6 levels is indeed very strong. But in terms of combat effectiveness, he is invincible. Truth-seeking ball can be used as a table tennis player. With 6 levels of planetary devastation, he can instantly bomb the core. He can't blow up an entire moon, but he can kill 6 levels at will. Regardless of how powerful the Golden Wheel reincarnation is, it can cut a planet, but it can't break the defense of Naruto, who has not completely entered the state of 9 tails, which is equivalent to continuously dispersing the attack power. If Jin Yang can disperse the ultimate attack power, his attack is not just as simple as cutting the moon, but can directly destroy a planet, but in Jin Yang's view, this is not cost-effective. That kind of scattered attack power is basically useless except for a larger damage range. Jin Yang can easily block it and pinch the opponent to death. So in terms of quality, Jin Yang is still better than everyone in this world. Chapter 31 It's better to come early than to come wisely. Seeking collection. Don't sigh with the history, even if Satsuki Kagaya can run out, isn't there still me? I haven't been afraid of anyone in the fight. Jin Yang said that this is not a problem. Of course, he can kill these guys, but these guys are still incapable of using weird tricks. For example, Satsuki Kagaya's Heavenly Palace. Once pulled in, he might be trapped to death in it, so he also looked forward to after the power of the sun was mastered, would he be able to draw a good ability with a higher degree of mystery. The fighting power is unparalleled, but the mystery is almost zero. The grace of the sun can't do it through space or something, but that is what will happen afterwards. Jin Yang doesn't believe that in the past 10 years or so, he hasn't been able to control the sun. The power is completely mastered, and the big deal is a kind of existence like the cheeky and crazy brush of the Xiao organization. How could he be able to increase his strength to the extreme? In addition, although the two men on the moon were a little weaker, they seemed to have given him 1% of the progress because of the huge Tensagen, and now they are 8%. As long as there are enough strong enemies to brush him, he can quickly reach the peak, thereby extracting new power. Yes, there is your kid here, and if your kid is not an opponent, no matter how much we prepare, it won't be of any use. Oyemu nodded. Jin Yang was the strongest among them, so Jin Yang couldn't help but they could just give up. Then I will leave first, Caged Bird, let people learn, I need to do experiments, and let people study Caged Bird's curse-relieving method. Jin Yang reminded Ohaimu, this is the key to the next step of digging the wall. Caged Bird? Are you going to attack the Hyoga clan? Tsunade froze for a moment, studying Caged Bird, and also studying the method of cursing. This must be done against the Hyoga clan. Yes, is there a problem? Didn't you, the Senju clan, dig it up? We are adhering to the philosophy of digging for talents. Since Konoha doesn't cherish it, we can help them. It's not like digging it. What a big deal, okay. Jin Yang said that there is no problem, but when Jin Yang said so, Tsunade realized that she is no longer Konoha. She likes Konoha, but only for Konoha controlled by her grandfather and second grandfather. What is the difference between Konoha and trash now? If Jin Yang can dig these people into rock shinobi, Tsunade will agree. Read more at fictionzone.net. One is that there is no benefit for these families to stay in Konoha, and the other is that it is not easy to find some existences in the same position as the Senju clan. Although they are considered to have joined rock shinobi, this is also a good thing to say, but they are traitors. So if there are other families who can come and accompany the Senju family, it is naturally good. This is the typical mentality of pulling people into the sea. I have fallen into it myself, but I can't fall into it alone, so I have to pull a few with me. Together. Tsunade has such a mentality now. I know, so if you need my help, just speak up, I'm also a member of Rock Shinobi now. Tsunade has completely taken the role of Rock Shinobi, so he doesn't care what identity he used to be, it's already like this, and Rock Shinobi trusts her very much, she knows all these secrets. And what else is unsatisfactory? Then thank you very much, I will leave the village to you, I will go to the battlefield first. Jin Yang left after speaking, and didn't mean to stay much. He just came to deliver something. In fact, Jin Yang is busy going to Mist Shinobi to see if he can deliver some good things from Mist Shinobi. When you get it, those ninja swords, and people like Terumi Mei, then Uchiha Madara and Obito will give him a big assist. Maybe he can take advantage of this assist, and dig a lot of people from Mist Shinobi. Even if they can't dig it, they can get some benefits at that time. After leaving Rock Shinobi, Jin Yang continued on the way as he was before, flying on the small sun, which was the fastest, but in the next few days, when passing through the country of fire, he was met by Jin Yang. Here comes a very surprising thing. Is it a coincidence that I came too early? It made me encounter something like this. Jin Yang's eyes lit up at this moment. At this moment, he saw Konoha's Chunin being chased by a group of people, and this group of people is naturally the Ninja 7, and the people being chased are also Guy and the group. It's just a coincidence. Of course, Jin Yang cares about their ninja, not for digging Guy. In fact, it's best if you can dig Guy, but this hope is almost zero. Guy and his dad might wear two people, that's the true Konoha is diehard. Jin Yang is not afraid that the other party is smart, because smart people will know how to ignore the tense, and then know how to make enough profits. This kind of talent can impress the other party, and the most troublesome Jin Yang are those so-called passionate ninjas. Naruto, Guy, Might Dai, and Xiao Li, there is no possibility of digging them. The most afraid of encountering is this kind of hot-blooded fool with a lack of roots in his head. the possibility of digging away is almost zero. But now the 7 ninja swords are here anyway, and they are always useful when they are obtained. As for Guy's last kick, Jin Yang is really not afraid. He has nothing to do with those weird abilities, but he is the best at dealing with Guy like him. On recklessness, no one in this world can be as reckless as Jin Yang. Almost without even thinking about it, Jin Yang fell directly from the sky, blocking the middle of the people on both sides. Who? Konoha's reinforcements. Because of Jin Yang's abrupt appearance, the crowd of 7 was also taken aback, and Guy and the others also stopped. Don't you know me? Then you should have heard my name. My name is Jin Yang from Rock Shinobi. Jin Yang smiled as he spoke, but these words made people on both sides stunned. Jin Yang? The Jin Yang that Cloud Shinobi dared not resist, who was hit by one person. The 7 people have naturally heard of Jin Yang's name. Jin Yang's name has spread throughout the ninja realm. At this moment, the 7 people have a guilty conscience. If the 7 of them work together, they can indeed just pass the shadow level. The strong might even kill the opponent, but a person who killed the third Hokage and the power of one person made Cloud Shinobi afraid to raise his head. It was terrifying. On the contrary, unlike their guilty conscience, Guy and the others behind are a surprise, because Rock Shinobi is now their allies, so they are more relaxed than the crowd of 7, and finally there is a rescue, although not from the village, but also an ally anyhow. Chapter 32 7 people came up, and 7 people typed GG seeking collection. Jin, Senior Jin Yang, please be careful, all 7 of them are very powerful. Before Jin Yang started, Guy at the back couldn't help but yelled. These words made Jin Yang, the crowd of 7 on the opposite side, and the few companions around him couldn't help being stunned. At this moment, everyone's hearts are basically their own thoughts. A few of Guy's companions, what they think at the moment is that this kid is really fat, and even at this time, they still have the mind to remind others to be careful, but they don't even dare to say anything. The idea of the 7 people is more straightforward. They want to say, are you sure you should remind this one who defeated Cloud Shinobi? They should be careful. As for Jin Yang, it is a bit funny. Guy is older than him, and even though he is an ally, Guy is unexpectedly simple. Those strong men who replaced Konoha might hope that Jin Yang will be here with Chi. Let everyone die together. Well, it always feels weird to ask you to call me seniors, but you should remind them that they are right. The ones who should really be careful, in fact, are the ones who are right. Before the words fell, the ground suddenly shattered. Jin Yang had already appeared in front of the person closest to him, and this person was a wild bait man. A very strange name. The knife in his hand was dull knife, quite a weird weapon. Seeing Jin Yang suddenly appear in front of him, the savage bait man was also taken aback, and then the giant axe in his hand slashed over subconsciously, but it was directly pinched by Jin Yang with his fingers easily. To be honest, although a few of these ninja swords are useful, they are a bit too tasteless. Jin Yang looked at this thing speechlessly. The special thing about this knife is that it slashed with an axe, and then it can be hammered behind the axe with a sledgehammer at the back to achieve the effect of increasing the attack power, but in Jin Yang's view, it is simply the tasteless ones are not all stars. The grassy bait man who came back to his senses looked at this scene with horror, and then slammed behind the giant axe with a hammer from the back, but what horrified him was that he could have soared his attack power and broke directly. The enemy's attack was unable to break through the limitation of Jin Yang's fingers, and he couldn't knock at all. On the contrary, his hands were numb due to the shock. "What are you still looking at?" the horrified wild bait man shouted, and the other 7 people recovered. The shinobi in his hand slashed towards Jin Yang. It was thunder and lightning, and it exploded. In short, the 8 immortals crossed the sea and showed their magical powers. Right. Boom. 7 people attacked together, causing a huge explosion. Read more at fictionzone.net. No matter how strong it is, you will definitely be seriously injured in the face of the attacks of these 7 people. No matter it was Guy or a few other people, they all watched this scene with horror. They saw with their own eyes that these attacks really slashed Jin Yang's body without any defense. Tisk tusk, it seems that your strength is not enough, you can't even open my defenses, what are you fighting against me, and my clothes are very expensive. Jin Yang opened his mouth and blew, the smoke dissipated. And then the crowd of 7 saw a scene that made them horrified. 7 ninja knives, except for the dull knives, which were pinched by Jin Yang by hand, the other ninja knives did not have anything. A hand that can break Jin Yang's defense, at best, opens the defense of his clothes. The clothes on Jin Yang's body were blasted to a mess and torn, but his body was not injured at all. Fake it, why can't you cut it in? The 7 people stared wide-eyed and watched this scene incredibly. Impossible. My same hata can absorb chakra. Even Hokage cannot rely on my body to resist my attack without using chakra. Compared with other people, the most frightening thing at this moment is undoubtedly the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. As he said, the physical body of Naruto world, except for some special people, is actually very weak. The reason why it looks very strong is that because of chakra. Hokage also relies on the lightning-style chakra outerwear, which is the ultimate defense, but once chakra's defense is gone, their defense is stronger than the average strong at best. As for same hata, the thing that swallows is chakra. Once chakra is gone, everyone is the same. Although everyone does not say that they are standing on the same starting line, they are almost the same, but now this trick is useless for Jin Yang. This also means that Jin Yang's physical defense is enough to defend against all ninja sword attacks. Absorbed, my chakra was directly absorbed by this thing, after all, there is only such a small amount of chakra. Jin Yang is also quite helpless. Even the chakra of 8 tails can't hold the same hata to absorb several times, let alone the small rubbish of Jin Yang, a chakra of Chunin who has no blood inheritance. It is estimated that same hata is very puzzled about what he has absorbed. Well, too little. Jin Yang's chakra was taken out directly, but he still has the grace of the sun. Everyone, you can leave the field, but before that, leave these weapons. Jin Yang simply turned his hands into phantoms, and after taking away their weapons at an extremely strange speed, he punched them one by one, and blasted all the 7 people into the air. The 7 people flew in several directions and flew away by the way. Several huge plow marks were left on the ground. Seeing such a scene, Jin Yang couldn't help scratching his head. This should be the legendary 7-member A who went up, and then the 7-man played GG. The gap is too big. Jin Yang's fist is not so easy to pick up. However, these people were basically not dead. They were seriously injured with strong physique, and they were almost dead. The group of 7 was killed by Jin Yang's easy move. Same hata, exchange my chakra back, or I will ruin you. Jin Yang knocked same hata with his hand, and said something threatening. All of the Chunin behind him almost squirted out a mouthful of old blood. They threatened a knife and asked him to return chakra. You think this knife is alive? Yet. They complained crazy inside, but in the next second, they discovered that same hata really moved, and then returned chakra very well, which refreshed their 3 views. In this regard, Jin Yang is also funny. Same hata, this knife, that is a famous 25 sun, it has no morals, whoever has better chakra, who is stronger, and whose chakra is more in line with the taste, it will follow whom. Didn't you see this guy betrayed when facing Killer B? Just because 8 tails chakra is more delicious, and now it knows how to depend on the situation, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghosts are all seconds off, and there is no dignity to speak of, and they decisively recognize it. Thank you everyone for the flowers, suddenly there are more than 2,000 more, thank you. Chapter 33 might die, it's time to show, have I missed something? Seeking collection. Am I really dreaming? Guy and the others still think it's not true. Just now they chased the 7 people who looked like bereaved dogs. It was so simple and easy to deal with them. They didn't even see how Jin Yang made the move. They only saw 7 people. The crowd slashed over with their weapons, and then they didn't break their defenses, and then the people just disappeared. At this moment, Guy and the others are in a trance, but Jin Yang doesn't care about this. Now that Chakra has been brought back, he naturally sealed all other weapons into the scroll directly. As for Samehada, this thing seems to depend on Jin Yang is now, and they are alive. It seems that they can't use the storage scroll unless it is the seal scroll. But Jin Yang doesn't know how to seal, so he just carried Samehada on his body temporarily. This thing is barely useful. Of course, it's just barely. When he really broke out, this thing would be rubbish. It is estimated that he would use it once. Will be scrapped directly. The weapons in this world, Jin Yang feels that he can withstand his full use. It seems that he doesn't have it. The truth-seeking ball weapon may be possible, but he can't make that stuff, so it's better to use his fists. Just when Jin Yang collected the things and planned to end these 7 people, a figure with a green light on his body blazed from a distance. This person, Jin Yang saw clearly, Might Guy's father, Might Ware. In the original book, it should be that he confronted the group of 7, and then opened the 8 gate to kill 4 of the group of 7. Guy, are you all right? After seeing his son, Might wore a smile on his face, and then rushed to the front of Guy and the others. Dad? Why are you here? Looking at his dad, Guy looked dazed. They thought about Konoha's reinforcements before, but Konoha's people didn't wait. Instead, they waited for their ally Rock Shinobi's reinforcements. As for Might, he can wear it. Never thought that my dad would come back to rescue myself. Others can't get out, so I'm here, but isn't the enemy 7? What about people? Might Dai was a little stunned when he saw Jin Yang alone in the scene. He came to support because someone ran back first, otherwise he wouldn't know that the Prophet knew that the 7 had touched him. But what made him disdain is that the guys in the camp, after hearing that the enemy was the 7, gave up rescue. Anyway, it was only a Fugenin who died. The 7s claimed to be able to work together to dry the shadow class existence. They just send food when they come. Read more at fictionzone.net. Therefore, Might Dai had no choice but to come by himself. 7 people have been defeated by Senior Jin Yang. By the way, Senior Jin Yang is from Rock Shinobi, our ally. I was afraid that his father would go up and play GG as confused as the 7, so he felt that he had to make it clear. Jin Yang? Rock Shinobi? Ally? So, the crisis is over. Might Dai's face is a little weird. This time he came with the determination to die. The 8 inner gates have already opened to the 6th gate, but now the words of Guy make him very speechless. This kind of hug. I was determined to die, but found that everyone had solved the problem, and the gap in my heart was too great. But since he was an ally, Might Dai didn't have the need to continue to maintain the 8 inner gates. He was relieved directly, but after it was relieved, the sequelae came. He is not Guy. Even in the late stage, the 6th gate can't be harmless, and the physical fitness is much weaker than that of Guy in the late stage. Might wear, I don't know how much. After the 6th gate is closed, his breath becomes very sluggish and he is very standing. It's difficult. You should have used some kind of special secret technique just now. It is a very good secret technique for forcibly increasing your combat power. But unfortunately, the sequelae are too strong and your basic strength is also weaker. However, with such a basic ability, the practice of the secret technique to this level is indeed very powerful. To be honest, Jin Yang does admire these 2 fathers and sons. How difficult is 8 inner gates to practice? You know, Xiao Li reached 5th gate in less than a year, and then spent a few years in the 4th World War to open 6th gate. The later it takes more time, and Might Dai, who usually only has genin strength, spent 20 years practicing this trick to the extreme, It can be seen that his perseverance is terrifying, and this kind of person, to be honest, can dig. Jin Yang will certainly not be polite, but might where's such a passionate person, it is too difficult to dig. Want to poach him, unless everyone in Konoha betrayed him, but this probability is too small, so it is almost impossible. After talking with Might Dai a few words, Jin Yang found the 7-man group, but at this moment, several of the 7-man group were dead, and some of them were a little stronger and still alive, but they were all divided by Jin Yang. It was destroyed directly. Not surprisingly, there shouldn't be any new 7-man crowd in the future, unless Mist Shinobi can create a new 7 special ninja, but think about it, it should not be possible, otherwise the 7-man crowd cannot be called 7. The crowd has long since become a crowd of hundreds. Is it because of the kill? These 7 people actually pushed the percentage to 10%. Jin Yang's expression is a bit wonderful. The 7 people teamed up to have the strength of the shadow level, but maybe it was because of the kill, so it was improved. It seems that killing Jainin is also experienced, but the experience is a bit less. Thinking of this, Jin Yang shook his head again, thinking that it was impossible. When he was on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, there were many Jainin killed, but there was no increase in the percentage. Sure enough, he must be a talented person with outstanding strength and reputation. Fine. After almost figuring out this mechanism, Jin Yang also focused on Mist Shinobi at this moment, and he could make a wave with 10% combat power. He is now also a super master at night. I dare not say too much, but at night, when the shadow level powerhouse meets him, he also comes to send food, and can be easily killed. After solving the 7 people, Jin Yang did not take away their bodies. There was no need. He didn't need such credit, and no one would rob him of his credit. After that, Jin Yang went to Konoha with Might Dai and others. In the camp, Rock Shinobi is right next to Konoha. After the Cloud Shinobi incident, Konoha trusted Rock Shinobi to the extreme. How can you still doubt it? And after Rock Shinobi arrived here, it also helped Konoha relieve the pressure. To be honest, the pressure on Jiraiya's side is much greater than that on Sand Shinobi's side. Sand Shinobi's side is almost always crushed, and Jiraiya's side is strong. Not many people, Minato, and none of them were there, which made him quite uncomfortable. Even with 2 big families, he was a little passive. The arrival of Rock Shinobi helped him a lot. Chapter 34 Deliberately Exposed Seeking Collection. Although Jin Yang didn't take care of the corpse, Guy and the others simply collected the 7 people. Jin Yang seemed to be too lazy to take care of everything, but they had to take care of them. After all, they saved their lives. After that, everyone hurried back to Konoha camp and learned that all 7 had died, and they were killed by the legendary Jin Yang, Rock Shinobi's current number 1. Everyone was shocked. Jin Yang's name has spread throughout the entire ninja world. After all, a single person conquered a village. At the beginning, only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had done such a thing. Others, facing the siege of the ninja army, they either ran away, either be besieged. The arrival of Jin Yang quickly spread to the ears of the big families in the Konoha camp. All the important characters here came out. As mentioned before, Jin Yang is almost certainly the next generation of Hokage. Coupled with tyrannical strength, and still an ally, it is natural to come and mix that familiar face. Jin Yang. Your Excellency, welcome to our Konoha camp. Soon Jin Yang saw Jiraiya and others, but when Jiraiya called Jin Yang, his face was a little weird. No wonder he became so weird. The main reason is that Jin Yang is really weird. Yes, Konoha can't find Jin information about Yang's abilities, but general information can still be found. But after finding out, they collectively stunned, because Jin Yang is only over 10 years old, almost 11 years old, but how does this age have such terrifying strength? Is Kakashi a genius? Talented enough, graduated at 5, Chunin at 6, and Jainin at 12. This record basically crushed all records in the entire ninja world, but what about Jin Yang? They were less than 11 years old and killed 3rd Hokage. Cloud Shinobi, who was hit by himself, didn't dare to speak, so he had to surrender and return to his hometown in a desperate manner. Now he even killed Mist Shinobi's Ninja 7. In short, Jiraiya doubted his eyes. At this moment, Jin Yang is 2 meters tall and in an explosive state. He is much taller than Jiraiya. Like a little giant. Jiraiya is like a spit. Is this 10 years old? What do 10-year-olds now grow up eating? How can it grow like this? Jin Yang is considered a junior to him, so when he calls Jin Yang now, it is a little weird. You're welcome, Uncle Jiraiya, it's okay to call you that way. Jin Yang grinned. His age called Jiraiya the uncle is indeed no problem, but Jiraiya was stunned for a while, but Jiraiya soon recovered. Of course no problem, then I will call you Jin Yang, after all, your age. Jiraiya said that, after holding it back for a while, he squeezed out a reason, and simply gave up. It is unbelievable that a 10-year-old has grown up like this. It's not an intelligence error, right? Read more at fictionzone.net. At this moment, Hyoga Hisashi, the patriarch of many families, couldn't help but squeeze out such a sentence. It was too weird. Hisashi, don't talk about others behind your back, it's always bad to be heard, after all, we are allies now. Hyoga Hisashi also wanted to vomit, but as a patriarch of a big family, he was unable to vomit. Sure enough, he was suffocating. Although he was also puzzled, of course others were also puzzled. Go inside the camp first, this is never a place to talk. Jiraiya invited Jin Yang to talk in the camp. But Jin Yang's size suddenly dropped a bit at this time. Jin Yang was on the road in the afternoon, so it was past noon when he met the 7. Now his strength is in a weakening stage, but the sudden drop of his size is also irritating. It seems that there is no more talk this time, so can you tell me the direction of Rock Shinobi Camp? Jin Yang glanced at the sky. It was not early, the sun had already slanted west, and it would soon set, and his strength had come to the most debilitating stage. It's just north, but you... Jiraiya wanted to inquire about Jin Yang's situation, but suddenly remembered that this didn't seem to be from her own village, so she shut up decisively. Thank you, then let's talk again when we have a chance. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he moved his feet directly into the sky and disappeared into the sight of everyone. Is it also a blood inheritance limit? Or is it a secret technique? Otherwise, how could this change so much? At this moment, Jiraiya's heart is constantly thinking about Jin Yang's situation, which is a bit too weird. Go and get all the information about Jin Yang from the battle to the present. After Jiraiya finished talking, he left. He planned to explore Jin Yang's secrets. In fact, Jin Yang didn't think it was a big deal for them to discover their secrets. His secrets weren't hidden. Most people at Rock Shinobi knew about it. Jin Yang will become tall and handsome during the day, and will return to the way it was before at night. Most people think that this was caused by Jin Yang's activation of the blood succession boundary during the battle. But a small group of people who are interested, they will also guess the specific situation of Jin Yang. For example, this blood inheritance limit is related to time. After all, this world will never lack the kind of people who go back to find out the real situation. And after knowing his own promotion mechanism, Jin Yang would even deliberately expose his weakness in front of the enemy. Konoha is just a temporary ally. Sooner or later, Jin Yang will turn his face. So Jin Yang will also deliberately expose his weakness to the enemy. Exposed to them, he needs the strong to help him improve. Although he is not invincible at night, it is not much different from invincible, so this time he deliberately exposed his weakness in front of Jiraiya and others. The purpose is to let these people send food in the future. He was not hostile, he was defeated and did not improve, and it was the same for retreating without a fight, so he did it. Otherwise he just asked directly about the way to Rock Shinobi Camp. and there is no need to expose it in front of Konoha. Own weakness. Still the same sentence, Jin Yang takes his life very much, he does everything with purpose. After leaving Konoha, Jin Yang came to the rock shinobi camp before his power was exhausted. He did not use the power of the night. This was his hidden hole card. When others determined that he had no power to attack at night, Jin Yang suddenly broke out. That is definitely a surprise among surprises. So Jin Yang doesn't mean to use this power now. This is the hole card, it is the hole card. Naturally, it should be used when it is useful. On the Jiraiya side, he has already obtained a lot of Jin Yang's information, and then started his own analysis journey. Chapter 35 Jiraiya, I seem to have discovered some incredible secret, please collect. After Konoha's continuous investigation, Jin Yang's basic information has been almost mastered, but no one cared about it before, but felt that Jin Yang was special, so he was cultivated by Oniki alone to become a super existence. But this time, Jiraiya, who saw Jin Yang weakening in front of him, studied Jin Yang's information from beginning to end again, and in the end he did find some clues. When I was a child, the outbreak seemed to be uncontrollable, and when fighting with Hokage and others, I seemed to slowly increase my strength, and it was like this twice in a row. So, this blood succession is possible. It's about time. There was a brainstorming in Jiraiya's brain, but the information was always too little, and he needed more, so he also sent people to explore Rock Shinobi for various reasons these days, for example, to discuss the battle plan. I went there myself, sent someone there, and let people bring some things in the past for condolences and so on. In short, just find any reason for whatever reason. It's not that Jiraiya is despicable. He must find out Jin Yang's weaknesses. Whether this is an ally or not, Jiraiya is actually very smart. He knows that the least valuable thing is a covenant. Didn't they and Sand Shinobi still have a covenant before? However, they killed Konoha and killed Third Hokage, without any evidence, and they tore up the covenant and started the fight. Jiraiya knows very well that in the face of interests, this kind of thing is not much different from a piece of waste paper. Even the people in his own village cannot be completely trusted, let alone other villages, so he must also figure out the situation of Rock Shinobi. After various sets of intelligence for a period of time, Jiraiya obtained several key pieces of information, that is, Jin Yang will become a normal person at night, not much different from a 10-year-old person. But in the morning, Jin Yang's body will change. After 9 o'clock, Jin Yang will often disappear, and then reappear at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This situation makes Jiraiya feel very strange. However, Jin Yang left in the morning because he moved too fast, so he couldn't keep up at all. However, if he couldn't keep up with Jiraiya, he could determine the direction of the other party's departure, and then send someone to investigate. Read more at fictionzone.net. In the end, I got 2 more important news. One is that during the day, Jin Yang will explode with terrifying power when he arrives at his destination. Even the powerful Hyuga clan hidden in the distance will be terrified, but this power will it disappeared after noon, and it was like this for several days in a row, and they would continue to approach and explore after Jin Yang left. As a result, it was discovered that Jin Yang's previous location had become a piece of scorched earth. Even at night, the super high temperature had not completely dissipated, as if flames were constantly burning the earth. Based on the information in hand and the information collected, Jiraiya concluded a rule, that is, Jin Yang's power changes with time, from morning to noon, it will become stronger, and from noon to evening. Weakened, although I don't know if Jin Yang really has no combat power at night, but Jiraiya can be sure that Jin Yang must be in the weakest state at that time. It turns out that there is such a weird blood inheritance boundary in this world. That guy Oyemu is tight enough to hide it. No wonder no spy can bring back useful news in the past. If this is the case, when it is daylight, who will pass by? It's all in vain. Jiraiya understands it. No wonder the people who were sent to beat the dogs with meat buns and never returned. This is the reason for this for a long time. What else can this do besides delivering food to others? Jiraiya feels that he has discovered the big secret, and Jin Yang is also a bit funny. With his improved strength, his perception is almost full. Even White Zetsu can't hide him from him, let alone a member of the Hyuga clan. He knows Jiraiya's careful thoughts. However, he is very satisfied with Jiraiya's operation. It depends on Jiraiya to send the news back to the village. As long as Jiraiya sends the news back, Sarutobi Hiruzen will know it, and Danzo will know it naturally. Danzo is not a safe master. Konoha can do things by himself, let alone Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi is now a bit stronger, and Jin Yang is a powerful guy. Danzo will definitely do things. He really needs Ohaimu's help, but this is not necessary, so Jin Yang Danzo will not let it go. In this way, Jin Yang will have a steady stream of experience packages delivered to his door, but the only pity is that he needs some famous ones, otherwise no matter how many he comes, he will be a gift. Just as Jin Yang thought, after investigating these news and getting this conjecture, Jiraiya verified it again for a while, and then he found that this was indeed similar to what he thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt reasonable, so Jiraiya the news was quickly passed back to Konoha. Ha 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 ha, this kid Jiraiya did a good job and discovered the biggest secret of Jin Yang. If he really doesn't have much combat power at night, it would be much easier to deal with. After Sarutobi Hiruzen got this information, it was a happy one. After Jin Yang defeated Cloud Shinobi before, Sarutobi Hiruzen started to have a headache. Rock Shinobi has such a super talent, how can they play Konoha? I'm afraid it's not because I'm going to bow to Chen Chen in the future, so I've been thinking about finding a way to kill Jin Yang. But there was no clue. Even Third Raikage was killed and the 6 ninjas were broken. He really couldn't find another way, but Jiraiya showed him hope again. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent this information to Danzo. This kind of sneaky thing is not suitable for him to do. It is handed over to Danzo to do it. Anyway, Danzo is also responsible for this. After obtaining this information, Danzo, although he was very disdainful of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did show a dark smile. Put this news out, remember, I want the entire ninja world to know. Danzo is not a fool. Jin Yang has enemies, such as Cloud Shinobi, as well as Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi who hate Rock Shinobi the most. He doesn't need to do it himself, he just needs to spread the news and be behind the scenes. Just watch the show. Cloud Shinobi has been defeated, and Sand Shinobi is coming soon. At this time, Rock Shinobi's combat power is weakened. He thinks it is appropriate. Danzo thinks that Konoha is better in the end. As for the other villages, let it go. Chapter 36 I helped count the money when I was sold seeking collection. With the help of Danzo, the news spread throughout the ninja world, and Uchiha Madara who got the news was even more disdainful. Originally, he thought Jin Yang was nothing great, and now he knows that Jin Yang is a weak chicken at night. Dismissed it. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi convened a meeting as soon as he got the news. AI was already a 4th Raikage, and no one refuted it. After all, he inherited his father's business and has this ability, and the cohesion of Cloud Shinobi it is indeed very strong. Brother, is the source of this news reliable? You have also seen the strength of that monster. If the news is false, if we run into it again, it won't be the end. Killer Bee said hesitantly. They ran into it at this time. If it was right, it would be nice to say that Jin Yang could be killed, but what about it wrong? At that time, Cloud Shinobi didn't know how it ended. This time the Ninja World War was the first to lose, and it was so miserable. The daimyo of Thunder Country was also very disappointed with Cloud Shinobi and directly reduced the funding. They all had to tighten their belts to live a life. It was miserable. Don't worry, I don't know the source of this news, nor do I know whether it's true or false, but now someone will help us to test it. Mist Shinobi's 7 people have been folded into the hands of that monster, and that monster is left alone. Mist Shinobi will definitely, it's undoubtedly defeated. We just need to watch and let Mist Shinobi help us try out the truth of this news. AI is not an idiot. If Jin Yang really has such a weakness, then the whole Rock Shinobi people will spare no effort to save Jin Yang's life at night, so Mist Shinobi wants to take Jin Yang all at once. It is not simple the way to do this, and now this news is spread everywhere. If it is true, Rock Shinobi should be on guard. After Mist Shinobi tested the waters, they Cloud Shinobi acted again. At best, they couldn't repay the hatred. They didn't suffer anyway. After AI finished speaking, Killer Bee and the others also nodded. Now it is enough to wait and see, and they don't need to worry about other things. On the other side, Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi both got the news, and they were suddenly surprised. Jin Yang appeared like a mudslide, devastated everywhere. They could not take Konoha, and now they are even more miserable. So if you can get rid of Jin Yang, the pressure will be much less. Even if you lose, you won't lose too badly, but Sand Shinobi is still the same. There is no power to target Jin Yang, only Mist Shinobi of it. Read more at fictionzone.net. And these 3 villages knew the news, and Ohiki naturally knew too. How did this kid's secrets be exposed? The cold sweat on Dayemu's head is what I am most afraid of. Although Jin Yang said at the beginning, the village protects the village during the day and the village protects the village at night. He said so, but in case of an accident, wouldn't it be gone? So he panicked. The panicked Onoki immediately used the summoning beast to send a message to the battlefield, letting Iwaya be responsible for protecting Jin Yang. He was wondering at this moment, whether he wanted to go out or not. After all, there is Tsunade in the village, and Tsunade is learning and improving. Soon, the control of a village became more and more handy. To be honest, Onoki believes that if Tsunade was Rock Shinobi's player from the beginning, he would probably not hesitate to give Tsunade the position of Tsunade, but after all, Tsunade joined halfway, so it would be good for Tsunade to enter the high level. How could it be possible to throw this position out? But after seeing Jin Yang's reply, Oyemyo couldn't help being blinded, because Jin Yang's reply was clearly written on it. He was deliberate, and he had already mastered a small part of his power at night, even if it was only a small amount of power. A small part is not something that everyone can handle. This brat, he secretly mastered this power without telling the old man. He is a little BD. When he saw this news, Oyemyo was also relieved. Although he didn't know what Jin Yang planned to do, he completely trusted Jin Yang. After all, Jin Yang was more terrifying than him in planning. At the same time, Jin Yang, who was far away on the battlefield of Mist Shinobi, couldn't help but smile when he saw the news from Onoki. As expected, there was no one who misunderstood Konoha. In terms of darkness, Konoha is still the first class in the first class. Just waiting for the experience package to be delivered. After burning the information in his hand, Jin Yang simply went to rest. In fact, he took the initiative to expose this weakness, mainly targeting Konoha. Now Konoha is an ally, and what he needs is Konoha's attack, and Cloud Shinobi. As for Mist Shinobi, he can hit it himself. Anyway, things are going according to his expectations, so that's not a problem. Of course, Jiraiya still knows about this. At this moment, Jiraiya is full of awkwardness. He has found out the news himself, and he is sure that he should be the first to find out the secret. But why did it spread everywhere in a blink of an eye? He didn't remember that he gave this information to other people. In the end, Jiraiya could only look into the village. Jiraiya did detect this secret to guard against Jin Yang, but they are still allies now. With a character like Jiraiya, he will not take the initiative to betray anyone unless someone betrays him first. Now that Jin Yang's news was leaked by him, it made him very uncomfortable. He felt that he had betrayed his allies first, but he couldn't admit it, otherwise Rock Shinobi would go to war directly with Konoha. So this is called a depression. Of course, he doesn't know about Tsunade, otherwise he will be even more depressed. In fact, Jin Yang plans to quickly end Miss Shinobi's affair, showing a very anxious look, letting people make sure that his secret has been exposed, and then after solving Miss Shinobi, he heads directly to Sand Shinobi. He also plans to dig Orochimaru. Orochimaru is also the key point. Jin Yang said that digging Orochimaru is definitely easier than digging anyone. Orochimaru pursues longevity and pursues knowledge research. Although Jin Yang doesn't have much specific things in his mind, but there is still a general direction, enough to attract Orochimaru to the past. Therefore, Jin Yang has asked Iwado to inform Jiraiya, ready to launch a general attack on Miss Shinobi, and directly take down Miss Shinobi. After learning about Rock Shinobi's decision, Jiraiya felt even more guilty. He didn't expect that he had been used as a gun by Jin Yang, but he still felt guilty now. Jiraiya's performance is typical of being sold and helping to count the money. Jin Yang took advantage of it and felt that he was sorry for Jin Yang. That's why I said that my brain is dirty. Chapter 37 Jin Yang is anxious seeking collection. In fact, Jin Yang asked Konoha to notify Konoha, and it was just a notice. At dawn, Jin Yang went directly to Miss Shinobi alone and brought a bunch of people. It turned out that it was of no use at all, except for shouting at the back. 666 outside. So Jin Yang didn't bring anyone this time, and rushed to Miss Shinobi's camp alone. Well, is there an extra sun in the sky? At the Miss Shinobi camp, after Jin Yang came over, a ninja found that there seemed to be a sun in the sky. No, it's the enemy, it's Jin Yang from Rock Shinobi. Another ninja was taken aback when he saw this scene, and immediately sounded an alarm. The entire Miss Shinobi camp was alarmed, and Jin Yang in the sky saw this scene, and immediately sent a small shot. The sun blasted down from the sky. Water-style Great Waterfall Technique. After seeing this scene, some Jainin of Miss Shinobi, where can they be calm? Jin Yang's tricks are already well known, but they Miss Shinobi feel that they actually have a bit of advantage. After all, if the amount of flame and water are similar, the flame must have suffered. But Jin Yang's flame is more than just a flame. After the little sun fell and was blocked by the water made by the Great Waterfall Technique, it exploded suddenly. The whole Miss Shinobi camp was covered by heavy water and turned into a storm. This guy hit the door directly. Is it really anxious? So, the news should be true. Right now, 4th Mizukage Yakura was also there. In order to give Konoha a head-on blow, he didn't care about his own face, just like Sand Shinobi's 4th Kazekage Rosa, he participated in the war from the beginning. However, the enemy is too perverted. Even if they have many strong shadow-level players, they can't hold Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Although Jiraiya can't use Mount Maiboku's power to fight wars, he can use Sage Mode himself. As long as Wen is too protective of him, he can take a while to enter Sage Mode, and he does not need to stay in place to enter Sage Mode, he can run around, and the most irritating thing is that this guy can make prints with his feet. So others have nothing to do with him, and once he enters Sage Mode, even Yakura's explosive power is not Jiraiya's opponent, plus the Uchiha and Hyuga clan and Konoha's other racial support, so it is deadlocked. Now Jin Yang came directly, which made Yakura almost 80% sure that Jin Yang would indeed become weaker at night, so now Jin Yang would look at Miss Shinobi's camp directly, thinking this war must be ended early. Read more at fictionzone.net. Listen well, everyone. We are good at water style, restrain him, as long as drag it until the evening is enough. Yakura has not experienced the horror of Jin Yang. He feels that he is all water style ninjas here. Tianqi Jin Yang is a firefighter, so he wants to delay the time. Yakura doesn't believe it. He has tens of thousands of people. Not until night arrives. Hold me, you are really fascinated and confident. If you can, then try it out. One after another, the little sun kept dropping, triggering horrific explosions again and again, and the chakra of these ninjas was reduced because of the continuous use of water style, but Jin Yang's power was indeed constantly increasing. One person can hold tens of thousands of passive defenses, which is what Jin Yang's perverted combat power has done. Jin Yang kept throwing big moves. Soon, Jiraiya, Yanya and others arrived. Seeing Jin Yang's horrible attack that was almost overwhelming, Jiraiya couldn't help taking a breath, too. It's horrible. With the passage of time, Jin Yang's attack rating and attack power became stronger and stronger. Soon, the little sun in Jin Yang's hands turned directly into a big sun. After seeing this scene, Yanya and others decisively ran away. But Jin Yang directly used this trick to blow up Third Hokage for half his life. Strongly holding the last breath and lost a big move, so they didn't dare to stay. With the setting of the big sun, Mist Shinobi's water curtain defense finally broke down directly. This force was too powerful and powerful. They all used water style to resist Jin Yang's attack in batches. At this moment, Jin Yang, whose attack power soared, directly blasted the defense of tens of thousands of people. Not good, water style Isofa waterfall. Yakura directly entered the tail beast mode. A huge chakra-controlled water flow directly filled the gap, blocking the flames and explosions outside again, and the other Mist Shinobi ninjas quickly reached the top after they recovered. Dare to let Jin Yang's attack fall. Master Yakura, it's still a while before noon. If we continue this way, we won't be able to drag it until dark and we will be killed by him. Mizukage's assistant said with a look of horror, never expected that they felt that they had looked at Jin Yang high enough, but found that they still underestimated too much. The water style of tens of thousands of people can't stand the attack of the other party. This is tens of thousands of people, all of them are ninjas, it's too exaggerated. When facing Cloud Shinobi, although Jin Yang looked terrifying, he did not directly fight against tens of thousands of people. Instead, he conquered Cloud Shinobi by defeating the strong. But now, one person suppresses tens of thousands of bombings. What scene? Can Mist Shinobi really hold it? Jiraiya, who had stepped back for a certain distance, was even more shocked. He found that Jin Yang's energy was almost endless. He kept throwing big moves like this, and he couldn't handle the consumption under Sage mode, but Jin Yang just managed to do this. The big move doesn't need money, just like chakra doesn't need money. No matter what, if you can't hold it now, you must hold it. Tell others that you don't need to save soldiers and grains, eat as much as you want, and restore chakra as soon as possible. I don't believe that an entire ninja village can stop this monster. Yakura, who has already transformed into three tails, feels that Jin Yang cannot continue to grow stronger no matter how awesome it is. It's just a guess when he grows stronger over time. Anyone who has seen such an unreasonable person thinks it's dawn, and then you just from a small trash to an existence that transcends the super shadow. Does this make sense? But Jin Yang is just this unreasonable. The next second, two big suns set. This time, even if three tails joined, the defense was directly broken. It is worthy of tens of thousands of people, it has dragged me so long, even more difficult than Third Hokage. Jin Yang is already more than 3 meters tall, and his body is burning with golden flames. He looks like a flame demon. The defense of these guys is indeed strong enough. Without two big moves, Jin Yang also took two big suns to completely break this defense. Thanks for the monthly pass of 14100XYT. Chapter 38 Keep the Brush Experience Seeking Collection. Ahem, damn monster, it shattered the defense of tens of thousands of people. Yakura has already withdrawn from the Three Tails state. Of course, it was not he who quit on the initiative, but Three Tails himself counseled. There is no way. Facing Jin Yang at this moment, the strength gap is too big, Three Tails has been beaten and shut down. Yakura and others were also wounded. These two big suns not only pierced the tens of thousands of defenses, but also wiped out the weakest thousands of people, and none of the others were intact, with many wounds on their bodies. Yakura, die or surrender, choose one. Jin Yang has fallen in front of Yakura at this moment, and Yakura is facing this existence like a demon god. The flames on Jin Yang's high temperature and the terrifying aura give him a feeling of suffocation, let alone it's noon now. Yakura suddenly felt that his behavior was a little ridiculous without even touching the side at noon. He even wanted to postpone noon. What a ridiculous idea, let alone noon, it was already killing him. Voted, surrendered, we missed Shinobi surrendered. In the end Yakura can only make this decision, otherwise he has no doubt that all the people in Mist Shinobi will die here. Once these people die here, the entire Mist Shinobi will be abandoned, even the small villages above, let alone the 5 major villages. It is estimated that by then the entire Mist Shinobi will be eaten up by other villages, and there will be no Mist Shinobi in the world. It's still a sense of current affairs. After Jin Yang squinted his eyes, he stepped on his feet, and the person disappeared into the sky. Now he needs to find a place to put out the fire. After all, he used a lot of power this time, but it was better than when he dealt with Third Hokage. It's much better, because he has 10% of the power he can control by himself, and after defeating the entire Mist Shinobi, he has improved a lot. In fact, Jin Yang had several ideas for leaving Yakura. First, he wanted to see if Yakura would dare to gamble. He came to attack him at night, and the second was to keep his experience, so Yakura stayed. Now it depends on whether Yakura dare to gamble. Read more at fictionzone.net. At this moment, Jin Yang can control 20% of the power. This is supported by the entire Mist Shinobi. Jin Yang is a little helpless at this moment. I knew this. I should have beaten all Cloud Shinobi people to the ground. It will not only get the power provided by a few shadow-level powerhouses, but now it is 20%, which is enough for him to use. Just a Mist Shinobi is 10%. If you hit Konoha from start to finish, you will get at least 20–30%. Jin Yang now has an urge to fight with Konoha, but forget it after thinking about it. It's not cost-effective. Just keep the experience of several other villages, and give 10% once, then twice, 3 times. Moreover, this time and space is not good. The big deal is to go to other time and space to clean up. There is always enough to improve himself, so he doesn't panic at all. Keeping these people not to kill is also to clean up a few times. Once he is full of the percentage, once you have mastered it 100%, and new power comes in, that is truly invincible. Of course, Jin Yang actually has an idea. Since Guy, who opened the 8th gate, can use his ultimatum to distort the space, what about his full power? When he used the Holy Spear before, he seemed to see that the space was distorted by himself, which meant that the space of this world was not very strong. If he fully grasped this power, he might be able to break it open with strength. Space. To achieve the ultimate with strength, if he can really do this step, he will not be afraid of what the Heavenly Imperial Court, and he will be worthy of fighting him frontally, even if it is the truth-seeking ball. He will not take it seriously. The most what's afraid is that others trap him to death with spatial tricks. This is very troublesome, and the tricks of Heaven's Imperial Palace don't need to touch you, but within a certain range, it can be transformed directly. This is the most troublesome point. In this way, Jin Yang is constantly thinking, noon has passed, and in the afternoon, Jin Yang will also go back. And what he did made almost everyone sure, that is, Jin Yang, he really didn't have much fighting power at night, so this time he would be anxious. Because his weaknesses were exposed, he was very anxious to win this war to prevent accidents. This created illusion plus the brain supplements of these people directly pushed this illusion to a high point. At night, Jin Yang found out that Yakura didn't send anyone over. It seemed that it was because he was more ruthless during the day, which caused the other party to shut down. It is estimated that if no one else fanned the flames, Yakura would not dare to be at night. When he did it to himself, Jin Yang also sighed and could only wait. He didn't believe that Cloud Shinobi's people could bear it, After all, he killed the current Raikage dad. The hatred of killing his father is not shared. He just waits for Cloud Shinobi to exert his strength. Then other people will follow him directly. Jin Yang can hit the door by himself. Go with. But this way, it is inevitable that the teacher will have nowhere to go, which is not conducive to his later stage, so the best way is to let others take the initiative to provoke him, and then he can make efforts to get the opponent. Mist Shinobi has already surrendered. At night, Konoha and Rock Shinobi held a banquet together, but although it was a banquet, the senior leaders of both sides still had some precautions. During the banquet, Jin Yang focused on Uchiha Fugaku. If he wanted to dig Uchiha, he could only start from Uchiha Fugaku, and only he was worthy of Jin Yang. Other Uchiha people, to be honest, he didn't think so. Now, Uchiha Itachi doesn't know what the situation is, whether Uchiha Shisui has been biased, and how old they are, so Uchiha Fugaku is the target. Quietly stuffed a small note to Uchiha Fugaku. After all, there were so many people here, so he didn't dare to talk to Uchiha Fugaku directly, so he stuffed a small note and asked Uchiha Fugaku to come out to talk at night. Have a chat. The banquet didn't last long. The main reason was that the people in charge of both sides watched their own people have some defensiveness against each other, so the people on both sides soon dispersed. When it was still in the middle of the night, a figure quietly sprang out of the Konoha camp, and then disappeared into the night. This person is Uchiha Fugaku, but it is not the real Uchiha Fugaku, but Uchiha Fugaku's shadow clone. Shadow clone can pass back the things experienced by the clone, and using shadow clone is also the safest. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku is actually calm at all. The reason is the note that Jin Yang handed him. Chapter 39 Excavation of the Uchiha Clan Seeking Collection. After Uchiha Fugaku returned to his camp, he opened the small note, and the content on the note was not very much, only a little content, but this little content made Uchiha Fugaku flustered. The above briefly described the Uchiha family, the conflict with Konoha, and a little bit of news about Manjiki. Uchiha Fugaku had already activated Manjiki, but it was also activated during this war. Only a few of his confidants knew that he had activated Manjiki. So when this question was raised, Uchiha Fugaku panicked. Once Konoha knows this kind of secret, Konoha will definitely take action against them. They will not let the Uchiha clan reappear some strong people. This is Konoha's style. It can be said that in the eyes of the high-level Konoha, the Uchiha clan it is bound to die. So after night fell, Uchiha Fugaku let his shadow clone leave. Anyway, part of the patrols in the camp belonged to the Uchiha clan, so it was easy to spread, and he also knew where the dead spots were. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku, shadow clone, came to the agreed place. At this time, Iwaa and Jin Yang had been waiting here for a long time. Jin Yang wanted to come by alone, but I am not relieved when Iwaa was killed. Come along. Hey? It turned out to be Shadow Clone. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku is not stupid. After Iwaa saw Uchiha Fugaku, he knew it was a Shadow Clone, which he could still see as a shadow-level powerhouse. What exactly do you Rock Shinobi want to do? And, what do you know? Although Uchiha Fugaku is a little flustered, he can only talk honestly now. It looks like you're a little panicked by Chief Fugaku, but don't panic. It's actually a good thing for you to find you this time. You should be very clear about your position in Konoha, especially now that you are still once Manjiki Sharingan is turned on, once Konoha knows about it. You Uchiha clan don't want it. Jin Yang said with a smile, as if he were a fox, while Uchiha Fugaku's face was getting more and more ugly. Read more at fictionzone.net. What the hell do you want to do? Uchiha Fugaku stared at Jin Yang fiercely. He couldn't figure out how his secrets were leaked. Could it be his confidants? But it is impossible. It's very simple, Konoha can't accommodate you Uchiha clan, but we Rock Shinobi can. we rock shinobi welcome talents, so you should understand what we plan to do. It's impossible for the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help taking a breath after listening to Jin Yang's words. He thought about digging them into the Uchiha clan. To be honest, he was so embarrassed, but he didn't know the specific situation of the other party. Are you planning to kill them? When the time comes, the Uchiha clan will not only bear the name of a traitor, but will also be wiped out all at once, which is worse than Konoha. The Fugaku clan does not need to be so guarded. I know you Uchiha clan very well. I know better than you. I also know what Konoha intends to do against you. Whether it is Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they will not let it go. You guys. Since Senju Tobirama, because of the hatred of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan has been madly suppressed. As the clan leader, you know you are very helpless, right? You divided the Uchiha clan to the edge of the village and separated you from others. In addition, I will give you the Uchiha clan a security team position, and you Uchiha clan, I only look at a few people, one of them is you. You are a bit sane, unlike the others, those guys still rely on the light of your ancestors, but I didn't know that I pushed myself down the abyss step by step. You must be very tired as the patriarch. I don't expect to persuade you directly. I will give you a way to contact us. Not surprisingly, in a few years at most, Konoha's people will treat you Uchiha clan. Do it, wipe out your Uchiha clan. At that time, you can ask our rock shinobi for help, and the door of our rock shinobi will always be open to you. You came to Shadow Clone tonight. I will send someone to give it to you later. You are a smart person. You know what to do later. I don't need to say anything, right? Jin Yang said a lot basically. He said that Uchiha Fugaku's heart is gone, and Jin Yang's meaning is also very clear. He does not need the current Uchiha clan. You guard me, it's okay, I don't care, I wait until you have to come and beg me, then you will have no initiative at all. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, you Uchiha clan, I only like sane people. As for the kind of arrogant, old-fashioned, and brain-disabled guy, I don't need it. You'd better identify this part after you go back. I only accept sensible people. I don't need a mad dog here. Also, you'd better keep your son and Uchiha Shisui away from getting too close. I'll talk more about what is different about Uchiha Shisui, so you better be careful. Don't let your son be brainwashed by others. That way, you can go back. After Jin Yang left the last two sentences, he left with Iwaya, while Uchiha Fugaku's complexion was constantly changing, and finally turned into a smog and disappeared. At this moment, Uchiha is lying in the camp with his eyes closed and rested. Fugaku's body suddenly opened his eyes. It's so deceptive, as well as the control of the situation, as if some are pinched in his hands. If that day is really reached, maybe I can only make this choice. After Uchiha Fugaku digested the information brought back by Shadow Clone, his face changed several times, and then he laughed helplessly. Few people in his clan could see his status clearly, but an outsider analyzed the situation like this clearly. It is a bit too weird. But he is indeed moved. Uchiha Fugaku has made a decision at this moment. Now it depends on Konoha's choice. If Konoha really intends to destroy them, or the Uchiha clan is really hopeless, he will choose the ones that are still saved. As for his son, he couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of this. He knows what Uchiha Shisui is. He is close to the Konoha faction. If this guy really brainwashes his son, he might cause a mess, so Uchiha Fugaku felt that he had to take care of it. Please ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, everyone. Is there anyone else watching? Can you post a message in the book review area? You are so panic, just like playing standalone. Chapter 40 The Surging Ninja World Seeking Collection. Should we leave the Hyoga clan? On the way, Iwaya looked at Jin Yang and asked, what happened to the Senju clan proves Jin Yang's ability, and the Uchiha clan is estimated to be under his command later. What about the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga clan is more troublesome. It's not time yet. I need to get Caged Bird out of the village for me first, and then I will try again. If it is really done, then there will be bargaining chips at that time, and the time has not yet arrived. Jin Yang shook his head. Before, in front of Iwaya, he said a lot of secret things, such as Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki, but he didn't care. Iwaya was also very smart, he would not ask, and Jin Yang was the master enough. Now Jin Yang represents the entire Rock Shinobi, and even Ohiki and his Iwaya and others are the support points behind. The entire Rock Shinobi revolves around Jin Yang, so he will not ask about these things. As for the Hyuga clan, one is that Caged Bird's curse solution has not yet been obtained, and the other is that Jin Yang is waiting for an opportunity, when Cloud Shinobi will take Hinata's shot, then go to dig. Plus Caged Bird's curse solution, Jin Yang was almost 100% sure to dig people over, and the Hyuga clan, he didn't need too many people. Once you help the people in the branch house to unlock the Caged Bird, the other party can treat you as the savior. It doesn't need to think about it. The people in the clan family can only see the line of Hyuga Hayashi. Other people, get out. He doesn't need these arrogant and very uncontrollable guys to exist. Of course, maybe he can give them a game with the next Caged Bird. After chatting with Iwaya for a while, Jin Yang went to rest. It was basically certain that Konoha's 3 major families had already arrived, and Jin Yang was almost done with what he had to do. Then it's his turn next. Others, people like Orochimaru, are also one of the targets. Jiraiya will definitely not be able to dig, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead and Danzo is the dominant family. In this case, Jiraiya can dig, but before Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, Jiraiya and the Might family father and son are like the BD who eats the weight and the hard-hearted Konoha, you can't convince the existence at all. One night passed quickly. Even if Uchiha Fugaku figured out these things, he couldn't fall asleep, so he suffered from insomnia all night, while Jin Yang was slumbering, which was called a comfortable one. Now that Mist Shinobi has lost, Jin Yang handed over the negotiation to Jiraiya and others. After all, the main battlefield is theirs, but Rock Shinobi has exerted such a great effort this time, so the resources must be Rock Shinobi's. Read more at fictionzone.net. In order to prevent Sand Shinobi from being taken down by Konoha so quickly, Jin Yang asked Iwado to take the people directly to the Sand Shinobi battlefield. Sand Shinobi is too weak, Jin Yang has no doubt that they will be taken down soon, so every minute must be raced against each other. One is that these guys are experience packs, and the other is that he has to dig Orochimaru. If they are defeated directly, then he can only look for opportunities later. So Rock Shinobi's large forces moved forward and passed in the direction of Sand Shinobi, but Jin Yang didn't worry that Sand Shinobi would surrender directly. They wouldn't. They probably would go to other shinobi to deal with Jin Yang. Jin Yang is now the key to victory. The defeated Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi did not hurt their muscles and bones. Once Jin Yang is taken down, they still have a chance to come back. Jin Yang feels that with Luasha's personality, it should not be directly affected. Scared to surrender. And the news that he defeated Mist Shinobi soon spread to the entire ninja world. In this world, intelligence is always faster than people. I cleaned up Mist Shinobi directly the next day after the news arrived. It looks like this, at least most of this thing is true, even if he doesn't completely lose combat power at night, he won't be strong enough to go anywhere. Send people to Mist Shinobi, win over the Mist Shinobi alliance, let them send all the strong, and contact Sand Shinobi to let them resist. No matter what, as long as the time comes, we will join forces to kill the monster Jin Yang, then all battles will be reversed. After AI looked at the information on his desk, he immediately sent people to contact the two parties, planning to jointly target Jin Yang and kill Jin Yang. The 3 of them were the final winners. Before the defeat, Cloud Shinobi had some connections with Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, so it is very convenient to communicate now, and Yakura is also very reluctant to lose. He has not forgotten what Jin Yang showed, so he also thinks Jin Yang doesn't have any combat power at night, otherwise he won't be able to bring a large army to Sand Shinobi. The large army is responsible for escorting him. If Jin Yang has combat power at night, then other Rock Shinobi troops are actually a burden, but no matter where Jin Yang goes, Rock Shinobi's troops follow wherever they go, and besides following behind and shouting 666, they also do. Have you ever had other things? Rock Shinobi's fault, except for the fight in the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, was almost a prince. Okay, with these people, it was not to protect Jin Yang, and I didn't believe it when I killed Yakura. So Yakura surrendered on the face, but he directly united with 4th Raikage AI and sent the masters from the village to the battlefield of Sand Shinobi. At the same time, Sand Shinobi's Luo Sha once wanted to give up after knowing that Jin Yang had brought someone over, but he was not reconciled, and once he gave up, he started this war. It is okay to give up, but when the time comes his regime will be shaken. Maybe he will become the shortest winged shadow in Sand Shinobi's history, and that's when he will laugh out loud. But just when he wanted to give up but was not reconciled, the news of 4th Raikage came, which gave him greater confidence. Now he just needs to hold it back, and drag these people over and kill Jin Yang. This monster, sending troops later, can completely reverse the current disadvantage. Feng Ying, what should we do now? Although Raikage has already given the news, Jin Yang will definitely come before them. When the monster comes over, it is a question of whether we can last a day. Ilao Zhang and Cho are a little helpless, although there is hope, but they are very difficult to resist. If you can't hold it, we will retreat. Even if Konoha's people can break into our Sand Shinobi, it will be no hesitate. In addition, to bring the guy out of the blessing, it is his turn to do his best, even if he will run away. Luo Sha was betting his last bit of bargaining chips, and even the uncontrollable points of blessings were brought out. The current points of blessings are going to run away at any time, but Luo Sha is already unscrupulous for his own victory. Chapter 41 Unexpected Surprise-Seeking Collection. Not to mention the actions between several villages, just as Cho and others said, Jin Yang and others did come to Sand Shinobi first, and when Jin Yang arrived, Luo Sha retreated without saying anything. Anyway, I would not admit defeat. I do not surrender, I just drag. However, Jin Yang and others are always working together, so even if they come first, it will not be much faster. The information that Luo Sha received requires him to hold on for 2 days, and the masters of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi have arrived. It is not a problem to kill Jin Yang while taking advantage of the night. Everyone at Rock Shinobi, welcome to you. After everyone met, Orochimaru brought people out to greet Rock Shinobi's people. Orochimaru's appearance at this moment is not as crazy as after. Although the skin is a little too white, it even looks a little weird, but it doesn't have the weirdness of the later stage. Now he hasn't completely fallen into that crazy stage. Jin Yang in a way laughed after seeing Orochimaru, so after entering Konoha camp, Jin Yang also used the previous trick to deal with Uchiha Fugaku, and directly stuffed Orochimaru with a small note, except for the time and place. In addition, there are only 2 words, longevity, which Orochimaru has been pursuing. Orochimaru can't resist the temptation from Chongsheng, and after the war is over, Minato will be in power, then there will be nothing about Orochimaru, plus Danzo will sell a wave of Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru can't be poached now, wait until Orochimaru defect, it can also be easily dug away. As for whether Jin Yang has mastered longevity in his hands, he hasn't mastered it, but he has experience. The Tsutsuki clan is longevity. Although Sage of 6 Paths can only achieve an alternative version of longevity, but with Orochimaru's knowledge and wisdom, it's not a big problem to get him a Tsutsuki clan for research after a big deal. In short, he still has a lot of chips that Orochimaru is interested in, so he is not afraid that Orochimaru will not be tempted. The arrival of Rock Shinobi can only be regarded as the icing on the cake for Konoha. After everyone chatted for a while, Jin Yang and others left and returned to their camp. However, after returning, Jin Yang got a copy from Onaki's intelligence. This piece of information is about the Vortex country and the Vortex Kushina. Jin Yang wants to dig the 4th generation couple, but the 4th generation does not seem to be able to dig it unless he knows about Naruto later, but if the 4th generation knows about it, if you are still alive, it is meaningless, and if a dead person is recruited, it is meaningless. So Jin Yang simply put his gaze on the Vortex Kushina. Of course, whether to dig or not depends on the situation. Just like now, the information he got was about the Vortex country, and the destruction of the Vortex country was tricky. Read more at fictionzone.net. According to the truth, the Uzumaki kingdom was besieged by many countries and forces and led to its destruction. The reason was that the Uzumaki kingdom's sealing technique was too horrible, but now the piece sent by Onoki is tricky. After the demise of the Uzumaki kingdom, there is even Konoha's shadow. Both Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen participated, but they did not do it clearly, but chose to be a pusher behind them. They even made the siege of Uzumaki kingdom. Sure enough, it is Konoha's person. How dark is this heart to do such a thing? In addition to this item, there is another item about Kushina being robbed as a child. In fact, Jin Yang has always been wondering whether the people at Cloud Shinobi have a problem with their brains, or what should I say. Even if you send someone to catch Kushina, is this person's strength a bit too scumbag? At that time, Kushina was the container of 9 tails. In that case, there was no Anbu staring at him, but the person Minato went to save. Minato was able to bring Kushina back. What was the enemy's strength? Are the people at Cloud Shinobi an idiot? Send a group of scum ninjas to rob people. So no matter how you think about it, there is something tricky in it, just like Naruto can steal the sealed book. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen's acquiescence, a village's whole card was stolen if it was stolen. Isn't this a nonsense? So Jin Yang asked Ohaimu to check these things, and the result is now really found. This is really a pleasant surprise, and Jin Yang checked the situation of Kushina and Minato in this period. They are not together yet, but there must be a good impression of. Really give me a chance, Iwata Sr., let Tsunade come over. I need her help for the next thing. Just relying on the 2 things in her hand, not to mention the fact that Kushina's affection for Konoha can be directly reduced to the freezing point, but how can she be grudged with Konoha, and now she needs Tsunade's help. Let Tsunade talk about what happened to him, and Kushina can no longer trust Konoha in an instant. At that time, it was easy to dig a lot. As for the Prince Naruto, Jin Yang felt that even if he poached Kushina, Namikaze Minato will also find other people. Even if they don't find other people, at this time, Ashura's chakra will be reincarnated on other people. Indefinitely, it will be reincarnated in the hands of Rock Shinobi's current Senju clan, so this is even more convenient. As long as they are descendants of the 6 paths, they may become the reincarnation of both, one in Uchiha and the other in Senju and Vortex. Jin Yang is not an idiot if he has this opportunity to not dig anyway, but it is mainly Orochimaru's side now. If Orochimaru is done here, plus those things that Orochimaru controls Danzo, the possibility of digging Kushina is even greater. So Jin Yang is full of confidence now, waiting for Orochimaru to come out to chat tonight. On Rock Shinobi's side, it's a busy camp, but the ninjas are very mobile, and these people are Rock Shinobi's ninjas who are proficient in Earth style and have been trained, so it's too easy to set up. If it weren't for the unrenovated house, Jin Yang and the others wouldn't even need to live in the tent anymore. Soon night fell, and Jin Yang also knew that it was time to set off on his own. He still took Yunya to the east, and the old man, Yunya, was about to become his attendant. After arriving at the agreed place, Jin Yang found that he underestimated the attraction of eternal life to Orochimaru, the current Orochimaru, but came here the first time, much faster than them. After seeing this scene, Jin Yang has already determined that Orochimaru basically hasn't run away, even if he can't convince now. When Hokage is selected, Orochimaru will win 100%. Your Excellency Orochimaru, it's quite early. Jin Yang looked at Orochimaru with a smile and said. Chapter 42. You can't be this Naruto-seeking collection. It's also because the news you gave me is too uncomfortable, but I am very curious, how do you know about me? I am indeed pursuing longevity, but I haven't disclosed it to others. Orochimaru was also quite puzzled. After seeing the note Jin Yang gave him, he could no longer control his desire for longevity, and what surprised him was that this secret was always buried in him. In my heart, but Jin Yang knows. I don't care about this, Lord Orochimaru, I naturally have my own method, but since Lord Orochimaru came out, then it means Lord Orochimaru is very interested, right? Yes, I am very interested, so what do you want? Orochimaru is quite obsessed with Chongsheng, but he is curious what Rock Shinobi intends to do. It's very simple, our Rock Shinobi has only one purpose, to invite Your Excellency Orochimaru to join our Rock Shinobi. Jin Yang said his purpose, but Orochimaru was lost in thought, even a little bit unbelievable. He had seen him digging the foot of the wall, but the shadow-level powerhouse who digs in other people's villages is a bit too much. Do you think you can recruit me with a longevity I haven't seen yet? You know my position in Konoha, and I have the confidence to find a way to live long. Why should I give up Konoha and join Rock Shinobi? Suddenly, Orochimaru spoke. He had absolute confidence in himself. He could find the key to longevity by himself. Since Rock Shinobi has found it, then why Onoji still looks like this is not practical? No, Your Excellency Orochimaru doesn't seem to have a clear view of the situation. Let alone Chongsheng, do you think you can be this Naruto? Jin Yang didn't panic at all, Orochimaru's reaction was already in his expectation. Why not? Now Konoha can become Naruto only me, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Danzo, but Jiraiya disdains to be Naruto, Namikaze Minato's qualifications are too low, Danzo, he can't beat me, so Naruto's position is only it could be mine. Orochimaru felt that Hokage's position must be his own, after all, he has been famous for a long time. Read more at fictionzone.net. Well said, although I don't want to hit you, but I still tell you that the least likely to become Hokage is you. Even if Danzo becomes Hokage, you can't be this Hokage. What do you mean? Orochimaru's face changed after hearing Jin Yang's words. Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly, let's not talk about the many dirty things you did behind Konoha. Do you think Danzo, who has been prying at Hokage for a long time, will let you go? You and Danzo are, but there are some deals, and you don't have a team like Danzo. He can tell third generation what you are doing at any time. With this, let alone Hokage, you wait to go to jail. As for the possibility of Danzo yen you behind, I don't need to say more, you should know it yourself, and if this one is removed, neither Danzo nor third generation will allow you to become Naruto, because they control it. No more. For the position of Naruto, Danzo can even kill Konoha with White Fang. What's more, among you, he can't compete for the position of Naruto, but he can kill others for his own position. No one is suitable to be this Hokage, so he is the only one left. So even if he can't be in the top position himself, the high-level person must be someone who is easy to control and can break down at any time. On this condition, only Namikaze Minato is suitable. So no matter whether Danzo can be the Hokage or not, you definitely have no such possibility. Danzo has your evidence of crime. Even if you want to destroy the place now, Danzo can kill you before you. Do you still think you can be this Naruto now? Jin Yang's words caused Orochimaru to fall into contemplation. The Hokage position he had already received in his pocket suddenly began to become a little erratic. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. As a Hokage, he must reduce his own negative information to zero, not to mention that it is completely cleared, but it is not too obvious, but his Orochimaru is different. In order to pursue immortality, he has done a lot of human experiments with first Hokage cells. And this kind of evidence is still in Danzo's hands. Danzo is like someone holding his only life-saving straw. He can choke him to death at any time and become Naruto. With his understanding of Danzo, Danzo will do it 100%. So after thinking about it, Orochimaru discovered that the possibility of becoming Hokage is not close to zero, but zero at all. There is no possibility of becoming Hokage. There is no possibility of becoming Hokage, and there are only two roads left in front of you, the prisoner and the bereaved dog. Although third generation is not a good thing, but he should not directly kill you as an apprentice. So you don't have to worry about death, but if you become a prisoner, your longevity dream may be broken, so your only way is to become a betrayer and a bereaved dog. I believe you can find a way to live forever. You really have incomparable talent, otherwise I would not come to recruit you, but your efforts alone are not as good as the support of a whole village, and even we have mastered it. There are many secrets about this world, even Konoha has no secrets that anyone knows, so I can reveal a little bit to you. In this world, there are still some immortal people, it depends on how you choose. Jin Yang said that he threw a scroll to Orochimaru, which recorded some things about Satsuki Kagaya and the six brothers. It even recorded that Satsuki Kagaya was sealed for thousands of years and stayed in the moon. In fact, Jin Yang would be regarded as an empty glove white wolf. This kind of news will also be exposed by Uchiha Madara in the future. Then it will not be too secretive, he just took it out in advance. So if Orochimaru is really recruited, it will be a real empty glove white wolf. These things. Orochimaru's face changed as he watched it, and it was almost a Sichuan opera. Jin Yang is a face like I am not in a hurry. You look at it slowly and stay by the side. As for Yanya, he is very confused, Jin Yang said. He also waited to hear and analyze the things he said, but he was still a little confused. But he probably sorted out some things he understood. Anyway, Orochimaru must become a betrayal in the end and could not bear to run away. Thanks to A810024SD for urging the votes, thank you for your support, but I don't really have much in my hands. Besides, buddy, why did you post the book review in the advertising area? It's also my sharp eye, otherwise I won't see it. Chapter 43 Basically One Seeking Collection. Hey, I admit that you do have a good eloquence, and you succeeded in making me tempted. You can join you, but I need to see the substance of longevity, not just these words. After closing the scroll, Orochimaru made the final decision and continued to stay in Konoha. He could only be a bereavement dog, but after joining Rock Shinobi, he has not only strength support but also various data resources, so he is very good at counting this. An account. Now that he has started to experiment with the people in the village, he has already broken through his bottom line, and for the sake of longevity, he can see everything. There was a Hokage dream before, but this dream has now been Jin Yang broke off directly, so he only had the last one to pursue. In this case, Orochimaru will also make a trade-off, and joining Rock Shinobi is the best choice. A wise choice. As for the things of longevity, I came to you for longevity. I almost have a general direction. Although it is not specific, it is better than your general. I also want to live long, so I need help. Ro. Of course, saying this will inevitably give you the feeling that I am playing with you. After the Sand Shinobi War is over, I will show you a good thing. Then you can judge the authenticity of what I said. Before that, this scroll is for you. In addition, this period of time, I need to do something and need you to help me. Speaking of Jin Yang, he threw out another scroll. In this scroll, there were some things about clones, cells, etc. Although Jin Yang didn't know the specific things, he had seen some general things, so he changed these general things. Something tells Orochimaru himself will push in this direction. Jin Yang didn't doubt this at all. After all, Orochimaru was really a pioneer in the science of ninja world in the later stage. I hope you don't let me down. Holding the scroll, Orochimaru left soon. Are you so relieved of this guy? According to what you said, this guy is not a peaceful person, and about longevity, is this kind of thing really achievable? Yanya was also a little confused at this moment. Who doesn't want something like longevity? If life is comfortable and beautiful, no one would want to die so soon, so he is also very eager for longevity. I don't know, I'm not in charge of this kind of thing. I'm looking for Orochimaru for this. It's just to increase the probability. Without Orochimaru, basically we can't even research a hair through our own research. That's basically better, and I am not very clear about the specifics. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang shook his head. Orochimaru in the original book achieved a different kind of immortality, but Jin Yang doesn't know if it is true immortality, but he doesn't panic, because he can also draw other powers. Maybe he will draw one. Longevity. This kind of ability is still precious to the Naruto world, but in many worlds, it is really not very valuable, not to mention worthless, but it can be regarded as all over the street, such as the worlds of the fantasy world and the prehistoric Zyuxian. If he draws something inside, Jin Yang won't worry about his lifespan. Of course, he doesn't need a long life for one person, so he needs Orochimaru's help and walks several roads together, just in case. Now Orochimaru basically can't run. After that, Jin Yang will take him to the moon. Other people Jin Yang dare not take it there. But Orochimaru is different. This kind of people will never betray as long as they have interests, so Jin Yang knowing Orochimaru, I dare to play like this. Both parties returned to their camp at this moment. After returning, Orochimaru began to study the scroll that Jin Yang gave him. In this scroll, he saw a lot of rough and general things, but with his thinking about it in my head, it seems that there is indeed a certain degree of feasibility. From this, he saw the hope of longevity. If it can be achieved, it may be possible to achieve longevity. Now Orochimaru has 90% of his faith in Jin Yang. Even if Jin Yang couldn't bring out other things in the follow-up, he would cooperate with Jin Yang, because the things in Jin Yang's brain were what he needed, so the whole night passed. Early the next morning, Rock Shinobi's guys started the call directly. The purpose is very simple. Hit Sand Shinobi. Jin Yang also hopes to get a wave of percentages. The introduction of Sand Shinobi is much higher than Mist Shinobi, so if you win Sand Shinobi, Jin Yang has no doubt that he can get a higher percentage. After all, the percentage is not entirely specified by strength. When Rock Shinobi moved, Konoha naturally followed, so the power of the two great shinobi villages chased Sand Shinobi directly. Luo Sha's face turned green in an instant after receiving this news, and now he can only retreat temporarily. In short, a drag formula cannot go to war with Rock Shinobi and Konoha, so the whole Sand Shinobi retreats without a fight. Even if they ran away, Sand Shinobi's people are really timid, and they can do things like retreating without a fight. Yanya said that he was shocked. This man is indeed very strange, and he ran away. People are also smart, Senior Yanya. If you were you and the people from two villages besieged, would you still fight each other? Especially because there is still me inside. Although Jin Yang didn't want to boast, he was indeed an invincible representative. Luo She running away was a very clear choice. It would be impossible to make him fight with Jin Yang. He had no other choice except to lose. Haha, yes, if the opponent is your kid, I don't even bother to run, so I just surrender. For you, running is not feasible at all, and I still run away with the army. It is ridiculous to think about it. Yanya showed a smile. Jin Yang was so terrifying, but running away was said to be undesirable for Jin Yang, because of Jin Yang's speed. Now that Jin Yang has chased him, he would naturally not let go of these experience packs. Yes, escaping is of no use to me, so I plan to end this war before Tsunade arrives. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he jumped directly into the sky, stepped on the little sun, and disappeared from the sight of everyone. What an enviable strength, Minato, can you lead us to chase it? After Orochimaru took a look, he looked at Namikaze Minato next to him and asked, Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god is very useful, and after hearing Orochimaru's words, Namikaze Minato was also taken aback, and then nodded. It was trivial to take a few people with his flying thunder god, so he immediately disappeared with a few masters. Chapter 44 Sand Shinobi of a Strong Man with a Broken Wrist Seeking Collection. Master Feng Ying, someone is chasing over, the speed is very fast, and we will be chasing us soon. Sand Shinobi's perception ninja can perceive the existence of Jin Yang. After all, Jin Yang also has something like chakra in his body, so he will inevitably be discovered when he gets closer. Have you caught up so soon? Feng Ying, what shall we do now? Cho and the others looked at Luosha. They did not have their own ideas, but now Luosha is still there. It is difficult for them to go beyond Luosha and directly implement their own decisions, and any wrong decision made is Luosha's pot. They are not. We'll go back. It's fast enough. Divide the army into 10 branches and retreat immediately. Besides, keep the divided blessings. We can resist as soon as we can resist for a while. Luosha was also fierce. He didn't even want the tail beasts in his own village. However, he had already made such a decision to bring Fenfu out of the prison. Let's talk about the follow-up matters. Now, let's solve the current ferry first. Feng Ying, you have to think about it. Once the tail beast is lost, our village will lose its weapon to deter other villages. Qiande, Hai Laozang and others couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Luosha's decision was indeed very special. At least they didn't dare to play like this. Once the tail beast was lost, it would be a tragedy. Don't worry, the big deal is to divide the blessings and die. The tail beast can still recover, and Xiaozhuru will only recover in our Sand Shinobi territory. If this time we win the bet, we will not get the benefit of a tail beast. Comparable. And the character of the blessing, even if it is dead, it will not let the tail beast fall into the hands of other people. Luosha shook her head. The big deal is to let Xiao'erhe die once. Xiao'erhe has always had Sand Shinobi. Even when Senju Hashirama distributed the tail beast, Sand Shinobi already had a tail beast, so it was not too big. The problem. Moreover, the tail beast is also sealed by humans. The most important thing is that the power of the tail beast cannot be used for the benefit of the old and immortal, so just temporarily abandon it and capture it again later. Now the most important thing is to drag it. People from the other 2 villages came over. After this decision was made, it was quickly implemented. Sand Shinobi's people were divided into 10 groups and fled in different directions. After all, this is the Kingdom of Wind. They can go wherever they go, but the distribution of blessings is lost. Come down. Divide the blessings and see what your village has done. Just throw you here and wait for death. Do you want to protect such a village? Just let me out, I can save your life. At this moment, although the remaining part of the blessing is helpless, it has become a habit, because the slag of Sand Shinobi's sealing technique can be said to be abnormal, and the Shao crane in the part of the blessing is also often doing things. However, after becoming Jinkraki, Gaara has been living a life of imprisonment. Gaara is better. Although he was targeted by her father and targeted by others, she still met a partner in the later period, and she did not live in prison. Read more at fictionzone.net. But Daifu is different. He has always been in custody. If you can use it, let him go out to fight. And then shut it back when you don't need it. However, Daifu is also compliant. No matter how others treat him, he always treats the village as usual. It is good. Even Xiao'erhe was so tempered by him. You will definitely retaliate against the village after you come out, so forget it. The old man should do his best one last time, and the old man should not be able to hold it after this time. Although you will not completely die, the old man must also apologize first. Difu is already old, but he will not release the Shao crane. Once the Shao crane is released, it is estimated that the first time is not to fight the enemy, but the people of the village. As for whether the power of Shao or he can be resisted after the explosion, it is not something that can be considered. After the fight, even if Shao or he takes control of the body, it is impossible to be good. The pedantic old man. Shao or he could only curse. He really had no choice. Although he recognized the old man, it did not mean that she recognized the old man's resignation to the village. In short, he was very irritable at the moment. It can be said that the tail beasts are indeed very unlucky. They are used by others. If they are replaced by Jin Yang, he doesn't know what will happen to him, but I must blame them for their powerful strength, and they are not humans. There is nothing to use. Soon, Jin Yang had chased him, and the blessing at this moment was a slap with both palms, and a yellow sand rose up into the sky, directly blocking Jin Yang's path. Part of the blessing? One tail Jinkraki? Luo Sha is bold enough to leave Jinkraki. Jin Yang is also speechless. I don't know what to say about Luo Sha. Is it stupid? Still courageous? But Jin Yang thinks it should be the former. Jin Yang thinks that he can dig past the guard crane. Although Shao or he has that kind of almost insoluble hatred for humans, Jin Yang also has a whole card, Sage of Six Paths. He knows those secrets, and naturally it can be useful to Shao or he. Jin Yang estimated that Luo Sha was left as cannon fodder by dividing the blessings. He was not interested in dividing the blessings, but he could completely defeat the divided blessings and then bring them back so that the seal would be lifted. After that, there would be a tail beast. As for the possibility of Shao or he's own separation, it is almost impossible. Don't think about it. If Shao or he wants to come out, sharing the blessing will not be allowed. He will only die with him. So unless there is external help, Shao or he will not be able to leave. Come. Your opponent is old. After stopping Jin Yang, Fanfu also knew the horror of the other party, so he also knew that he might not survive this time, but even if he tried desperately, he would stop Jin Yang. Part of the blessing. I am not interested in you, let the Shao or he in your body come out and speak. Jin Yang doesn't care about dividing the blessing at all, he just needs to guard the crane. It's not working for the time being, the old will not let you pass. While talking, a large amount of yellow sand was surging, almost completely burying Jin Yang. Old man, you don't seem to understand what I said, let's get some sleep. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he cut a hand knife on the back of Fanfu's neck, and Fanfu itself was too old. He didn't see how Jin Yang ran in front of him. Fainted directly. Shao or he, come out and talk, you don't want to stay in this guy's body forever. After Jin Yang finished speaking, Fanfu's body quickly began to be enveloped by yellow sand, and then became a giant. Although it came out temporarily, Shao Crane could not completely break through the seal, Sand Shinobi's seal scum, but Shao Crane could not directly break through, so once the consciousness of dividing blessing returns, Shao Crane will be sealed back in time. Thanks to Zhongye, Ziai Huanmao, Jiandis Hanghen, Renyeo 20151 for the monthly tickets, and which brother suddenly gave me 5,000 flowers, thank you. Chapter 45 Jin Yang, the big flicker of the ninja world for collection. Boy, what do you want to do with me? Shao He looked at Jin Yang with some wonder. When Fanfu passed out just now, he didn't come out directly. He also heard Luo Sha and others tell Fanfu Jin Yang's description of strength. One person overturned 2 shinobu villages. 8 tails and 3 tails are both played as balls. Although he is good at Shao or he, his strength lies in special abilities, such as sealing ability, rather than pure combat. So in the face of Jin Yang, Xiao Erhe's idea is actually not coming out. Let Jin Yang trouble Sand Shinobi in the past, he doesn't need to be Sand Shinobi's shield, but now it seems that Jin Yang doesn't plan to let him go. It's time for another Jinkraki. I guess Luo Sha couldn't think of it. In fact, according to the idea of dividing blessings, Xiao He will not fall into the hands of other villages, so he will definitely pull Xiao He to die together and will not hand it over. This is where Luo Sha's confidence lies, otherwise it's a beast. But now Jin Yang is knocked out by Jin Yang. They are like giving away a tail beast for nothing. If Luo Sha knows about this, she will definitely cry. The loss of tail beast does not matter, but giving it away is a big problem. I don't want to do anything, I just want to ask you, do you want freedom? Jin Yang asked with a smile. Freedom is very important to the tail beast. Freedom? Kid, are you kidding me? With the mind of you ninjas, you probably want to change to a Jinkraki. What freedom do you mean? Xiao Erhe said disdainfully. He had already seen the human nature clearly, so he was too lazy to say anything. No, the freedom I am talking about is to return you completely, not as Jinkraki, but true freedom. I know something about you. In my memory, there is something about your tail beast, that inside the screen. Jin Yang talked about the scenes in the anime. The 6 old men told Xiao Erhe to wait for someone who can change them, and this person should be Naruto, but now, Jin Yang can't help but say this. He didn't believe it anymore. When Sage of 6 Paths split them out, only their few tail beasts and Sage of 6 Paths knew about it. Although their tail beasts disagreed with each other, they were very clear about each other's character and couldn't pass the news. Get out. So now Jin Yang said something like this. Xiao Erhe's whole cat is dumbfounded, and subconsciously he thinks he waits until that person, otherwise, how could he know what the 6-day-old man said? If it is said that some historical records have been obtained, how can there be such a clear picture description? So there is only one possibility, that is, there is indeed this memory in Jin Yang's head. If this is the case, then Xiao Erhe can indeed trust Jin Yang. Boy, is this really the memory in your mind? Read more at fictionzone.net. Although it was almost 100% certain, Xiao Erhe felt that it would be better to ask clearly. Yes, there is indeed this picture. Jin Yang said that this picture is correct, and it is also correct in his memory, but he sees it from the animation, he feels that there is no need to say it. Okay, then I will believe you once, but what is your purpose? Although Xiao Erhe basically believed it, he didn't think it was free. Actually, it's very simple for you. I need you to join us in Rock Shinobi, don't cause any harm to Rock Shinobi. And become our guardian of Rock Shinobi, and we will treat you as a companion instead of being sealed in other people's bodies. Jinkraki. Jin Yang said his purpose. The general summoning beasts he doesn't like, and he can hardly use them, but he can sign a contract with Xiao Erhe, just like Uchiha Madara uses 9 tails as summoning beasts. He can use summoning beasts. Crane. After Jin Yang finished speaking, Xiao Erhe thought for a while. It seemed okay, no big deal, no need to seal into Jinkraki's body, which is very good, and it is protected by Rock Shinobi. He is eager, otherwise he is a tail beast. There are probably a lot of people staring wherever they go. They will find a way to catch Xiao He back and make a new Jinkraki. Well, boy, as long as you do what you say, I will keep my promise. Xiao Erhe nodded, indicating that he agreed. That's good, now you go back for the time being. I will take you to Rock Shinobi. I basically don't know how to seal it. Jin Yang was also helpless. He wanted to learn these things in the shinobi world, but it was difficult to learn, and he was not a peerless genius, so he was also desperate. He was invincible by relying on cheat, instead of relying on talent. After listening to Jin Yang's words, Xiao He glanced at Jin Yang speechlessly, and then retracted, and Jin Yang stopped chasing Sand Shinobi at this moment, and let them run away. Anyway, how can this experience pack run? If you can run, the monk can't run to the temple. Looking at the comatose Fanfu, Jin Yang originally planned to take this guy back first, but suddenly a golden light flashed in front of him, and several people appeared in front of him. Space ninjutsu is indeed a very powerful thing. I just need your help. The person over there is from the Vortex clan. Can you please help me untie the seal on this old man? After seeing the people coming, Jin Yang focused on Kushina, the Whirlpool family, the ancestor who played the seal technique, but because the strength was too weak, the seal technique was powerful, but the combat power was not that great. The restriction was too great. He held it in his hand. It's no wonder if it's not destroyed. This is One-Tail Jinkriki of Sand Shinobi? What are you doing to unlock his seal? Orochimaru naturally recognized it at a glance, and looked at Jin Yang with a look of confusion. Although the people here are not afraid of the tail beast, what does it mean to let it out? Shouldn't it be taken back for transfer? Create a new Jinkriki. Of course it's useful. I naturally have my own ideas when I do this. Will you help? Don't help me go back to my village and try it. Jin Yang asked again, and Orochimaru also gave Kushina a positive look, and then Kushina came to Fanfu. The dead was too simple for war, but she was a little curious now. Why did Jin Yang release Xiao Erhe? Of course, she didn't feel good looking at the death of the blessing. After all, she was Nine Tails Jinkriki. Once the tail beast escaped, Jinkriki would die. But since her boss said to do it, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Sand Shinobi's sealing technique, in front of the Whirlpool clan, was rubbish in the trash, and the seal was released in an instant. Boy, you didn't lie to me, Lao Zi finally came out, ha ha ha. After Xiao Erhe came out, he began to laugh wildly. Chapter 46 Xiao Erhe and Nine Tails is scolding in the air. Please collect. Know that you are excited, but don't forget what you promised me. Jin Yang couldn't help but dig out his ears. Xiao Erhe's voice itself was not as sharp as his body shape, and as a result, he yelled so loudly, which made his ears a little uncomfortable, and the whole noise pollution. What I promised will naturally not break the contract. On the contrary, it is you humans. Are there few examples of backlash? But your kid has temporarily gone to my trust, but if you break the contract one day, don't blame Lao Zi for being polite. After Xiao Erhe said a few words, the others finally came back to their senses. Xiao Erhe is something like an agreement with Jin Yang, so now these two are actually cooperating, human and tail beast are cooperating. Apart from seeing it on Jinkriki, let alone cooperating with other people, the tail beast will tear it apart as soon as it comes out. Hey! Chakra of that stinky fox, ha 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 ha, stinky fox, see it, the uncle has already come out, you are still locked inside, you will always miss this uncle by a lot. Xiao Erhe suddenly sensed the nine tails in Kushina's body, and started a crazy taunt mode. Xiao Erhe and Nine Tails did not deal with each other, and they often fought each other. Moreover, Xiao Erhe is also a strange thing. However, what Xiaozhiru is proficient in is not fighting, but sealing. Of course, he is also using his own characteristics to seal. He is also a novice in unblocking, otherwise he would not have been sealed by Sand Shinobi's garbage seal for so long. Damn civet cat, little girl, let the uncle go out, and the uncle must teach that BD well. At this moment, Nine Tails inside Kushina can see the situation outside, so I was angry, but Kushina is not Naruto. Kushina is a family of whirlpools, proficient in sealing, so he has no loopholes, unlike Naruto. It's a bit of a shame, and I don't know the slightest seal technique. You two are tail beasts, is it possible that you still have enemies? Kushina looked at the two-headed beast scolding across her body with a black line, a little speechless. Is she air? You scolded each other in the air. Although you know that Xiao Erhe is not spraying herself, Kushina will inevitably be a little speechless. Your Excellency Jin Yang is a good method, has even Xiao'erhe subdued it. Orochimaru's pupils also shrank. In such a short period of time, how did Jinyang conquer the Xiao'erhe? The relationship between these tail beasts and humans is almost a mortal enemy. Jinyang can actually chase the Xiao'erhe in such a short time. To subdue, it is simply terrifying to the extreme, which makes Orochimaru can't help but think of the scene when he was moved by Jinyang. What to accept? This uncle just made a deal with him. Kid, where's the summoning beast scroll? Take it out and sign it with Lao Zi. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Xiao'erhe was unhappy, but he didn't go crazy either, but looked at Jinyang again. Read more at fictionzone.net. How can I have a blank summoning beast scroll on my body when I am idle, and wait until I go back? By the way, Xiaojuru, are you interested in revenge for Sand Shinobi who has sealed you for so long? Jinyang smiled suddenly, but this smile was full of murderous intent. Ha 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 ha, I really like your character, let's go, kid. After hearing Jinyang's words, Xiao'erhe inevitably froze for a while. And then sent Jinyang directly to him with sand without saying anything, and then set off. After being locked up by Sand Shinobi for so long, he of course wanted to retaliate. Wave up. In the face of dividing the blessing, Sand Shinobi will not be wiped out, but revenge is indispensable. After all, Sand Shinobi has enslaved him for so many years. Why do I suddenly feel that Sand Shinobi is very pitiful? Looking at the blessings on the ground and Xiao'erhe and Jinyang who had run away, Namikaze Minato suddenly felt a pitiful feeling for Sand Shinobi. As far as the current situation is concerned, Sand Shinobi is indeed very pitiful. Who would have thought that Xiao'erhe would be persuaded in a short period of time? I also feel incredible to change it. Let's go back. There is nothing for us today. Orochimaru and the others left after speaking. It's useless to stay. Now they are still full of figures of Xiao'erhe and Jinyang, especially Kushina. As a Jinchuriki, she has always pressed 9 tails. It's dying, not tossing at all, but after seeing Jinyang and Xiao'erhe getting along, Kushina suddenly felt that maybe she should change. But she was very interested in how Jinyang and Xiao'erhe reached the agreement, but she didn't ask too much. After returning, Kushina began to immerse herself in her consciousness space and chatted with 9 tails. Since Jinyang can, why can't she? She also heard about other Jinchuriki, many of them get along well with the tail beasts, so she went to 9 tails. But 9 tails is always the kind that is not easy to tame, even Xiao'erhe is the same. If Jinyang hadn't read the original and knew some secrets, he would have no way to guard the crane, so Kushina basically has a long way to go. At the same time, Jinyang and Xiao'erhe have caught up with one of Sand Shinobi's teams. Xiao'erhe? How could it be possible? Isn't Xiao'erhe in the body of Fenfu? Sand Shinobi's ninja who was running for his life saw this scene and was shocked. Xiaojuru is the tail beast of their own village, but how could he appear here now? Assholes of Sand Shinobi, my uncle is back, seal my debt for so many years, and return it to my uncle. Wind-style air refining bomb. One after another huge air cannons bombarded Sand Shinobi's important task. Sand Shinobi is good at wind style, and they have no power to resist against Xiao'erhe's air refining bombs. The main reason is that the attack came too suddenly, and they Sand Shinobi's people are also not good at defense, so they are miserable now, and they are blown up by Xiao'erhe. Let me blend in too. The unmerciful sun. Jinyang aimed at the ninjas who took the lead. Although he didn't know him well, Sand Shinobi had a lot of roles in general. It didn't matter if he couldn't remember, just belittle the net. 1% increase is linked to strength and the other is linked to the plot, so no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Sand Shinobi's people are definitely worth more than Mist Shinobi's. A golden sun exploded, and some Jainin who took the lead were blown to pieces by Jinyang. Boy, what kind of power are you? Xiao he asked with some lingering fears. The sun that Jinyang threw out was too powerful, and the terrifying power emanating from Jin Yang at the moment made his heart palpitations, and now he even feels that Jin Yang is the son of destiny, otherwise what is this power? Thanks to the fairy tale, the monthly pass of 1876. Chapter 47 Luo Sha, whose intestines are all regretful, please collect. It's almost Xiao He, we should go now. Jin Yang looked at the sky, and after feeling the strength in his body, he said, it has already been 10 o'clock, and the strength will be difficult to control afterwards. Of course, it is mainly because he wants to keep the experience pack, don't brush it all at once. Gone. After he killed the points of blessing, the percentage rose to 22%. In fact, even if he broke out with all his strength now, he could still last until about 11 o'clock. In the future, the constant use of power would also cause the power to run away, which means that he cannot fully control the tension. Disadvantages of power. Originally wanted to continue chasing Sand Shinobi's Xiao He after listening to Jin Yang's words, he was also very curious about Jin Yang's power, so I just let Sand Shinobi go for the time being. Anyway, this time the revenge is good enough. But when Jin Yang started to burst out at noon, the terrifying power almost shocked Xiao He's jaw. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying human being. This power was stronger than the sage he had ever seen. Of 6 paths is still tyrannical. As expected to be the son of destiny, this must be the person, the old man said. If this kind of power is completely controlled, the old man is not an opponent, it is really a terrifying power. Xiao He was also talking to himself while watching this scene. It was not until afternoon that Jin Yang's strength was reduced, and they left here and went back to Rock Shinobi. Jin Yang still had to sign a contract with Xiao He. But this contract is a bit embarrassing because his chakra is a little bit less. Summoning Xiao He is fine, but it can't let summoning's Xiao He exist for too long. This is the most embarrassing place, and this is still in the case of Samehada. Now Samehada's role comes out, although it can't be used to fight, but it can help him supplement chakra, which is not bad. However, he contracted to guard the crane, just in case, if one day the guard crane runs out of the waves and is surrounded by others, at least he can be taken out by reverse summoning, so that he will not be caught by others and sealed. As for him to use the power of Xiao He, it is almost impossible, unless he wants to seal someone. It is estimated that Xiao He will be used at that time. As for using it to fight, without even thinking about it, his combat effectiveness is much stronger than Xiao He. After Xiao He and Jin Yang left, the remaining ninjas of this small team finally rushed to the gathering place desperately along the way, and reported the situation to Luosha. When Luosha and others heard the news, their faces suddenly it's green. Read more at fictionzone.net. What are you talking about? Xiao He attacked you? No, the distribution of blessings? Where did the distribution of blessings go? Luo Sha is going crazy. He knows how to divide the blessings. Even if he died, he would never release the Shao Crane, but now that Shao Crane has come out, it means that the distribution of blessings is dead. What is the situation? He always feels that his brain is messed up. It was originally intended to temporarily lose the tail beast, but now the tail beast has been taken away by others. According to these ninjas who fled back, Jin Yang still stood on Xiao He and attacked them, feeling Xiao He and Jin Yang left. Going together, right? All in all. This statement made Luo Sha feel incredible. In such a short period of time, if Fanfu was defeated, unlocking the seal would indeed allow Xiao He to come out, but how did Jin Yang get together with Xiao He? In that short period of time, shouldn't Xiao He be stunned when he saw people? How can you still mix with Jin Yang? This is obviously impossible. Did these two guys know each other before? But as soon as this idea came out, Luo Sha was choked off. What a joke! Fanfu has always been imprisoned in Sand Shinobi, where Jin Yang went to meet with Xiao He. In any case, he can't even think of how Jin Yang and Xiao He got together now. Damn, This monster's strength is obviously scary enough. What method did he use to convince Xiaohe? They don't have Sharingan, and even if they have Sharingan, they can only be controlled for a short time. Luo Sha is really going crazy, and the other strong faces are not very good. They are dragging time now. The strong ones who dragged to the other two ninja villages have arrived. At that time, they can carry out a wave of counterattack. Kill Jin Yang at night. But now the time is holding back, but there is another Xiaohe beside Jin Yang, and Xiaohe can hold the two shadow-level powerhouses, plus other rock shinobi and Konoha masters and tail beasts. Suddenly I think the plan for the attack this night seems a bit unrealistic, so let's not play with it like this. Of course, although they are also helpless and uncomfortable, they are not the same as Luo Sha. Luo Sha has obviously begun to have problems this time. It depends on the final blow, and the final blow is completed. Then there is nothing wrong with Luo Sha. Sand can still sit firmly in Feng Ying's position, but once the problem is eliminated, Luosha Feng Ying can't even sit down, and she can't even hold her foot in the top of Sand Shinobi. At that time Luo Sha can only become a senior fighter. At this moment, Luo Sha is almost regretful for his intestines, but regret is useless. He can only prepare for the last attack as soon as possible, and on the other side, Jin Yang has signed a contract with Xiaohe and has found Orochimaru. These materials. Are you planning to do something on Kushina? You are really greedy. Looking at the information in his hand, Orochimaru licked his lips. Watching Jin Yang's expression obviously became a bit more powerful, although Orochimaru had decided to quit Konoha and join Rock Shinobi at that time. But he still has to wait until the war is over to go back. A lot of his materials and things are there, it won't work if you don't take them away, and the materials Jin Yang gives him now are about the original Uzumaki Kingdom and Uzumaki Kushina. This piece of information alone is enough for Kushina to create an indelible ravine against Konoha. Jin Yang originally planned to hand it over to Kushina by himself, but now there are more suitable candidates. As Konoha, Orochimaru is more credible than the Rock Shinobi people. Even if Orochimaru rebelled and joined Rock Shinobi in the later period, Orochimaru is still a real Konoha, and Orochimaru is a high-level person, so he is more with credibility. It is much better than their Rock Shinobi people to give this piece of information in person. No one will have too many talents. Konoha is not good enough to cherish. Of course we have to dig. I personally think that as long as the hoe is swung well, there is no wall that cannot be digged. You are right. This sentence is good, and it is in line with what you did. I have to admit that your hoe is indeed very good. If possible, I would like to see how many people you can dig out. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Jin Yang was even more funny about this. Wait, when you see Tsunade, I guess Orochimaru's expression will be wonderful. Chapter 48 Kushina's Shock. Please collect. With the information, Orochimaru went back, and then called Kushina over. Orochimaru-sama, what do you want me to do? Kushina was a little puzzled. Orochimaru looked for herself alone, which was surprising. She was a little puzzled. I got something by chance. I think you might be interested. Take a look. Orochimaru didn't need to be circumspect, nor did he need to circumscribe the corners, and directly handed over the information scroll in his hand to Kushina, and Kushina's face became ugly after seeing the contents inside. She knew about the Uzumaki Kingdom. After all, she was one of the last remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, but the things recorded in it now really shocked her. The things recorded on it are clearly written, the real reason for the destruction of the Vortex clan. The destruction of the Vortex clan is indeed because of the terrifying sealing technique, so it has attracted the prying of many Ninimura, but Kushina never thought of this. The driving hand behind it turned out to be Konoha. This. Orochimaru-sama, where did you get these things? And is it true? Now Kushina's mind is very confused, she is a little unsure of what is going on. Orochimaru, as Konoha's high level, would give such things that slander Konoha's high level. How could she not shock her? I suggest you talk about it after reading it. As for whether it is true or not, I think you should know it yourself. Although Rock Shinobi won the war against Cloud Shinobi, the Senju clan is gone. When Orochimaru talked about this, Kushina's pupils couldn't help but shrank. The Senju clan was indeed gone, and most importantly, after the Senju clan was gone, Tsunade didn't even ask. It seemed that he had gone back to the village once before. Then it disappeared without a trace. In fact, the matter of Tsunade's planing of the graves of his two grandfathers in the village has been suppressed by third generation. At most they only knew that Tsunade had gone back once, and then the people were gone. As for the specific reasons and circumstances, nothing is clear. But Kushina knows Tsunade very well. When she first came to Konoha, she lived in the Senju family, and she was also familiar with Tsunade, the big sister. Read more at fictionzone.net. Konoha of the Senju clan dared to start, let alone the Whirlpool clan holding the baby, and the Whirlpool clan was extinct, and the biggest beneficiary was Konoha, because the people of the Whirlpool clan sent the seal scroll to Konoha. Therefore, whether it is Minato, third generation, or Denzo, they are all good at playing seal art, all because of the Vortex family. With doubts, Kushina continued to look back, and what is recorded later is about her being kidnapped in the past. After she was kidnapped, she was rescued by Minato, but they had just graduated. Minato had just studied with Jiraiya. There are very few studies on Flying Thunder God, and Rei's Nan is even missing. At that time, Minato, how strong can it be? But at that time, Minato directly rescued Kushina from Cloud Shinobi's hands. Cloud Shinobi's people are not fools. How could they send a few rubbish to deal with Konoha's people? And Kushina also saw from this information that Cloud Shinobi's people are not stupid. There are masters among the people they dispatched, but the masters were cleaned up by Konoha's people. Those who robbed her afterwards were very weak. But the reason why she was able to rob her was also a means by Konoha's senior management. Just like Naruto can steal a sealed book of the lifeblood of a village, Konoha needs to find a bond for Naruto, and the same is true for Kushina, and Kushina itself is an outsider, so find a bond that is enough to lock her. This bond was Minato at the time. Minato didn't know that he was a pawn, but he was treated as a pawn. So I did this by accident. Under the various manipulations of Konoha's senior management, Minato became Kushina's fetters. Now, all the doubts in the scroll were analyzed clearly, and Kushina was instantly exposed to Minato's goodwill has almost gone to zero. Even if she knew that Minato was impossible to do such a thing, it should have been taken advantage of by Konoha's senior management, but she was treated as a puppet. Once a premeditated hero saved the beauty, in short, she suddenly couldn't mention the favor of Minato. How do you feel? Are you suddenly frightened by the darkness of Konoha? Orochimaru said with a smile, just like a big villain. Master Orochimaru, why on earth are you showing me these things? Kushina is not stupid either, looking at Orochimaru with scorching eyes. Orochimaru showed herself this kind of thing for no reason. She didn't think it was kind, but she thought it was a ghost. Orochimaru's behavior was too abnormal. You are very clever, but Konoha is jealous of such cleverness. Now that you can see it, then I won't hide anything. No accident. After this war, I will quit Konoha. Even this place is it's because I don't dare to stay too much. To show you these things is the last thing to do. I hope you can survive in Konoha. This place completely shrouded in darkness is much more complicated than you think. Orochimaru didn't directly expose Rock Shinobi, but just found an excuse to skip this topic. Kushina is not stupid, and naturally knows Orochimaru must have done this for a reason, but she is now shocked by Orochimaru about to leave Konoha. Master Orochimaru? Are you trying to defect? Kushina couldn't help taking a breath. One of the three ninjas, Orochimaru, wanted to defect. She was shocked by this inexplicable defect, and Orochimaru told her so blatantly. Yet, Konoha can't tolerate me. Danzo won't allow me to be the new Naruto. The new Naruto is basically Minato, but I'm not sure how long he will live. Danzo will think about it. At first, everything threatened him to sit in the Hokage position, and Minato was among them. I dare not wait for this kind of place. Orochimaru shook his head and saw him off. I have to say that he is also a clever man and deliberately disclosed this information. Then Kushina's suspicion of Konoha will become deeper and deeper, and he is not worried that Kushina will betray him. He has come up with such important information, and even if it is said, how can it be? He is backed by Rock Shinobi now, and he will be over if he asks for help, and he is also a real movie-level powerhouse, and he doesn't have such a dish. As for Kushina, it feels uncomfortable after I go back. There are some things that the more I think about it, the more uncertain it is. Just like a prejudice, if you have a prejudice against a person, then this concept will become more ingrained over time. Kushina is also a human, so she will only become more and more suspicious of Konoha. Chapter 49, 3 Villages Gathering Seeking Collection. As Luo Xia and others retreated, Konoha's people and Rock Shinobi's people were speechless. I have never seen such a shock. Moreover, the road is divided into several runs. Jin Yang can only chase one side when he goes after it. Jin Yang has gained a bit of hard work in the past few days. The percentage has reached 25%. He can control a quarter of his power at night, as well as during the day, but there are still more than half of his power that cannot be controlled. At the same time, Luo Xia, who has dragged on for several days, has been somewhat awkward. Finally got the good news. The powerhouses of Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have arrived one after another. Cloud Shinobi's AI and Killer Bee, as well as Raikage's assistants, and a part of the elite Jainin, also Mist Shinobi is also a gathering of strong men. The strong men of the 3 villages are gathered together, and there are nearly 10 movie-level strong men. As for the elite Jainin from various villages, it is also a gathering. At this moment, the 3 villages gather, and the strong gather. You are finally here. If you drag it for 2 more days, I might just surrender. After Rasha saw these people, she also seemed to see the last straw. The terrifying pressure on him was indeed a bit too large and excessive, almost overwhelming him, and because of the news from other Shinobu villages, he couldn't give it. The people below know, so he has been questioned by a large number of ninjas in the village during this period of time. Don't worry Feng Ying, as long as the monster Jin Yang dies, we will send troops immediately, and Konoha and Rock Shinobi will be useless by then. AI disdains Luoxia's actions, but in order to appease Luoxia, she still has to say something. Yes, that monster is the key to the battle. As for the problem of Xiao or He, it is not a big problem. They don't know our plan. As long as we are surprised, we will kill Jin Yang as quickly as possible, and Rock Shinobi will also unable to stop it. When Konoha reacts, our plan is estimated to have been successful by then. Yakura also nodded. This time, they were all willing to do it. If there were any problems, it would be really shameless to face Jiangdong's elders. By then, the 3 ninja villages would also become the laughing stock of the entire ninja world. Let's do it, but let's discuss the battle plan first. I already know the location of Rock Shinobi camp, but Jin Yang is definitely in the center, so it's not easy to rush in directly. Luo Xia took out a map. The location marked on the map is the location of Rock Shinobi camp. Jin Yang is the most important to Rock Shinobi, and the spies they planted in Rock Shinobi can also pass on these non-secret things. Therefore, Luo Xia and others are more certain that Jin Yang has no combat effectiveness at night, otherwise why are they wrapped so tightly? Almost all the strong are around the place where Jin Yang lives, enclosing him with 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Read more at fictionzone.net. But how did they know that this was also the smoke bomb that Jin Yang deliberately emitted, just waiting for these guys to be recruited? The most central location, Feng Ying. This requires your people to work hard. We surrounded and avoided the line of sight, so we brought all the elites, can only fight against the core area, and the periphery depends on your people. AI pointed to the camp, and Luo Sha's face turned dark, but he did nothing. Although he knew that the other party deliberately let him send Shinobi's people as cannon fodder, what else could he say? After all, their reasons are unassailable. If you bring more people, let alone the slowness of your arrival, you will easily expose yourself, so you will only bring some elites, not many people. He can only recognize this, and now there is no condition other than agreeing to them. There are other ways. Then our Sand Shinobi people will be responsible for the periphery. After that, the elites of the 3 villages will block the people inside. We will kill Jin Yang as much as possible. If Xiao Erhe and Yan Yalaozi appear, no matter it is whoever is on the line, I will hold the opponent, and I must do a one-shot kill, otherwise the next time Rock Shinobi estimates that even Onoki will come out, we won't have any chance. Yakura warned everyone. Everyone understands the truth, but the truth is the truth, and it is necessary to emphasize. Then proceed according to our plan, because they are chasing very tightly, and they are not far away from us. One night is enough. Remember not to delay until dawn, otherwise everyone will flee for their own lives. After Luo Sha finished speaking, everyone also went to prepare. As for the ninja below, Luo Sha was going to make a temporary notice. There were not many spies from other people's houses in any village, so this kind of battle was carried out. It can only be notified temporarily, not in advance. In this way, the sun slowly set from the west. Before the last gleam of light disappeared, Luo Sha directly ordered the troops to pull out. Although the ninja below looked stunned, Luo Sha was still the shadow of the wind, so they could not disobey Luo Sha. The meaning of I could only bite the bullet, and the whole ninja of Sand Shinobi moved out and rushed towards Rock Shinobi. In fact, Rock Shinobi's people also noticed such a big movement, but it was a bit late. When they found each other, they had already rushed in front of them. It's finally here. It's really making me wait. The sensing ninja is responsible for perceiving and determining how many strong opponents have come over. Jin Yang, who got the news, didn't panic at all, on the contrary, he was very excited. These are all experience packs. Maybe this wave will increase him by dozens of percentage points. After that, the sensing ninja that had been prepared for a long time immediately sensed, and everyone was a little stunned at the information given afterwards. This was close to 10 shadow-level powerhouses, and it was clear that several villages had joined forces. No wonder Luosha and the others retreat without fighting or surrendering. You really guessed it. The other 2 villages have also joined in. They have already gotten into the set you set. Yanya and Lao Ziai glanced at Jin Yang in a complicated way. It seemed that this was an accident, but they knew clearly that this was a set deliberately set by Jin Yang, and these people really dropped directly into this set. If it's me, I will also go in this kind of set. They are all the shadows of a famous village. How could it be so simple to suffer? But this time, be prepared for the lion to speak up. Last time they ate a piece of their meat, this time at least they have to break a few bones directly. It's impossible to kill experience packs. But if you don't kill them, it doesn't mean you lose. Jin Yang can get a percentage by defeating them. After that, they can get a lot of benefits from them with the help of war. No matter what the calculation is, they won't lose. That said, but we can almost do it. After all, the ninjas of the village can't just die in their hands. Yanya didn't want to see the soldiers of his village make senseless sacrifices. Thank you for the rewards and monthly pass in 1876, the monthly pass for 9 days dancing, everyone. The number of words has reached 100,000, and it will be 120,000 in 2 or 3 days. I will ask you to support more at that time, and the 10 more guaranteed. Even more, the limit should be up to 15, everyone support it, then the results don't need too much, after 500 subscriptions will burst 15. Chapter 50. When did you admit to having spent the night? Seeking collection. Yes, anyhow, they are also the soldiers of the village. Since this is a set, there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Jin Yang also nodded. Now that he has been in the set, there is no need to continue to pretend. After a few people left the camp, they saw a scene of extremely chaotic surroundings. Senior Yanya, please let the people in the village withdraw directly. You don't need to stop these guys. Next is my home court. After taking a look, Jin Yang said, and Yanya and Lao Ziai also nodded. They trusted Jin Yang completely, so they didn't have any intention to stay, but went straight to evacuate others. At the same time, the three strong men from Shinobi village and a group of Jin Yang have directly rushed into the inner circle, but at this moment, they are at a loss. The rock Shinobi elites who should have resisted them desperately were evacuated by Lao Ziai. Just let go of a hole for them to enter. This kind of scene also made them a little uncertain, and it was neither a retreat nor a retreat. Everyone, this may be a method they deliberately came up with, just to make us doubt, and then retreat. Since we are all here, it is impossible to retreat safely tonight, let's do it. AI started the final mobilization loudly. If there is still an empty city plan in this world, it is estimated that he will use the empty city plan and the suspicious plan to speak, but his statement does make other people who are a little shaken become firm again. Papa Papa. At this moment, bursts of applause sounded, and then Jin Yang walked out directly from behind the crowd. Awesome, awesome, AI, your rendering ability is indeed very strong, but you, as a defeated country, are now attacking us rock shinobi so blatantly. Your courage is really fat enough. If you lose again this time, you will have the consequences. Can you afford it? Jin Yang clapped his hands and looked at AI and the others with a smile. Jin Yang controls these people very well. They are not the kind of people who would admit defeat casually, so there is a chance to make a wave of them absolutely will not be soft. Jin Yang. Sure enough, when you are the weakest at night, I have never seen this attitude before. After seeing a few things, AI's eyes brightened. Jin Yang at this moment is not in the daytime state. They have only seen Jin Yang in the daytime state, and now, Jin Yang is a real 11-year-old kid. There is no such horrible posture during the day. In the daytime, Jin Yang's basic height starts at 2 meters, and then it has continued to soar rapidly, which can be said to be extremely terrifying. Read more at fictionzone.net. Why do you talk so much nonsense with him? Take advantage of the night to kill them. At this moment, Yakura is not too lazy to talk nonsense. Although he is like a child, Mist Shinobi is a very cruel shinobi even if it is not in the Blood Fog era. At this moment, he rushed up without hesitation, but rushed up. The moment he went up, he noticed Jin Yang's disdainful and playful eyes. Boom! The moment he approached Jin Yang, the terrifying flames on Jin Yang spewed out again, and his body quickly expanded. Because he mastered less than a quarter of his power, his height instantly rushed to about 3 meters, and it changed. Become a little giant. It seems that I can only temporarily become a muscular monster before I fully grasp it. Jin Yang is also a little speechless about his situation. What is this? It can't get through with muscles, but who calls this grace is such a weird thing? Originally, this thing was the grace that bestowed the 4 angel wings, Jinai, and only Jinai had mastered it. If it weren't for the production of the system, it is estimated that Jin Yang has already embarked on the path of Ace Kano. The body of a mortal could not bear such grace, which led to Ace Kano using the power of the sun to wipe out the ashes he burned. But Jin Yang wouldn't, but before he fully grasped it, it was obviously impossible for him to not explode his muscle form when using his abilities. What? How come? Isn't this guy in a weak state at night? At this moment, several powerful men in Ninja Village were in a collective heart. As for Yakura, Jin Yang had already kicked it back. I was in a state of powerlessness at night? Who said this? Have I ever said something like this? It's nothing more than something that you made up in your own mind. When did I admit it? I gave it up at night. Jin Yang looked at these guys in front of him with a look of disdain. He hasn't reacted yet, but it's right, he can't react too much. Impossible, how can you have power at night? I don't believe it. At this moment, AI's brain was making a mess of paste. No matter what happened, the incident that Yakang was kicked back just now seemed to have been forgotten by her, and at this moment, she didn't care about anything, and rushed directly to Jin Yang. But unfortunately, his power is nothing in front of Jin Yang. Even if he has entered the chakra explosive state of Zuqiang, the chakra of the lightning style attribute has been activated to a degree of horror, and even people have turned into one. Lightning was over, but after rushing in front of Jin Yang squeezed his fist very simply. As a defeated country, it is not good to stay in your own village, and even run out to make waves. I think you have enough to live. As soon as Jin Yang said these words, the terrifying flames almost irradiated the entire campsite into golden yellow, as if a small sun appeared in the campsite. As for AI, Jin Yang hit her abdomen directly. With this punch, Jin Yang used AI to withstand the ultimate blow, directly blasting off 10 of AI's ribs, shifting his 5 internal organs, and burning his appearance with the flames. It can be said that if it is not treated in time, there is no doubt that this product will be dead. It is also that Jin Yang does not intend to kill him. After all, the experience pack has to be kept for repeated brushing. This punch hit AI's body. AI's body was like a golden laser, lasing out, directly rushing out of Rock Shinobi's camp, and disappearing into everyone's sight. Big brother! At this moment, Killer Bee couldn't help but screamed, and Cloud Shinobi's Reikage assisted him, planning to chase after him, but at this time, Jin Yang had already come to them. Come as you want, leave as you want, where do you think Rock Shinobi is? Reikage's assistant was directly bombed by Jin Yang without a trace. As for Killer Bee, Jin Yang stepped directly on the bottom of his feet, and directly exploded a huge hollow in the ground, and Killer Bee also squirted out a mouthful of blood. Even Jinkriki is so weak now. Thanks for the reward of my King's Map artillery.